Microphone check. 1, 2. Got it?
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you. All right. We don't have, the preacher didn't show up. Okay, we're a couple minutes behind. We'll get started, but this is a special morning, so we're giving everybody a little break. Glad to see everyone here today. We will call the January 9th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:03. We're going to start a little bit differently today. We have, as you know, because that's why most of you are here, we have 3 members that will be sworn in this morning, and it's a special event for them and their families, for all of us. So we appreciate you being here. I don't believe that Pastor Migner is here. Is that correct? Pastor Migner, are you in the room? Haven't seen him? Okay, well, we will open up with an invocation since he is not here. If everyone would stand, we'll have 60 seconds of self-reflection, your personal prayer, and then we'll go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Who? Okay. All right. We are starting this morning. This is a very special council meeting.
Mr. Brower,
For-
before we start that, I'll go ahead and take the roll.
You can call the
Thank you.
roll.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey,
Present.
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here, yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Brower.
Here. And if you have an agenda this morning, we're going to go a little bit off the agenda for the oaths of office, so to give family members a chance to get here. So this morning, we will start with the oath of office and swearing in of our current vice chair, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Would my family join me up here, please?
Troy, where are your dogs?
Miss Daisy's allowed to come, but Bad Boy Dudley is not. I'm gonna have Heather.
Bad boy, Dudley.
Hey, Heather. Doug, how are you? Thank you for being here. Thank you, Judge Case.
Yeah, we'll say we are very pleased to have Judge Orfinger here this morning to do the honors.
Dad right here, right next to me, right up here. You want to make sure you see John right over here. Gabby, I want you over here next to Mom. Come over here. Papa, right here. Come here. Are we hot? Good morning. I know they're going to do the oath. I'm blown away. My family surprised me. I knew my wife was coming, and I knew my dad was coming. Shocked about everybody else.
Good morning, sir. If you would please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand,
I'm going to have you come just a little bit right there. Right
and then repeat after me. I, Troy Kent, do solemnly swear
I, Troy Kent, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of Volusia County Council District 4,
the duties of Volusia County Council District 4,
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Don. I would have gotten flowers for all my sisters, but I didn't know they were coming. So for my wife and for my daughter. You want to hold those, buddy?
Hold them for mommy. Give these to Julie.
And my daughter says give them to one of my sisters. She drove the furthest all the way from Georgia and surprised us to be here. So anyway, thank you. All right, guys, thank you.
Vice Chair Kent, can you introduce us to the little guy here?
Yes, I can. Come here. Come here. So this is our daughter Gabby, and Gabby has two beautiful, wonderful baby boys, Hudson and Truett. Hudson is all about Mimi. That's all he wants. And Truett is all about Papa. And I don't have any favorites. I don't have any favorites. But Chairman, thank you for that. Yeah, this is Truett and this is Hudson. Two of the most beautiful redhead boys you'll ever see.
Yes,
So.
Thank you.
very handsome.
Gabby, Tyler, come here for a second. Come here, Hudson. Come here.
I think. Okay, we're still going to go a little bit out of order, hoping other family members make it in here. So I will go next if my wife and family want to meet me down here in the front.
Yesterday.
Judge. Sure. Thanks for coming.
All right, sir, if you would please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Jeffrey Brower, do solemnly swear
I, Jeffrey Brower, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
and that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of Volusia County Council Chair,
the duties of Volusia County Council Chair,
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Most of, just a few words. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. A few quick words. Most of you know we have a large family. We have 9 children. I still have a couple that come to these. They've all grown up, so they all have jobs now. And I appreciate every one of you coming. Some have already worked this morning and came. Family is important. But I also want to thank my family in the audience, all the people that made it possible for me to stand here again today and accept this responsibility. Thank all of you, and we will celebrate tomorrow. Thank you.
That's right. They'll take pictures too, I guess. They're still.
Oh. Nice tie.
Slide that way. Slide that way. Al.
Oh, hey, Al. You've been taking our picture for about 10 years. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have the least amount of people, but that's okay. They're here in spirit. So my daughter was able to join me. My wife is very ill. So, and it seems like all the kids are elsewhere, but that's okay. My favorite show. I'm just kidding. Exactly. Yes. Easy.
All right, sir, if you would please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Matthew Reinhardt, do solemnly swear
I, Matthew Reinhardt, do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and the government of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
and that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
under the Constitution of the state of Florida,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of Volusia County Council District 2,
the duties of Volusia County Council District 2,
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, very much. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You did awesome. Thank you, sir. And thank you, everybody, for showing. Friends of mine did show, and the mayors, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Can we have enough room here?
Vice Chair Troy Kent, you had a few words for some special people in this audience.
Chairman, thank you for the flexibility, and I certainly appreciate it. I was able to introduce my grandchildren and briefly my wife and daughter, but I wanted to just take a minute and I wanted to thank the voters in District 4 for giving me this incredible opportunity. I thank them for putting their trust in me, and I then also wanted to thank my wife and my daughter who was here, and then of course, you know, my father and Don and my sisters Sue and Julie that are here, my brother John that's here, Mike Scudero, you're incredible, you're amazing as well. Thank you, Nanette. You've been there in the corner every step of the way since we met 2 years ago, and my timeline picked up 2 years ago today. We had our swearing in. It was 2 years ago to the day that happened, and just very special that I was surprised by some loving family members today. And I just want to tell the council and tell Volusia County that I of course am committed to making this county better during my next and first ever 4-year term. So thank you for the latitude, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Well, we each have an opportunity for comments. Anything else? You're good? Okay. Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, we have some family members that are out ill. I didn't have the luxury of having my mom or my dad here, unfortunately. My bonus son finally made it. You're just a little late. That's okay. You missed the photo. You don't care. But thank you. Thank you for the friends and the support. I appreciate it very much, and thank you.
It seems like campaigns get longer and longer each rotation. This was a long campaign, and we had some tremendous obstacles to overcome. It wouldn't have happened without, of course, the support of the voters of Volusia County. This is a large county, and to travel the entire county and to try and talk to as many people as possible is an arduous task, but it's also encouraging. When you meet the people of Volusia County, it just gives, I think it's the same for all of us. It gives us all encouragement that we have great people here. We have really smart people here. We have some big issues that we need to take care of. But I'd just like to thank the people of Volusia County for giving me the opportunity to serve you again. And then once again, those of you that worked through a year and a half of a campaign, through 14 days of early voting, for long hours. Weather was pretty good in the general election. It was brutally hot in the primary. But those of you that worked on my campaign, stand up real quick. This is not all of them. They could not, and my family as well. Family is, stand up, Brandon. This is my oldest son, Brandon, and he works in Orlando, so I'm really glad to see you here this morning. My daughter Baraka has already worked this morning and will go back to work afterwards, and Providence was up before I was this morning. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you for the challenge that it is for a family with a mother or a father that runs for office. You take the brunt of everything that's thrown at me, and you gave me encouragement and strength, and your character is something that I will always be proud of and always honor. And for each of you that are standing up, could not have done it without you. You are inspiring, and I just thank you for everything that you do. Thanks for coming, Terry. I don't know how you do it, but I'm so glad that you do. Thank you. We do have a couple of other comments. We are honored to have two of our area mayors, at least two. Have you seen any other mayors this morning? Which one of you wants to go first? Mayor of Daytona Beach Shores, Nancy Miller, would like to speak to.
I'm not sure, she might just say it quickly.
And the mayor of Ponce Inlet, Lois Paritsky.
Good morning, Chair Brower, Councilman Reinhardt, Councilman Kent. Congratulations on your reelection. We are very proud of you. At-large Commissioner, Councilman Johansson, Robbins, Santiago, and Dempsey, good morning. On behalf of the Florida League of Mayors and the 16 mayors in Volusia County and the Volusia League of Cities, which I am now the president, our past president, Lois Paritsky, and Mayor of Ponce Inlet, we offer our support and any assistance that we can give. We look forward to our continuing and strong relationships. We view ourselves as a valuable resource for you and are ready to offer any local insights and information to help and guide your decisions. In your decision making, please reach out to us for any needs of our constituents. We thank you again for your service to our county. Each and every one of you are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning. Lois Paritsky, Mayor of the Town of Ponce Inlet. I want to congratulate our 3 members who were reelected here. And I also want to thank this collective body. I want to echo what Mayor Miller has said, and I want to thank you because each one of you has always been available to me if I have reached out by a phone call or an email, and my constituents are greatly appreciative of the fact that you are available to us and that you help us, you listen to us, and we thank you for all of your efforts on behalf of Volusia County residents. So thank you so much. Congratulations, the best of luck to all of you, and we are here, as Mayor Miller has said, as a resource for you. So thank you again for your work.
Thank you. What an honor to have you two come. Thank you very much. One other detail for this, the ceremonial part of our meeting, we are also honored to have students from University High School, and this is the University High School of Government, and their teacher, Donald Sarro. Would you all come down for a picture, please? This is, and Pat, you'll have to line everybody up the way that you want, but I was really encouraged to hear that they were present this morning. These are students that are studying government that may end up running for office someday, and I just honor that. This is our future here.
Let's get. Everybody centered? Let's see. Can you see all the faces?
She's going to tell us to move to the left.
Good, I'll get out of the way.
And then we're going to refuse. Al, before you sit down, I want everybody to know the paper announced yesterday that this is your 25th year. That you just completed, or you're starting your 25th? 25 years with the West Volusia Beacon. You do tremendous work. You're here every meeting. You even go to the Deltona meetings and stay till 3 o'clock in the morning. So we appreciate your hard work. Al Everson. Okay, and I don't know if any of the other two council members that were just elected have anything else to say. I wanted to add some real quick comments as chair, how I view my job, and I want you all to know, and I want my colleagues to know here, that we have all these students that came in this morning to watch how government works. And I want you to be encouraged. I think this is going to be a year where you see all of us coming together like we haven't before. We won't agree on everything, but we can do it with honor and dignity and respect for one another. I think you deserve that. That's how I view my job. Is that first and foremost, my job and all of our roles up here is to protect your God-given, constitutionally protected rights. That's the chief role of government. Second role as chair is to give each one of my colleagues an equal opportunity to express their concerns, to speak out, and it's there's some smart people up here, and you should be encouraged by that. And I just want to speak to everyone up here and say, let's have a year where we just deal with each other with respect and maybe a little less rancor. I am going to follow the rules that we have set, but as you already know, I will stretch the rules when we have a process when we have an item, we listen to staff, and then we ask questions, and then we debate it. Very frequently in that process, when we're done questions and in debate, somebody will have a question. And I feel like my job is to always give them the opportunity to ask another question, even out of order. Because the work that we do is that important. We need to get it right. And if in debate somebody has a question for somebody from staff, I think it's happened with every one of us. I will give them that opportunity. So I would just ask that you give us all that leniency. And I know we want to be efficient and not be here till midnight every night, but I think more important that the time limits that we place on ourselves is to get it right and to treat each other with respect. And you have my word that I will do that for each one of you, and I just I know that you will return that for your colleagues here. Anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I appreciate your message, and I look forward to it. I think it'll be a good start to this new year, and good debate is always good, right?
Yes.
Respectful debate is always good. So I learn a lot from each and every one of you as we go through the debate, and I'm encouraged by your message. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I agree. I think I even had the conversation with one of your constituents that I look forward to working with you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the sentiments. I appreciate the fact that we have a lot of challenges that we face, and a lot of them are controversial, and they're not always easy. They're not always easy decisions, and I look forward to a new beginning. One other thing on a quick note, family members, Brady, you didn't hear the fact that I called Kayla my favorite, did you? Okay, just checking. All right, so just want to make sure. It wasn't recorded, thank you. So, but yes, I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Chairman?
Currently, Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Yes, sir. I just want to second your comment, because I thought it's spot on. And for the new year, it's new beginnings, and I appreciate you stating what you stated. That leadership, from the center chair, and talking about working more cohesively together and getting things done for Volusia County residents at the end of the day. And I also agree with you. There's some, I think all of the individuals up here are smart, and I look forward to hearing their ideas, learning from them, and continuing to do great things in Volusia. So thank you for sharing that, Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you all once again for being here. I know many of you have to leave and go back to work and move some animals around. Thank you all for coming. So we will continue on with the business at hand with item 1, the resolution of 2025 organization of Volusia County Council. Thank you all again. And Councilman Robbins, I know that you wanted to speak on item 2. You want to speak now? Thank you.
Chair, motion to approve resolution for the 2025 organization of the Volusia County Council as presented.
Second, Johansson.
The motion to adopt the organization of the new council by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Councilman Johansson. Any questions, debate? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we are adopted 7-0. Item 2 is we start off each year with by electing a vice chair for 2025, and I will take nominations. Councilman Robbins.
I'd like to nominate the Honorable District 2 Representative Matt Reinhardt.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, we have a nomination of Matt Reinhardt by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Johansson. Are there any other nominations? If there are no nominations, we will close. I just thought I saw smoke coming out of here.
Who, me?
Yeah. Okay, a really good idea burning. All right, all in favor of Matt Reinhardt for vice chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And congratulations, vice chair. And that brings us to item.
One second, if you don't mind, Chair.
No, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and gentlemen, thank you for the honor. I have some big shoes to fill, Troy and Danny. So, and watching that seat, there's a lot of work, and with my sentiments earlier about working together, having us right next to each other, let's make that happen. So, thank you very much for the honor. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Councilman.
He should probably get some kind of a gold star or something for serving the first year.
He likes Charleston shoes, so I'm going to give him one.
Thank you, and I'll accept. And it's under the threshold, by the way, of the gift.
Okay. I have a cigar for you for later.
As long as it's not Cuban and it's under the threshold, sir, I'll be happy to take it. Thank you.
That's right. Okay, item 3. Adopting the 2025 County Council meeting schedule. I'm sure everybody has had time to take a look at this. Are there any comments or questions for staff? I started to call you Vice Chair. Councilman Troy Kent.
That's all right, yeah. Chairman and Council, I wanted to take your temperature and see how you felt about 2 changes I'd like to make to the meeting. I'd like to do this now instead of later on down the road. It puts staff in a little bit of of a pickle as to moving things around on the agenda. This will give them ample time. But the first one is July 1st. I'd like to remove that from our meeting schedule. It's I have July 1st. Is it written down? Is it? Yeah, I have July 1st written down. Sorry, Chairman. There was some discussion about maybe being July 3rd for the meeting. Am I correct? Is that July 1st?
It is.
Okay. So I wanted to see what the council thought about removing that, just because I know that not only are a lot of our constituents out of town during that week, but there's also council members and staff that may be out of town as well. So that's the first one. The second one I wanted to talk about was next to the Christmas holiday, which is December 16th. So I will at this time go ahead and make a motion to remove meetings on July 1st and December 16th.
Okay, so we have a motion to remove those two meetings by Councilman Kent and a second by David Santiago. Any questions for staff? I'll start with one, because we discussed this yesterday in a staff meeting. I know there seems to be some concern that whenever we drop a meeting, it really puts pressure on the next meeting and maybe several meetings thereafter to try and catch up. Especially this year, we have you're anticipating a pretty hefty schedule, I think. So everybody up here respects the four of you down there. Would any of you like to speak to that issue?
I think you capture. I mean, we do have a heavy workload, and the only thing I would say is, as long as we have a little flexibility in the meeting, maybe that follows where we pulled one out, because that'll likely be a heavier meeting.
Yeah.
That's all.
And with the 6-hour
Yeah.
time limit.
Yeah, that's
For meetings.
It's going to be like the following meeting would be difficult to make the 6th, potentially. You know, you just don't know what's on there. And again, I think if everyone remains flexible, I mean, we're fine. And if I know the council's serious, if something were to happen, God forbid, that we need to have a meeting, we could schedule a meeting. So
Okay.
I appreciate Mr. Kent's thinking out ahead. It is easier to plan that way. And I would
Okay.
point one other thing that's on the schedule. I just want to make sure everyone acknowledges that there would be another Thursday meeting in September, because September, in order to meet the statute of the 65 days that have to have occurred from the time the roll was certified, that made it so we would really have to go and have our budget meeting on September 4th. Typically, that has to be after 5 o'clock. So we just said, why don't we move the whole meeting to that day and just have one day, like we've done in the past. We could go ahead and have our normal meeting on that Tuesday, but our suggestion and the way it's laid out in the schedule is to move the whole meeting to that Thursday. And anyway. So
And Chairman, if you don't mind, I noticed that. I saw that was on the calendar, and that's why I didn't touch that or try to address that. I knew what staff needed to do there, and I thought it was more efficient for us as well. So that's why I didn't touch that one.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kent, I think this is very achievable. And Chair as well, I appreciate the renewal and the assurance to council to follow decorum. That's something I'm going to be drilling down on to push us to our limits as well. And I appreciate everybody just holding us all accountable so we can meet those limits for not just for us, but for the citizens as well to get the people's business done in an efficient and effective manner. So, Mr. Kent, I'll second your proposal.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there any consideration then, knowing that the July 22nd and December 16th meetings will be robust, that we have a time limit, but know that probably with a robust schedule, we may not make it, to make the 22nd and the 16th meetings morning. I think that affects Troy and Don more than anybody else, but is there any thought to starting that in the morning? So if we do go long, it doesn't go into the wee hours of the next morning and affect your following work day as far as sleep and getting up the next day. That might help us, knowing that we'll go probably more than 6 hours on the 22nd and the 16th.
The
That's
16th
December.
is-
That's the
Yeah.
That one's going to be canceled. So we'd already have the morning meeting
Got it.
would already be there. So the 16th is already there.
so the 2nd and the 16th would be gone.
And
No, the
No.
16th would be gone.
16th would be gone. So
and
then-
July 1st we would remove July 1st, and we would remove
December 16th.
December 16th.
Got it.
So the only one I think that you're asking for now is could July 22nd be a daytime?
A daytime. Yes, sir.
And
I don't know.
I prefer to keep it how it is, but whatever the rest of the council wants to do. I mean, I could do a daytime in July, but whatever the council wants to do.
Right. I'm not gonna. If there's not much interest, I'm not gonna ask to amend.
I can make
accommodations for one. Councilman Kent, was that your name was on the?
Yeah, just because I was talking, but now it's
Okay.
off.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Jake. The 22nd of July, going all day is fine with me. It doesn't, I can work around it. Thanks, guys.
For which date?
July 22nd, what Jake was proposing, make it a morning session so we could,
So,
I'm
yeah.
fine with that since.
Just so I'm clear on it, so the only day we make a change would be July 22nd. It would be a daytime instead of a nighttime.
Right.
Staff seems to be in favor of that as well.
As the
Okay.
maker of the motion, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my motion, and then I'm going to restate another one. And with it, I'm going to that we remove the July 1st meeting and the December 16th meeting, but that our July 22nd meeting start at 9 a.m. instead of 4 p.m.
Okay. Councilman Robbins seconds that restated motion. Any other questions or debate on that? I'm just wondering is there any concern, any different issues we've tried last year? I think it came from Councilman Kent that we have a nighttime meeting. They start at 4, so it's really not nighttime, but if we don't start at 4, we're here till 2 o'clock in the morning every morning. Is everybody still happy with the evening meetings? Is what I wanted to know.
Yes.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Good with it.
Okay. All right, then the motion on the floor is to remove July 1st and December 16th meeting and begin the July 22nd meeting at 9 a.m. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. Then for the public that's here that was probably wondering, did you skip public participation? No, we just moved it to the organizational part of our meeting, which is required by our county council. So we will have public participation now. And as I call your name, if you would just come up to the podium, you will have 3 minutes to speak on issues that affect our county. If you would just state where you're from. You don't have to give your full address for reasons of public safety. But tell us where you're from so that your representative knows who you are. There will be a clock on the monitor in front of you and on the screen behind me. Please stick to the 3 minutes, and I will let you know if you don't see it, don't see the clock. And first we have Michelle. You don't want to go first, Kremer?
Good morning.
My name is Michelle Kramer, and I live on Shady Lane in Orange City on Miller Lake. I want to know when you are going to give us back our properties that you stole from all of us on and around Miller Lake. We bought 11.8 acres in 2015, and we are down to less than 5 acres.
Michelle, can you hold up 1 second?
Sir.
Hold that clock for her. I see
It's right there.
people in the audience asking about sound, and I know for me,
Can you hear me?
It's not real loud. Is there anything we can do to turn up the volume?
Okay, that's fine. Do you want me to start over?
And speak up.
Start over? You tell me.
Yes, start over.
Start over? Okay. Good morning. My name is Michelle Kramer. I live on Shady Lane on Miller Lake in Orange City. I want to know when you all are going to give us back our property that you stole from all of us on and around Miller Lake. We bought 11.8 acres in 2015, and we are down to less than 5 acres. This is due to the county purchasing a small acreage of land on Miller Lake and then improving permits to allow Orange City businesses to flow their water into Miller Lake and trespass on my and others' properties. We have already lost one home, having to move our daughter in with us. We have already had to take down 6 very large mature oak trees due to the water killing them. We are at least 90 more in the water, and we do not want to lose them. We all bought out here for the privacy and the beauty. There are not too many old Florida properties out there anymore. I grew up in DeLand. This used to be a beautiful county. Now it's just building after building after building. Building is okay if you actually control the building and manage the stormwater properly. Instead, you choose to flood home after home. I'm sure all of you know that Volusia County is ranked 1st in the state and 7th in the country for the worst flooding problems. I would think that you would want to improve this and not want to continue to hold this standing. Instead of building more, fix the flooding problems. That should be your #1 priority. There are 3 viable places that the county can buy and flood for your purposes. There are 60 acres behind Miller Road, Royal Oaks Complex, or the Big Lots Complex, which is now closing. I'm gonna get my paper crown. I know we are not the only flooding issues, but Orange City seems to have a lot of low-lying areas that need help with moving water away from them. This constant building cannot be sustained without you fixing the water problems first. You're also pushing the wildlife out. They have nowhere to go anymore. We should not be the solution for existing and new businesses that flow their water into our private lake. Stop putting a bandage on the problem and actually look to fix it. These problems are only going to get worse if you don't address these water problems. You should all be working with us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of The Land. As you know, America is barely divided these days, and Volusia County itself has been breathlessly dealing with the fallout of recent flooding. Fortunately, there's a bright spot in our immediate future. The once-in-a-lifetime American milestone, the 250th Independence Day, is fast approaching July 4, 2026. Yes, I have not given up on my dream of doing something special for that unique thing, July 4th, 2026. I will be going to staff in my role as a cultural council member to work on an appropriate project to bring to you. Now, what I would like from you all is 2 historical figures from any era and significance. Excuse me. You should have my email address, so please send them to me as soon as possible. God bless Volusia County, God bless America, and her eternal ally, Israel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Levinson.
Good morning and congratulations to those who got just voted in again. I'm going to start a little bit different. I want to show you a book. It is from Orange City. It's a history book that talks about Orange City. And what it says in there on page 39 is that 175 years ago, my community was started. It was started by people who came in to farm. And it's actually documented in this book and shows how these Civil War men and women, you know, especially the men, came and they were buried there. And there's a graveyard there on Alice Road. The reason I'm telling you this is that this community that I live in, called Rolling Acres, really, off of Orange City, has been there at least 175 years. It is threatened now because as Miller Lake floods, the water goes up and will take over that whole entire graveyard, which is a historical area that has been there at least 175 years. I know you're working on stopping the flooding into Miller Lake. It needs to be done faster. I mean, as much as water as DeBerry's helping us pump out, 2/3 of it is being pumped back in every single day. It's a continuous flow from the pipes and the permit that you guys authorized, which is permit number, wherever it is, permit number, whatever, I'll tell you later. Oh, there it is, 1443361. That needs to be turned off or stopped. Also, anything you guys do to stop that water coming into us needs to be done on the opposite side of 1792, not done to continue flowing water into us and maybe taking it out. DeBerry, as it is, stops every single time it rains. Every single time it rains, they stop the pumps to take the water out, which means it rains so the water goes up another inch or two in our lake because we get the overflow from Orange City through those permitted pipelines. They need to be stopped and turned off. And there's no permission to flood our private land. There is no permission. So whatever happened with those permits needs to stop. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. David Hill.
Thank you for letting me talk about Miller Lake. I live on Miller Road. I used to be 700 feet from Miller Lake. Now I have 100 feet of water on my property. And I did not give anybody permission to do that. I know the county in 2017 agreed to the permit to take the drain under Tremont Drive from the Royal Oaks exfiltration system, which is merely a pipeline for hundreds of acres of Orange City commercial water. So all that water is flowing into Miller Lake 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I did not agree to that. The county of Volusia has 5 lots in Miller Lake. There's another 40 people that were not consulted about that permit that was permitted in 2017. The permit gives you solutions to stop this, and I don't understand why you guys aren't requiring the county to take charge and stop this draining into Miller Lake. I don't understand it, but I don't agree to it, and I'm just not going to sit back and allow you to take my land. A solution would be, the best solution is stop it and let Orange City take care of their water. The other solution would be to raise the overflow structure in the Big Lots pond and put your pumping system over there. The line that the water is being pumped out right now is closer, and you would keep all the water on the east side of 1792. Pump that water to wherever you want to pump it to, but it needs to stay out of Miller Lake. Our community is a one-of-a-kind community. It's 2.5, 5 acre, 10 acre parcels. They don't make these communities anymore. It's a great community. I've grown up here, and it's being destroyed. And I don't agree. You agreed to allow the water to come in. I didn't agree to it, and the other residents there did not agree to it. Now it needs to stop, and you need to do something. Just sitting around and pacifying is not going to work. If I'm flooded out of my home, the county of Volusia is going to be judged by a panel of my peers because I do not accept the flooding of my land. So I want something done, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anthony Frank.
Morning, y'all. My name's Tony. I'm part of the Miller Lake crew. And I actually have more questions than comments, but I'm going to throw a couple questions out, and I don't need them answered now because I only have 3 minutes up here. Number one, who's in charge of enforcing the law? Because we've been told ever since the hurricane that, no, we can't pump your water because we have no place to put it, yet water is allowed to come in, as David's saying and Catherine was saying, from Orange City businesses. Now, why is that allowed? And why can't it be stopped when the provisions in this contract or permit or whatever say that it can, because it caused adverse effects, number one. Number two, the policies that have been put in place to allow this water over there, I'm gonna tell you point blank what it's done. It's done it to me, it's done it to everybody on Miller Road, and probably most people on Shady Road, if not all of them. You have destroyed the value of my property. My life's work is in the crapper because that lake is flooded, the road's flooded. There's nobody in the world, if I wanted to leave, if I wanted to sell my home, I wouldn't get squat for it, because ain't nobody gonna buy it. They come down Miller Road, they see that horse ranch, a 10-acre horse ranch, it's half in water, and who's gonna go beyond and say, oh, I want some of that property? Nobody. You got a firefighter that lives at the end of the road that's being flooded out because Volusia County gave permits for lowland to build a house on and say, yeah, build your house, you know, whatever. And the permit should have never been given. There's a lot of properties along Miller Road where permits shouldn't have been issued, and 2, 3 houses right there by the horse ranch, either side of them, are now gone from previous hurricanes and floods and whatnot. And those are some of the properties that y'all bought a while back, you know, around the horse ranch there. The horse ranch people got evicted because they finally got thrown out from the bank. I guess they couldn't make their payments on it or whatever. Don't know, but they're gone. And I live towards the end of the road, and I'm not, you know, flooded, but my value, my property isn't worth anything. If I wanted to sell it, there's nobody would buy it. Y'all have destroyed, you have financially killed everybody on Miller Road. Financially, you're like murdering people, and you ought to think twice about it. You took an oath to protect the people of your county, and you need to do your job. You guys have the ability to shut that water off today coming under the road. I don't know why. It's 3 months later. We still got people that are walking through the woods and stuff to go get their groceries and have to carry them for the length of a football field. If any one of your wives was doing it, you wouldn't put up with it. You'd fix it. So fix it for us.
Thank you for your comments. Annette Musser. And if I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. You can correct me when you get up to the microphone.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Danette Musser
That is a
from
day.
Miller Road. Today is day 91 and counting. 91 days that Miller Lake is flooded beyond capacity. 91 days the residents on Miller Road and Shady Lane have had to adjust their lives to these conditions. 91 days the children cannot play, or nor dogs can run free on their property due to risk of alligators, snakes, and bacteria. 91 days we are unable to enjoy our hobbies. We cannot use our RVs as we are unable to get them off our properties. 91 days, this has affected the livelihood of some residents who had to sell off their assets to keep their business afloat. 91 days, some residents are without septic systems and running water and have to make different arrangements to take showers, use restrooms, and other activities of daily living. 91 days, some residents have not had vehicle access to their homes. How many of you will get in your car today, drive home, drive up to your house, and park in your driveway or garage? Not I. For 91 days and counting, my husband and I have been unable to partake in this luxury. We've had to cut a section of our fence, walk through the neighbor's property, walk down their driveway to get to our vehicles parked on Miller Road. We must haul our trash and groceries with a garden wagon. We must use our tractor to get supplies to the barn for our horses. I'm unable to go to horse shows or take lessons because I cannot get my horses off the property. No emergency access. If my house were to catch on fire, the trucks couldn't get onto the property. In a medical emergency, it would take extra time for an ambulance or EMS to reach us. Time is brain. Not to mention a safety hazard. At night, there's no lighting on the road. We walk by flashlight, risking encounters with wildlife. As a tax-paying citizen of Orange City, Volusia County, the state of Florida, and the United States, you have denied me my right as outlined in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. and I quote, "No state can deprive a person of their property without due process of law. It is in violation of this amendment to block access to a resident's property by any means, whether by water, a causeway, or both in this instance. If the plan is to raise Miller Road, it will cost us $150,000 to create access to the modified road. Volusia County is responsible for this event by permitting the flow or drainage of water in a closed basin through an exfiltration system. The rainy season is only 4 months away, hurricane season's 4.5 months away. If the flow does not cease these events, the residents of Miller Road and Shady Lane could lose their homes forever." Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Reese Linton.
Good morning. My name is Reese Linton, Orange City, also part of the Miller Lake group here. 4 of my 5 acres are still underwater, 90 plus days after the storm that I will say finished us off. This has been a problem that has been brewing since at least 2017, when a valve was put in across the street there in Orange City that started the flow into our closed basin. The request here is the same as my fellow neighbors, and that is to stop the unnatural flow into our basin. And I just want to remind everyone here, there is enough of us. We are desperate and scrappy, and we are not going anywhere. Please stop the unnatural flow into our area. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Just an aside, to build on their comments, I don't recall the council, because I come to several of your meetings over the last 40 years, and nobody has eminent domained their property to use for the commercial property in Orange City. I don't recall you doing a take permit or any reason for them to understand that you're going to use their property. You didn't buy it, you didn't lease it, but yet you are leasing it. You're using it for water storage for a commercial property. I believe you owe them funding. You either buy their properties out for the commercial property, or you lease it from them. If I were them, I would sue you for the use of their land over the last 90 days or any other time. Secondly, with regard to Jeff, Matt, and Troy, the makeup of this council, I watch you guys. I see the good and the bad and the ugly, but I see mostly good. And what the public doesn't understand is the makeup of this council. You have a former city manager, you have a former commissioner, you have a former state representative, you have a former department head employee of the county, you have a lawyer on this board, and you have a gentleman that was in construction. You also have a gentleman that has half the population of the city of, well, actually the county of Volusia in his family. So you have a great makeup. When things come before you, you can hit a lawyer, you can hit what happens in Tallahassee, what a city does. This is a great makeup in terms of boards, and I don't think people understand that. Secondly, on your agenda that talks about leases, why do you guys lease so much property? Because you're looking to cut money. At what point can you look at that? I wish you would, when you're looking at ways to cut funding and keep taxes down. Look at the leases. Can we move it to unused businesses? Can we share properties, share parking lots, whatever, just to keep the leases down? Also, the university group was here. They couldn't see the first half of the meeting. The staff, 5 of them, stood across in front of us. It was a wall that they could not see the beginning of the meeting. They could not see the swearing in of Troy Kent because the wall stood there. Had I not gotten up and said, please move, they couldn't have seen anything at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm asking that the staff be cognizant of the fact that when they take pictures and they stand, they block the audience's view. If they put up anything, it will block the audience's view. Also, with regard to Daytona Beach, I'm going through the E-zone that they started 20 years ago. It asked for cooperation with the county. I ask you, again, look at cooperating with the city of Daytona Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before we move to the next item, I don't know about the rest of the council, but I can't sit here and listen to the cries of our neighbors, and I know we're not ignoring them. We get back to them, but I'd just like to ask the county manager: is there any update on Miller Lake and St. John's Water Management District?
We've been working with St. John's, the FDOT, City of DeBary. The pumping continues, has been continuous. Well, I think a few days there was some pump maintenance that had to get done. As far as St. John's, we have a report. The permit that's in question is a St. John's permit, and they say anyway that the gate is shut on that side. I asked my team to confirm that physically. So that part, we are looking for a permanent long-term solution. Ben Bartlett has been working with the Department of Transportation. We're looking at other ways to remove the water to other locations, so we don't necessarily have to be dependent on DeBary or DeBary's pit, so that is in the works. And we'll look at some of the pockets that are around there. If we can get some capacity in the lake, we can probably dry up some of the pockets that are around the lake that are also affected. So we're looking at doing that right now. So yeah, work is being done on the problem every day. So
Where is the gate located? Because I was just there, and you can see the water still running.
well, there's going to be water running because you've got groundwater infiltration as well. So you're always going to see water.
Please, I'm going to have to ask you to not have public participation during this discussion.
So,
Ben
Ben Bartlett,
Bartlett.
Public Works Director. I'm very familiar with the system, having worked for Orange City prior to working for Volusia County. The situation there is you have the what we refer to as the Wawa Pond, which is a large natural pond that's been modified through development that exists next to the Royal Oaks Business Office Center, and then you have the what we call the Big Lots Pond. Back in Tropical Storm Faye, those ponds overflowed. The Royal Oaks Center also flooded. That water staged up in their parking lot and went over the Tremont Road, which is a private road, into the Big Lots Pond, and then from the Big Lots Pond, it flows into through a pipe that the DOT has installed back when they constructed 1792. But during Tropical Storm Faye, there was so much water that it actually staged up, flowed over the road, and cut a hole in 1792. Very similar type event occurred during Tropical Storm Milton. Water staged up, overflowed out of the Wawa Pond into the Royal Oak Shopping Center. At this time, it actually cut a hole through Tremont Road trying to get to the Big Lots Pond, and then from the Big Lots Pond, it went over 1792 and cut a hole in 1792. And the reason I say that is because during these large events, this is how the water flows in that area. We had a study done after Tropical Storm Faye. I mean the county had a study done after Tropical Storm Faye to try to analyze what was going on. What they found is that all that water during these large events flows towards Miller Lake, stages up in the pond. There were homes in those around Miller Lake that were too low for these types of events. The county acquired those properties. We attempted to acquire what's referred to as the horse farm. That owner refused to sell. We acquired the other ones. We excavated the property and created roughly 20+ acre feet of storage in that pond. Getting back to specifically the Royal Oak Center, the Royal Oak is currently in the city of Orange City. It is not in unincorporated Orange County. It was originally permitted, I think, in the 80s as an unincorporated property, but has since annexed into the city. They had set up a pump to pump their parking lot down because it was low and would routinely flood, and they were pumping that water into the Big Lots pond without a permit. Orange City and the Water Management District went to them and said, you need to get a permit if you want to continue to operate the pump. They forced them to shut it down. They did, and they requested a permit through the Water Management District in the city of Orange City to install a pipe that connects the drainage system in their parking lot to the Big Lots pond. Keep in mind that when you have these large rain events, that water, again, would stage up and either overtop Tremont Road or cut a hole through it to try to get to the Big Lots pond. During the permitting process, the Water Management District reached out to the county and requested a letter of no objection to the issuance of the permit based on the fact that, according to the engineers that designed and were doing the permitting on behalf of the Royal Oak Shopping Center, that the pipe would create an additional capacity or additional volume of water going to Miller Lake of about 2 acre feet of water. The fact that the county had created 20+ acre feet of water, our letter states that we had no objection to the issuance of the permit based on the fact that the county had created 20 acre feet of water, and this additional water was taking up about 2 acre feet. So about 10% of the additional volume that was created by the county after Tropical Storm Faye was being taken up by this water, by the pipe, and that's the permit that's being referenced by the residents around Miller Lake. As far as the gate, there is a control structure on the Wawa Pond between the Wawa Pond and the Royal Oak Shopping Center. It's a control structure that when the Wawa Pond stages up, it flows into that control structure, into the Royal Oaks Shopping Center, and then on its way to Big Lots. At the time, there's a pipe that's below the top of the control structure that goes into the Wawa Pond, that when the water staged up to that pipe, it would also flow into the Royal Oaks Shopping Center system. That pipe has a sluice gate, which they can open and close. That gate was actually installed to protect the Royal Oaks Shopping Center from the Wawa Pond. For some reason, it was opened. I personally went out there with staff from Orange City and the owners of the Royal Oak Shopping Center. That structure's on private property. It's a private maintained system. They agreed to close it, and they have. The water that's moving through currently into Miller Lake is because the drainage system in the parking lot at Royal Oaks is an exfiltration system. The groundwater is high. It's getting into the exfil and then flowing through the pipe into the Big Lots pond. And then eventually the Big Lots pond stages up to a point where it overtops the control structure and flows into Miller Lake, into a pipe that's been in place since they've constructed the DOT's constructed 1792. All of this infrastructure I'm describing, from the pipe under the DOT road into Orange City, is either maintained by different agencies, either the DOT or the city of Orange City, or it's private systems permitted by other agencies, not Volusia County. That is the situation. Now, the groundwater difference. So you got groundwater flowing into the exfil system. It's flowing through a pipe into the Big Lots pond. That's an indication that the groundwater in one area is higher than the groundwater in the other. Even without that, it would still eventually equalize. We're seeing locations throughout the county after rain events like this where you're still seeing increase in, closed basin type places where eventually the groundwater works its way. It moves a lot slower than the surface water. And so in a lot of these closed basins, we still have standing water higher than normal, as a result of a very wet year combined with a 20-inch rainstorm. Happy to answer any questions about that system, but that's basically where we're at. Our goal is to work with, as Mr. Rechtenwald said, to work with the state, the DOT, the city of DeBary, and Orange City on a solution there's some infrastructure already in place in terms of force mains to move water and to try to set up a system that maybe in advance of these large events, we can move water in advance and create additional volume, knowing that it's eventually going to go there, or after an event, move water to try to get it down so those folks can, get the water level back to a normal level.
Councilman Robbins.
Chair, thank you, and just out of respect for the folks here that live on Miller Road and everybody else for other subjects, Chair, I think it's appropriate that we give staff direction, bring us back some additional information and possible remedies that have been identified, or collective remedies in the near future, and be very target specific with this. That way the victims or the flood victims know that we're actively working towards a solution. Let's let staff do what they do. Bring us some solutions, bring us some additional information for a better conversation when we have it agendaed and scheduled.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben, thanks for that update. We've had several conversations on that, and I appreciate you sharing that with everyone. The only thing that stands for me is and you don't have to answer it right now, but I think one of the ideas that one of the citizens shared about on the Big Lot side, the pond, if we could consider and should consider how that can be re-engineered to prevent it from coming under the road into that property. 'Cause I've visited the site a couple times, and it's clear all that water is just designed to go down that way because of the way the system is, and it's probably the worst place to put it. But if we could consider that in your work that you all are doing, when working with our partners, maybe there is an opportunity to re-engineer on the Big Lot side and send that water up to one of the connecting facilities that helps drain it. So I'm not putting you on the spot to say, give me an answer on that today, because I'm sure you have to look into it, but I think we should at least consider that option in your process.
We'll consider all options when the engineers look at it.
Okay.
But you got to emphasize that this is all water that's in the Miller Lake Basin. So that's why it was permitted originally by St. John's, who is the state agency that controls all the lakes.
Yeah.
And this is a lake. So that's what they're basing it on, is that the water from the large area is trying to get in there. The key will be diverting that water.
And that's what I mean. Yeah.
And we'll, or being able to move that water faster than it goes in, which a pump system, once it rains 20 inches in a big storm like that, there is no pump around that'll handle that. So as Mr. Bartlett referred to, and this is going to be not just here, this is, as he described, we have this in several places around Volusia County in these closed basins. It'll require lake management ahead of time.
Yes.
It'll require, and by the way, that has not been allowed for many years by the state, because that water is also your drinking water eventually. That's your recharge water that's going into the system. So they want water held up at a certain level, and they don't like you preempting it. So I think they're changing. There's been a change at the district, and we were talking to them, but it's been very difficult to get permitted systems that would allow us to draw that down significantly ahead of a storm.
It's also going to take consideration from or acceptance from some lake property owners, not just Miller Lake, but in other areas, to see their lakes possibly go down lower. If you remember, was it 8-10 years ago, people were complaining that their lakes were too low.
Exactly. We've actually, and I think the city of Deltona went through a lawsuit for the exact opposite.
Yeah.
They were mad that the lake had staged back up, and then it was brought down, and they went to St. John's, and there was a lawsuit ensued, and they were forced to stop removing water from that lake. So it's a complex issue. We are working on it. I can assure you of that. I've been down there on many occasions, and it goes even before Fay. I've been here for 30 years, and I've seen it flood multiple times. So this is the worst, I think, this time here, but it is also along with the largest rainfall we've had. So,
thank you, George.
But we'll get it solved. We're working on it.
Thank you.
The thing that I see when I go there is, if you look at historical pictures of Miller Lake, if you look at Google Earth, if you look at pictures like in the book that was presented today, it was previously Miller Pond. There's 100-year oak trees dying. They don't live in standing water. So something is very different now. And I think I recall that the permit says that we agreed to, that if there's any adverse effects, that it can be stopped and that it needs to be looked at and altered. Is that not true?
I believe that's standard language in any St. John's permit that's issued.
Okay, well, there's an adverse effect. There's an adverse effect. So I think Mr. Robbins is correct. We need to deal with this perhaps as an agendaed item, but they don't have that long. I don't know if we have 2 weeks. We're pumping into DeBerry, but we're pumping in at the same time, or it's flowing in at the same time. I don't know if we can have a special meeting, or even just have the county manager discuss this today with St. John's, with their new director, and make sure, I'm assuming that they have a brand new director, correct? At St. John's Water Management District?
Mike Rogers?
Not a director, but in charge of the board.
Oh, well, the board, right. The board doesn't handle the day-to-day.
Okay.
But yes, they're aware. Mike Register is the executive director. We definitely deal with him, and they've already got their basin management specialist, Cam Dewey, PE, who is in charge of this all over their district. They're aware, and ultimately, the permit is held by the city and St. John's, and I think they are watching. They're monitoring the situation. We'll talk to them and see what they feel needs to get done. And again, we're working on solutions, but it will require, because it is permitted by St. John's, they'll have to concur as well as the city.
I would also note, to your point, you look at historical aerials and you look, and for the most part, that lake has been, dry. It fluctuates. It goes up and down. But in a similar event to Milton, the one measuring stick we have is Tropical Storm Faye. And it was a very similar amount of rain. Tropical Storm Faye was a similar amount of rain over 2 days versus Milton, which was 1. That lake staged up virtually almost identical to what we have now. You saw the same types of occurrences, 1792 washed out. Why? Because Big Lots Pond staged up, and where did it try to go? It tries to go to where it historically has. Well, I've gone back and looked at historical aerials. The Big Lots Pond, the Wawa Pond have all been there going way back as natural features. And so it's like a bowl, cascade of bowls that eventually work its way to Miller Lake. And the one event that is most similar to Milton was Faye, and during Faye, we had a very similar type response in that basin, and the water staged up very similarly, to the point where that was the impetus for looking at what we could do. That was the impetus for purchasing those properties, and knowing that that type of event could occur in the future, creating the additional capacity in that lake that without it would have led to a worse situation out there.
What year was Faye?
08.
08. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't know what it looked like in 08. I'm seeing the corner of my eye. I see the residents back there shaking their head no, that it wasn't this high in Faye. But
well, we actually had a study commenced that documented the water levels after and during Faye, and then we have historical aerials that can show. It talked about water being over Miller Road and things. So yeah, I'm not saying they're identical, but
Right.
I'm saying they are very similar. And you saw, and to me the evidence is 1792. I mean, you don't see state roads get cut in half by water very often. It's happened twice, and it's happened at the same location.
With all due respect to Orange City, I think they don't know where to put the water anymore. So this is their probably the only solution they see, and it is causing an adverse effect. And we're St. John's, Orange City, and Volusia we're going to have to come up with a different plan because we are taking their property. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, just kind of to follow up what Danny was saying, I mean, I do plan on having another town hall. We had the basic overview of the West Side flooding town hall meeting, but I discussed that we're going to have more, and Ben I think was in agreement to it, and Clay, have more specialized meetings focusing on just one area. I do want to have just one town hall just about Miller Lake, so it would be more in a more relaxed forum, and hopefully have more updates. We're still waiting on a lot of studies to come back, and I'm curious to see, about NRAC's recommendation and all that as well. So I do want to have another town hall. I don't know if we need to put it on the agenda. That'd be fine. I don't care either way, but I am planning on trying to organize another town hall in the near future just for Miller Lake. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there any merit, I guess this goes to George, is there any merit to council writing a letter or making a motion to approve a letter to send to the governing bodies who are responsible? These folks are coming to us, and I'm hearing that it's not us. It's kind of St. John's, maybe FDOT in Orange City. But they're not going there. They're coming here and looking for help. Would it benefit us at all, other than to make us feel good, to send a letter to them? Do you think that between the director at St. John's and the secretary at FDOT and the city manager in Orange City that you're getting the time and effort required to get this resolved quick?
We could send that letter. I would say we are working with them now. I would have to defer to Ben on does he feel like they're being responsive, because he's the one who's actually on the ground doing the work. I've heard of no pushback from them. I think they're all aware. They all have been working with us. I believe it was the Department of Transportation that helped really broker the deal with the city of DeBary, because they actually have agreements in place for their water, and that's what allowed us to get the department into that DeBary system. So, Ben, do you want to take a crack with them
I mean,
first?
what I would say is, when it came to the sluice gate operation, the city was responsive, and we met out there with the property owner, and the gate was closed. I understand the concern with the flow that's occurring now, which is basically groundwater through their exfil system. What I've said, I believe I said at Mr. Dempsey's town hall, and what I think needs to be looked at is some sort of permit condition that when the water at Miller Lake's at a certain point, looking at a way to maybe restrict that flow or stop it.
Yeah. So
I think that's the answer. I haven't had any. I've had
that solves the next problem.
Right.
And doesn't sound like bringing a bunch of water trucks in and pumping out of Miller Lake's going to do anything. It's going to fill up the next day. So is there any, if cost wasn't an issue, is there any short-term solution to get these folks to be able to walk in their backyard in the near future?
When this first started, and we were getting lots of requests to start pumping, and the issue was, and it wasn't just there, it was multiple locations,
Right.
Trying to find a place to put the water without either harming somebody else and what I was pretty consistent about saying was, given the pump sizes, available and the scope and size of Miller Lake, it's a simple volume calculation. Running those pumps continuously, you're looking about an inch a day of drawing it down. That's kind of what we're seeing, give or take, dry conditions, obviously. If we get some rain, it changes. So, you know, as Mr. Rechtenwald mentioned, you know, when it comes to pumping, it's a viable solution, but it's not something that moves a lot of water versus a gravity pipe. And, you know, we've been in constant communication with the Water Management District in Orange City. And right now, the only viable place to put water right now is through the DOT system and down into DeBerry. So we're moving it as fast as we can to try to get that water down as quick as possible. It's really the constraints of the system. I mean, if money's not an option, you know, you could build a giant force main and move more water with giant pumps, but it's important to understand how that water is getting there. It's going from Miller Lake through a DOT pipe to a pond that DeBerry then pumps from that pond to into their system. So you've got a constrained system all the way down to essentially where final destination is, and that's a very large expense if you were to try to speed that up in terms of the amount of water you could move.
Got it. So we're stuck with what we have in the short term.
In the short term, for sure. I think long term, having a system that can create capacity in advance of a large storm and then move the water out afterwards would be the ideal situation.
Is Miller Lake going down, or is it maintaining because of that exfil? And
been going down.
It has been going down. Okay. Do we have any anticipation on when it's going to be back to regular, all things considered?
Couple months.
Months.
If we continue with the pump.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So these people that came and spoke to us today, the number 91 jumps out in my head. 91 days they've been dealing with this. Now I'm hearing a couple more months before things get back to normal. Ben, quick question for you. The water that's pumped to DeBerry, what do they do with it?
It goes into a borrow pit down by the energy plant. It's a large hole in the ground, essentially.
So, you know, when it's dry and we're in a drought, nothing we can do except, you know, hope God relieves that drought. But in this situation, and Ben can't always give us good news. I don't like your answer, but that's not your fault. It's just the answer that it is. But your lives have been radically changed, so I'm going to ask something pretty radical here. What do we have to do as an elected body I don't care if we have to contract with Thompson Pumps, and you said it pumps down an inch a day, then we need to get 12 times the pumps and get it 12 inches a day. But what do we have to do? Who do we have to get approval from, and does it have to come from the governor? Because all drains lead to the ocean. And we don't want to flood anybody else. That's not what I'm saying. And this is radical. What do we have to do to pump considerable millions of gallons of water a day out of Miller Pond, aka Miller Lake now? What do we have to do to get that into the St. Johns River, which will then go to the ocean?
So right now it doesn't go to the river.
I know.
Because we're not allowed to pump to the river.
That's my question. What do we have to do? Because I think we should. I think that's what we need to do.
We would have to get permission from the Water Management District to pump to the river. We would have to either run multiple large temporary pipes miles. You could either run it due west through private property. You have to get permission from private property.
What I love about this, Ben, this radical idea is it's already got your mind thinking about it, about pipes and talking to private property. And that's my whole point in this is what do we have to do to get that water into the St. Johns and get it out of the ocean? Because on the east side where I live, it all goes into the Halifax River. They pump it there. It goes there, stormwater, whatever, and heads out to the Atlantic Ocean through Ponce Inlet or Matanzas Inlet. And I think that, and it may not be viable, but George, what do we have to do, or Ben, to make something like that happen?
I think you need to let us deal with it with the engineers, because there'll be a lot more into consideration. You're going to start talking money, millions of dollars, and then you're going to have to start asking the question about the value of the homes that are there versus making that engineering feet that you're talking about. So I think, like I said, we are working on a solution now. Ben's been talking to the Department of Transportation. They're looking at alternate routes so that they don't have to go all the way through the DeBerry system. The constraint really, as he's saying, you can't have a giant pump at that end and a small pump at the other end. So the solution is to eventually get it to the St. Johns River, but it has to be in a way that, again, the system can handle it all the way down. But it would be a mammoth system, as he said. You would have to go. And by the way, we did a different type pump years ago, but the problem is where we pumped before now is a subdivision there, because they did pump over the hill one of the previous storms. Because it's more than just Fay. He's talking about Fay because that's what he's familiar with. I go back to Tropical Storm Gordon, which is in his chart you'll see later, is in the 1900s. So,
George, I know it's not lost on you, but 91 days. That's what's on my brain right now.
well,
is
and
that
there's
they've been
91
dealing with this
days for
91
a
days.
ton of closed basins around the west
A ton,
side.
absolutely. And then there's issues on the east side as well. But
Right.
they're here right now and they're talking about this, and they didn't just show up today. They've been coming, they've been talking about it. And I appreciate that it sounds like we're in the process, but the process is going to take a longer time, which is what none of us want to have happen.
Yep. Please, no public participation during this discussion. Were you finished? Okay, just a couple other quick questions, Ben. If we completely shut off the water that's running under 17, where does it pile up in Orange City?
It would stage up in the Big Lots Pond to a point where it eventually go over 1792 into Miller Lake,
Okay, how long?
like it did during Fay and Milton when it cut the road in half.
Right. How long is DeBerry's pumping into? Is it a borrow pit?
During Tropical Storm Fay, DeBerry experienced significant amount of flooding. They deal with
They
closed
did.
basins as well. They spent upwards of $30 million plus using. I mean, it wasn't all their money. They received some grants and everything, but they have a pumping system. They ran into the same issue that is not being able to pump to the river, so they acquired a large borrow pit and to pump to during these events. And actually the reason we didn't start pumping earlier is because during Milton, that borrow pit actually filled up and they had to stop.
Is it filling up now?
The rate at which the water is going in, it's able to percolate.
How long is DeBerry willing to do that?
They have not given us a time when they're wanting us to stop. I mean, obviously, we monitor the level in the borrow pit to make sure we're not overfilling it.
And what about the acreage directly behind Miller Road?
You mean to the west?
To the west.
That's privately owned by that TV antenna. There's a TV antenna there. It's private property. And then further west is, I think, some property owned by the power company. There's a solar farm. You have the railroad track, and then eventually you get to the river.
What would, I know there's hurdles to jump through to be able to pump it there, but what would happen if we pumped it to that acreage west of there?
Right now, the way that the topography is, there's a low point at the southwest corner of that property that abuts, I think it's homes in DeBerry Country Club. Those homes were, the water there now, without pumping any water from Miller Lake, was right up against the property.
That's the solution I spoke of before that we used back in 1997.
So when we
How do we make that happen then?
we were working, well,
Well, we can't
we were
because they
wor-
built a subdivision. That that predates the Golf and Country Club.
Right. So, whenever we pump, even under emergency conditions, we still have to get emergency authorization from the Water Management District when you're moving water from one basin to the other. That location was literally the first location we looked at to move water to, and it was, we were both in agreement with the Water Management District and us that sending water there risked flooding homes because there was water literally lapping at the back of their properties right there.
Well, there is a lot of undeveloped acreage behind there, west of it, but you're saying if we pump there, it's gonna.
The topography
it's
is
gonna
such that if you pumped it just over the hill, it would flow down to that point that we're talking about it's like a hill, you know.
So whatever we do, we're going to flood somebody.
If you pump there, there's a high risk that you could flood other people.
The county manager keeps referring to the engineers. What is that? Engineers from St. John's, our engineers, or from the state of Florida, or who are the engineers?
We're working with staff from the DOT, Orange City, and the Water Management District on, you know, solutions. The DOT has a vested interest in Miller Lake because they have a retention pond immediately adjacent to it. So we're in discussions with them about, knowing that this has happened multiple times, to try to come up with a location where we can move water in the future without restriction of, you know, basically a known place where we can move water, knowing that during these types of events, there's a lot of difficulties doing that.
Okay. Don, I hope that you will pull your a special town hall in Miller as quick as possible, and let's invite St. John's Water Management District. Last time you had City of DeLand, I think this is the next logical step. But I like Troy's idea. If we're not filling up this borrow pit, let's pump as rapidly as we can in there. And then we need to, I think it was Councilman Santiago that referenced the big lots. You know, I think we're going to have to buy that, the professional center. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I think it's a wise decision to support Mr. Johansson's letter, just as motivation to express our concern with our cities and the state agency that's responsible for this. Also, to have staff come back with several options and give them an opportunity to be methodical and collective about this. They have multiple jurisdictions and agencies involved in this. This is not a decision we can thoroughly make today. But I would be willing to have them come back at maybe the end of February, from our first meeting in March, with an update of what they have and a options or a game plan going forward.
Who's the letter to?
Whether it's the DOT and the St. John's.
And Orange City.
Okay. To FDOT,
Where we
Orange
think is
City, and St. John's. Okay. We have a motion for the letter. Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion by Danny Robbins, second by David Santiago. Okay, all in favor of writing and sending that letter, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, did you have anything else?
Chair, did we want to have staff come back just as an update to these folks here? I know we have their contact information, but just a lot of this too that for frustration from the public comes in is they just don't know kind of what we're doing. Can we give them an update? We all have their emails. If not, we can get it. But maybe first meeting in March, could we come back with some options here and give you guys some time? Because this is a very complex, costly initiative, and I want people to know if we're going to do it, I want to do it right and be very target specific with our time and our money.
And we can bring some costs back and kind of do a lot of the times these things are, there's a cost benefit analysis involved where you compare the costs to account for this with the cost of, damage to structures and things like that.
I think that would be appropriate.
I think you're exactly right, Councilman Robbins, but I think when the people that are here, even February or March, I think it worries them. Do they have that much time? Is it possible to? We have a special meeting on flooding and moratorium next week. Could we get anything more there at that meeting?
Right now we're constrained. It's not just a matter of hooking up a bunch more pumps. You're constrained by the size of the pipe that you have to move the water through. We can reach out and see.
The pipe that goes under 17.
No. Are you talking about stopping the flow? I'm sorry, are you talking about pumping more water out of the lake, or are you talking about stopping the flow into the lake? Or both?
Both, but right now I'm referring to pumping water out of the lake.
We can reach out to the permitting agency and see if they have any plans to address that as far as modifications to the Royal Oak system, and then when it comes to pumping more water, I mean, again, you can
Yeah.
add more pumps out there, but you're restrained by
Right.
the size of the pipe.
Um,
It's physics.
And I'm not trying to stifle what you said. I think it's a good idea. I'm just worried about the time frame when.
Well, Chair, what we have on our side, granted this, I do understand a little bit of the predicament that they're in. Thank God, we're going into our dry season. Now, granted, that's no guarantee, but I want this, just like you and everybody else, we want to resolve this as quickly and as methodically and make every move count. If we want to rush this, I can almost assure you, because government's involved, it's going to be a disaster if we rush it. I think we need to, when I say rush it, we need to have the appropriate municipalities and everybody on board and make sure we make every step count. I don't think they can do an effective job, even though I've a lot of confidence in a week, especially with a moratorium discussion. Can we get some information back in 30 days or less? Okay, I'm happy with that, and I think we can come up with some good suggestions and on where we go forward.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, in that report, could we actually maybe explore the possibility of acquiring, I know Chairman dabbed on the aerial tower to the west, and I mean, that's a large tract of land, but if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But there's also a large tract to the north of Miller Road behind these some of these
It's uphill.
properties. Is it uphill?
Yeah.
And there's no way of.
I mean, we can look at it.
digging
I
a
can
pit
look
or-
at it and see if we could, if there's property that would be conducive to moving water to.
Acquiring property is going to be key and a lot of solutions. Again,
Right.
we're talking, I know today, right now, you're talking about Miller Lake, but you've got a dozen of these probably around right now. And yes, acquiring properties is going to have to be part of I've said that, I think, when this began. Is going to be part of the solution in several instances. So yes, that'll be considered. We'll take a look at properties and routes that maybe we can get to the lake, to the river.
I know we maybe can do this under the guise of infrastructure out a lot of this federal funding that we're getting. I think we're getting, you said, another potentially 100 million as a result of the last storm in that neighborhood, hopefully. So I just want to make sure that we're.
Well, we're getting more money, but remember that all that money has strings and also has income.
Yes.
So I don't know that the income is in and around that area. So it has to be used in low-income areas. So we'll take a look.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You were done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All I can say to the people that have come in, everybody up here has heard you. We'll continue to push. I don't know if time is on your side. It depends on what the weather does. But we need to get it resolved before, northeasterly, or certainly before next hurricane season, because it's not working. Thank you for coming in. All right, we'll move to item 4, approval of the rest of the agenda.
Move to approve.
David Santiago moves to approve the agenda, the second by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for discussion or a vote? David Santiago.
Pull for discussion A and B, the leases. Just to discuss. We can still vote on it. Yeah.
So just for discussion on A and B? Okay, move approval, the consent agenda as proposed.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda by Councilman Kent and second by Councilman Johansson. We will discuss items A and B, but all in favor of the consent agenda as written, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved 7-0, and we will look at Items A and B.
I can go?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because it's constituent brought it up, you know, the leases. Can you explain these leases? These are revenue leases, right? Can you just tell us?
Yes,
Th-
these
they're
are
earning
both
revenue.
revenue leases. The first one is for our Gateway Center that we just purchased, that we're moving Lisa Lewis in. I think when we first talked about it, I thought we would be probably about a year until we had a tenant in. But we had someone, we're working with SVN and Carl Lentz, and he secured someone for the Hibachi Grill to move into a vacant space that, in all honesty, is in terrible condition. It hasn't been occupied probably in 5 to 10 years. They're going to pay for the renovation, and we are giving them a break on the rent, and then we are charging them a very good rate for them to move in that covers all of our expenses ongoing, and we'll have a good tenant.
So between the both of these, roughly A and B, we're bringing in revenue to the county
Absolutely.
about $100,000 a year.
Absolutely.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
So you're good for B2?
Yes, sir. That was for both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I?
You may.
Thank you. And Councilman Santiago, I'm glad you brought that up. And John, thank you, because you mentioned earlier we should be making money. This was one of the reasons why I was okay with this deal. Staff told us approximately 17 years before we recoup all of that money. But then, guess what? It starts making money for our taxpayers instead of just us renting and leasing things out. You know, we are now the landlord. I had a lot of questions for staff about this, and I'm satisfied with all of them. My only discomfort, and it's not you, George, is that the way this is written, we've already approved it. We voted yes, it's done, but I just wanted to publicly say it, is that this is a 5-year lease, and then afterwards it gives the county manager an opportunity to approve 2 more 5-year leases. And it's nothing against George. I just think whoever's sitting in these rented seats, it would be a good idea for them to put eyes on it, just to have eyes on it. And
Make the motion.
yeah, I'd like to, if that's okay, even though we approved it. Chairman,
It would be a new motion, I guess, right?
just because this is a little sticky, because we did approve that. But I would feel more comfortable. I'm okay with the 5 years, but after 5 years, I would like for it to come before county council for them to put eyes on it and give it their seal of approval for maybe another 5 years, you know, whatever. I just think, 15 years before this comes back before a council is a long time. So are you okay if I make a motion to reconsider that, since I think that's probably what I have to do? Mike, is that what I have to do, Mr. Dyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to reconsider item A.
Second.
Okay. Let me get back to item A. And the motion is by Troy Kent, and the second was by David Santiago, to reconsider A, that at the end of the lease, we get to, and do you want that for any lease?
This is the only one I know that we have, and I would like for it to go with all of them. George is a smart guy. George will make sure moving forward that all of the other leases would come back and say that, I'm assuming. Otherwise, it would be a healthy conversation privately with George about, this is what your council's saying, why aren't we doing this? So if we can get approval for the reconsideration, Chairman, I'll work on the language up here to get it fixed, cleaned up, so that it comes
Okay.
back before this council.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think it's a 7-year term with a 5-year, 2 5-year extensions.
Woo.
So.
Thanks for
it-
clarification.
It would be coming back at the end of 7 years, and then council would approve it for the next 5.
Mr. Kent, you could just make the motion to have that removed from the release, and we would amend it, and then automatically it would just come back here before the council for a lease renewal at the end of its term. You can just
Perfect.
make the motion to take that out.
Perfect. We need approval from this council to reconsider it.
Yes, sir.
But thank you, Russ. I appreciate that for helping me clean that up.
Okay, first step is to approve the reconsideration. Don, did you have a question on that?
Well, if we
When you
reconsider
get-
it, I'm
okay.
gonna bring something up, yeah.
All in favor of reconsidering item A, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Don?
Done.
Yeah, I want to, I don't know who's in charge of the contracts per se, but do we have anything in here to prevent mechanics liens from being placed on the property during the build out? My biggest fear, because I deal with this, and so you get these guys with no money, they have no stake money in the business, and then what they do is they start hiring subs and getting supplies attaches to the building, so it becomes subject to a lien, and then they get buyer's remorse. They take a walk after 6 months, don't pay their subs and suppliers. And then
In our
it's a
general
lien.
contracts, we have that language that you have to pay your subs and all that. But as far as a mechanic's lien against county property, they can't place a county lien against a county property.
Okay, so we're making sure, but we're going to make sure that the subs and the suppliers are being made whole as the project's going on. Is that right?
When we have a contract with a vendor, we will talk to the contractor about the subs if we get a complaint. Correct me if I'm wrong, Janine.
No, you're correct. We have language in all our, when we are dealing directly on a construction project there is language in there that they have, if someone doesn't pay their subs, then they have a way of coming back to us to help us mitigate that through the bonding process.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve item A with Russ. Help me out here. We talked about approving item A, and the cleanest way you mentioned was just deleting.
Just remove the language in the lease allowing the manager to approve the next term.
Yeah, approve item A with deleting the language with the manager being able to approve the subsequent terms.
So by function, it'll come straight to the council.
Perfect.
Next update. Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Second, Johansson.
Okay. That motion is made by Troy Kent, second by Councilman Johansson, to remove that language, allowing it to the county manager to approve the next lease that would come to the county council. Any questions? Don Dempsey.
Oh, no, that was from last one.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Okay. Okay, item 6, amendment to the volunteer firefighters pension plan to provide for plan termination and future transfer of benefit payments to insurance companies. Ryan Osowski.
Good morning, County Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you, you have the result of a lot of work and coordination that I do believe makes sense for the county at this point in time, and was also before your volunteer firefighters pension advisory board with their concurrence that such plan makes sense. As a matter of background, the volunteer firefighter pension plan membership has significantly declined through the years. The plan has a substantial surplus right now, and that surplus could be accessed for fire rescue district purposes if we were to proceed with this action. I've got some information on the steps we've taken to date. What's actually for your approval here is the amendment of the plan to provide a benefit freeze as of September 30th, 2024. All active members were notified prior to September 30th, 2024, so you're not taking an action today that they weren't already aware of. Would provide for the full vesting of all current participants, and no new members would be accepted. There's a couple other plan amendments that are listed here that I'm not going to go through individually. I will highlight that one of the key things that the Volunteer Firefighter Pension Advisory Board, as well as staff, were considering through this process is protecting the beneficiaries. They were volunteering throughout throughout their tenure with the county, and we want to make sure we honor what they were expecting to receive. So one of those ways of protecting the beneficiaries is, one, making sure that they get everything that they're entitled to, which we're doing, and two, making sure that if we do transfer this liability to an insurance company, that insurance company is going to be able to fulfill their responsibility, and that the beneficiaries will get their payments no matter what. To that regard, I've got some information here. We're going to follow the federal due diligence requirements, even though we wouldn't have to, because a public plan is not subject to the same rules that a private plan would be. And then there's the State Guarantee Association that also backs this up. Due to the modest benefits that were provided in this volunteer plan, they would be completely also backed up by the State Guarantee Association. The implementation plan would, if it's approved here, would be participant communication. The advisory board that I referred to has already reviewed the comprehensive information packets that would go out to the membership. And it would explain their benefit options, and the members would have a 60-day decision period. That decision would be, do I want to take my benefits now because I know it's going to an insurance company, or do I want to continue to wait and file with the insurance company when I decide it's time to file with the insurance company? Because your benefits do change if you take it early or something like that. So they would have all the same options that they would have today, just through the insurance company. The actuaries helped us determine what the insurance carrier selection process would be. There is a competitive process. They have a list of pre-qualified firms. The membership will be provided that list. I think it's 30-plus insurance companies that would be providing bids. One of the key parts of this is during the insurance company transfer, because of the time-sensitive nature of pricing insurance products and actuarial products, the actuary has told us that the insurance carriers, when they submit these bids, are going to require a 24-hour turnaround. So what we've proposed is that we will schedule an advisory board meeting to occur the day after the bids are due, and that the advisory board be delegated the authority to choose between the insurance companies. The final steps after that implementation would be the transfer of the liabilities to the insurance carrier. So we would pay for that recommended contract, and then the insurance carrier would then take on the payments that are still required to the remaining membership. We'd make sure we coordinate that so that they take on the payments after we make our last payment, and there's no overlap or double payments or anything like that. And then the return of surplus to the Fire Rescue District Fund would be the last step. In order for the full return of the surplus to occur to the Fire Rescue District, there was something I added on between the agenda that we previously, where we had this and we had it continued forward to this meeting, and that was we explored what I thought was going to be an administrative step of selling some of the stocks that the plan has. I thought it would be easy. It became a little more difficult, and our current holder of those securities, which is Wells Fargo, under a safekeeping arrangement, they don't have the ability under the safekeeping arrangement to sell these assets. They're also not in the business of doing the active management of these types of plans, so they won't help us sell these assets. Our 457 plan, which is the deferred contribution that active employees can defer part of their salary to, we have a consulting firm that helps us advise that. They've come to the rescue, and they've figured out how to make this work for us. They've provided us an extra resolution that we would need to get delegated authority so that we can transfer those assets from Wells Fargo into Fidelity, for the sole purpose of then having Fidelity, who does work in this space, sell those assets, return the cash, which then we would return back to the Fire Rescue District. So that's not in the slides, but it is in the agenda summary that was the additional add since the last meeting. Staff recommendation is to approve the plan amendments and proceed with the unwinding process, and the advisory board has supported this recommendation and has assisted with several of the steps along the way. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Councilman Santiago.
Not a question, but a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Councilman Santiago makes a motion to approve the transfer. The second was by Councilman Johansson. Are there any questions for Mr. Osowski?
And that includes the delegation to the advisory, right?
That's actually part of the plan amendment.
Part of it?
It's
Yeah.
codified in the plan amendment. I just wanted to call attention to that so that you were
Perfect.
aware that was going on.
Okay.
No question.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Item 7, holdover from last meeting. County Attorney and County Manager Annual Performance Evaluation.
Move to postpone again? I'm joking.
Till next year? Okay, jeez. And we do have a public comment on this item. I don't know if y'all would like to hear that first before you begin. Why don't we do that? You just lost two, is that okay? John Nicholson, public comment on item 7.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. I've known George 30-ish years, give or take, whenever the Whitehall was remodeled. It's good that the public has an opportunity to hear what you think of our staff. Having gone through Deneen, Jim Chisholm, numerous other public officials, we've heard people come up and lambaste George, and whatever their particular problem is, they extrapolate to the entire county. But when one looks at our attorney and our county manager, if you look at the entire county, we could not do better. So as part of the public that comes occasionally and sits over in the corner here and watches what's going on, I think we are at our best. And I don't ask for a very large raise. A little one, a tiny one would be good for the budget. But accolades are definitely warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
No, I'm sorry, that was an error, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'll address both the attorney and the manager under my comments here, and then sit down with George and Mike separately, and we'll chat as well. I think that we've had a very good leadership in George this year. There are some things that we commented on last year that we asked him to take on board, be a little more responsive, give us weekly updates, keep us more informed. Not that he wasn't before, but new body. We kind of got the hang of it the first year and said, help us help you. And I think all that stuff came to fruition. I've had a lot more philosophical conversations with George, Suzanne, and Mike during the year, and I very, very, very much appreciate that. I would say some of you have changed my mind in some cases, so I do appreciate that candid conversation during our staff meetings. I think that some things came up this year that put staff in kind of a pressurized cooker, if you will, to get things done, and I know that's hard to get accomplished. We just had one today. You could see the elected officials up here saying, "Can't we do something?" But nothing can be done quickly in some cases when you deal with Mother Nature. But I appreciate you taking that on, and I know you got big shoulders, but it still hurts every once in a while when you can see the dissatisfaction. But I do appreciate the time and energy you spend in getting stuff like that done. So I'll debrief you separately. I forgot to send you the comments here, but most everything, all of everything is high 4s and 5s. Mike, thank you very much for those little tweaks that you did for me personally. My little idiosyncrasies with legal and in general what council has asked of you. You have always been responsive as far as litigation. We get those updates from you. I get frequent phone calls from you, and I enjoy reading the results from your team. I'm sad to say I hope Laura Coleman's listening from where she is right now, because I'm sad that part of your team has disappeared, but you've brought some new people on. And the one thing I appreciate is every once in a while you see a new face, and they're knee deep in the projects, and they seem to know what they're talking about right away. So I appreciate that. I know it's hard to keep a team together when you're training people and mentoring people to be the best they can be, and the best they can be is not here anymore. So, but keep doing that, and we can lament together. But I do appreciate that. One of the things that I constantly ask your team to do is provide us with all options, even the ones you utterly hate, because they are options. I know that you make it known to us what you want us to do, or what you think is best. But sometimes we don't want to do what you think's best. We want to do something probably bad. And thanks for trying to change our mind, but provide that option so we know everything that we could do. We've had some challenging issues. I think we've navigated them quite well. I'm not saying they've gone away, but they're definitely on the back burner for now. So I appreciate all the work you and Russ and Kevin in the trenches have done this year, and Paulo and everybody else. So I appreciate it, and I'll spend some time with you and anybody on your team as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I was surprised 2 years ago when I learned that our county manager and county attorney did not have an instrument to evaluate them with. So we talked about that. I appreciate the instrument that we use now. I think that this gives you, I think this is beneficial to not only you, but to the public and to this council, that it holds you accountable for the work that you've done, but it also gives you a snapshot of what happened last year from your boss's perspective, and where some of us, or where all of us, are hoping we'll go in the future. And Council, I'm going to go ahead and share both of these, then I will give them to the clerk, and I'll ask that you submit them into the record, and of course they'll be public for everyone to see. Mr. Rechtenwald, I'll go over yours first. And the scale is 1 through 5, 1 being unsatisfactory, 2 improvement needed, 3 meets expectations, 4 exceeds expectations, and 5 outstanding. I'll try to go through this rather quickly. Leadership, I have you at 4. Decision-making judgment, I have you at 5. Coordination, I have you at 5. Planning and organization, I have you at 4. Legislative, 5. Budgeting, 5. Financial management, 5. Job knowledge, 5. Adaptability, 5. Interpersonal relationships, 5. Community relations, 4. Motivation and leadership, 5. Communication skills with the council, 5. With the press, 4. Access, 5. Activities, 5. Staff, 5. Residents, business, and the general public, I have you at 3. Council member observations. George is doing a great job as our county manager for 2024. The weekly briefings help keep the council up to date. Your ability to put the right people in the right positions has helped Volusia County. This past year, we've become more efficient and effective while keeping a low tax rate and keeping our county services high. Any other comments? I would like to see you hold quarterly meetings with the community in different locations throughout our county. Mr. Dyer, you as well, your ratings are from 1 through 5, 1 unsatisfactory, 2 improvement needed, 3 meets expectations, 4 exceeds expectations, and 5 is outstanding. Your legal competency, I have a 5. And for yours, there's an opportunity to put comments underneath each of those. So for those comments, Mike's ability to find answers to everything involving county government is amazing. Problem solving and decision making, I have you at 5. Mike's ability to make good decisions quickly benefits Volusia County. Management of the department, a 5. Mike puts the right people in the right places to run his department like a well-oiled machine. Management of litigation claims, 5. Mike and his team show strength in this area. Management style, 5. Mike has always been professional and fair in all interactions that I have witnessed. Interaction with the county manager, 5. Mike and George work very well together. This is a huge positive for Volusia County. And I'll just add to that, that's a big piece to this, to all of us. Like the chairman mentioned earlier today, and I'm so appreciative about a new fresh start and us working together. If you've ever worked with a manager and an attorney that don't get along, whew, it's not a good thing, and you've got to make a change. And I'm so pleased that you all have a positive, healthy, professional working relationship. Relationship with the county council, Mike, I have you at a 5. Mike helps foster a positive relationship with me. And I heard Mr. Johansson say, you know, I appreciate those phone calls, even if they're Friday evenings. Community relations and ethics, I have you at a 4. Mike's ethics are a 5+. I would like to see you in your office hold quarterly informational sessions for our residents around the county. It's just something I'd like to see, which is why you're not a 5 there, Mike. Your ethics are a 5+, but communications, a 5. Mike is a great communicator who gets me information quickly. And then last one, intergovernmental relations. I have you at a 4. Continue to work with our cities and state to foster positive relationships. Council member comments. Mike Dyer is a hard worker and smart attorney. Volusia County is fortunate to have him leading our legal department. Your department is bombarded with legal issues daily, and you do a wonderful job taking care of Volusia County. Keep batting 1,000. I will give these to the clerk, like I mentioned, and I'm assuming at the end of everybody's, we can talk about compensation. So I'll be ready to help with that discussion as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Troy, for going through that and being brief. I was a little worried. I was like, oh my gosh. But good job. I was going to give him a 3 if he went long and read every line. I'm joking. It's going to be simple for me. It's similar to last year. George, yours, it's almost repetitive for me. If you could just rewind the tape, I can just play it again. But in my 20-plus years in serving the public in different capacities, I can honestly say this is the best team I've ever worked with. Not perfect, but the best team I've ever worked with. And I don't bug you much because I'm very confident in your leadership and how you run the county. And so it makes my job easier from that perspective. And I respect the role that we play. It's your job to do the day-to-day and run the operations, keep us informed, which you do. If I ever have a question, you're accessible to me. So thank you for what you do. I got no issues with you and your team. That extends to all of your people out there. And I appreciate the latitude you give us as elected to even interact with your staff. You know, everything goes through you, and you allow us the latitude to still talk to your department heads. And our jobs as electeds is to know where that boundary lies, right? Where where you would need to go to George to get things done. But the conversation is always great, and it gives easy, quick access to information. And we don't want to just bombard you with every single minuscule question sometimes which your staff can answer for us. So thanks for that. Great job. Mike, great job. I'm also scared of, you know, when I get those Friday evening calls from Mike Dyer, I'm like, oh gosh, it's probably something not good. But you've been doing better with that because you've been giving me good news sometimes in those Friday calls. So thank you for that. The same thing goes to you and your team, Mike. I've talked to other municipalities in our county, and I have extended to them kind of sort of without your authority. So I'll confess that and say that we have an excellent legal team in the county. And I have encouraged other municipalities to reach out to you and your team to get some advice and help sometimes. And they've done that. And I'm very appreciative of that because at the end of the day, we're all Volusia County, whether you're in a municipality or not. So your team on the legal side, I enjoy our claims meetings, conversations that we have. It's always interesting to see how your team is fighting for Volusia County constituents to settle claims. Sometimes weird claims, I'll just leave it there, that probably shouldn't be claims. But our team in the legal department, the attorney was laughing over there, right?
No, we're looking for the hook because you're going longer than me.
Am I? Oh,
you're longer than me. I was looking for the hook to pull you, but I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to.
Give me a 3. But you know, I wanted the constituents to know that they fight for preserving our treasury as much as possible. So, great job, great team. Wouldn't be happier with anybody else. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Troy, for holding me accountable too.
Point of order.
It's the first time I get to say this. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was glad, Troy, that I wasn't alone because I was going to get the hook from this side. I fully expected yours to go longer. A couple things. I think that
Mr. Reinhardt, I never would have said anything, but Santiago sort of busted my chops right out of the
Right
gate.
out-
So I thought it's a new year. You know, it's a new year. I guess we're going to start this.
Time to head in. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for these students. First and foremost, you're getting to see county government from swearing in to making decisions about tough topics, listening to very concerned citizens about legitimate issues, and an evaluation process for a county manager and a county attorney. So this is a wonderful opportunity. I think that I'm sure the teacher back there is thinking of ways to make a test about this. I know I would. I taught government for 2 years after my law enforcement career to Faith Homeschool Academy, which is a faith-based classroom, and I taught American government and American history. And I took them to a city commission meeting, and I'm sorry, I just put that bug in his ear if he wasn't thinking about it, a test right afterwards about that. So anyways, but I think this is a wonderful opportunity. So I commend you, sir, for bringing them here today, and I commend you guys for taking part of it. So I don't want to get away from the topic at hand. I'm going to handle this a little different. I just made some notes, if you will. And the first thing, I looked at, talking about George, George and I have a longer history than probably anybody on this council. My 30-year career in law enforcement, George was in public works and doing a fantastic job, and obviously was appointed to this position because of how well you did, and I appreciate you. 30 seconds, I see this is funny. So I read the job description, which was so brief. The county manager who serves at the pleasure of the county council, executes the policies established by the county council, and oversees the daily operations of government, blah, blah, blah. Much of what I'm going to mention, obviously, you have had a lot of successes just in the 2 years I've been here. We all, as a council, have had a lot of successes. But where George will agree, that success are these people right out here. The people that you research and hire. Mike, the same thing applies to attorneys that you bring on. So that is your strength. That is your true strength, is making you successful. When we, in law enforcement, we had to promote a person to sergeant, lieutenant, or captain. You want the best possible people to make you look good. And these people make you look good. So I commend you for that. Everything from preparing an annual budget to, setting up council meeting agendas, handling high-profile media issues, overseeing approximately, 3,000 personnel? 2,500? Oh, call me a liar for 500. Overseeing hundreds of structures that we have to take care of, and I commend you, Janine, for the hard work you do as well. And the fact that you have to celebrate Ben's birthday almost every day. I mean, that's a job in itself. So happy birthday, Ben, by the way. I commend you for your job. I mean, the airline, our airport, what a success we've had there just in the 2 years by bringing 2 air carriers. Moving Lisa Lewis, I think that was a very smart move. I could go on and on, Dr. Burball, what you've done in community, the relationships. The only thing I disagree with one person, and I'm going to make it a goal the next 4 years to get Aaron to be a Florida State fan. Other than that, I think we're doing good. So enough fun. But I commend you for the hard work you've done. I'm like you. I get a little scared when I get those phone calls from legal, whether it be Russ or Mike, and I cringe as well. But you are doing a better job. They are a little more positive, so thank you. I appreciate that. That's all it was. It was close to the holidays when I got the good phone call. So thank you so much for all you do. And I truly think that we are going to handle this issue with the flooding. It is a priority of all of us up here. And I know that we'll work hard to get to that. So I commend you for a job well done. If I had to rate, it would be in that 4 or 5 range for both of you. Thank you so much, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'll I'll just weigh in on the legal side of it since we kind of share professions. Mike, I think I've known you before you were even a county attorney, so we go way back. Ms. Slack, one of your assistant attorneys, her and I go way back. Mr. Bledsoe and I go way back, I think, before he became a county attorney. And I knew them just as one of their peers in dealing with them both opposing each other in cases and just seeing them at work. And they were both fine attorneys, and you were as well before even becoming county attorneys. And then you just jumped in. So, I mean, praises on George for hiring you, and you or whoever for hiring everybody else. I've been really impressed with Russ. Anytime I have a question about a legal issue, and it's like they always have an answer. Yesterday, for instance, I called Ms. Slack just real quick at lunchtime about a legal issue, and she had an answer right on the spot, and it kind of surprised me. And once in a while, I'll go back and even it surprises me to the point where I do my own research to make sure that I'm getting the right answer, and it's always spot on. Russ, same thing with you. I mean, not only do you give it promptly, but you give it accurately, which I think is even more important. And yeah, I get those Friday afternoon phone calls as well from Mike, and I'm wondering, well, is this something I did? Did I screw something up, or is this an update of some sort? But anytime it looks like we're going into a hot topic or an issue, he always makes sure. I don't even have to call. He just calls me and says, hey, just so you know the legal side of it. He always kind of gives me that briefing, unsolicited. So I think I really appreciate that, just to make sure that I'm on point. You know, a lot of these quasi-judicial things that we do, they're always quick to point out what our roles are supposed to be in that function, as opposed to just being a general counsel person. So yeah, I can't give you anything but full accolades on you and your staff. And then George, I may rival you there, Mr. Reinhardt, because I've known George too back since the 1900s, and we've golfed together back then, and so I've known him as well. We did things as families together, but that's not. And then we kind of fell apart. But now we're back reacquainted. But no, we did. Well, it was a bad break. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, George, dude, you juggle a lot of chainsaws. And what I'm really impressed with is the way you always have an answer. I mean, no matter, I'll ask you about certain things, and it's not even like I'll get back to you, or it's always you've got A, B, C, D, and E. You have all the options, and then the collateral issues that may arise. And I'm just impressed with how you're always prompt with an answer, and it's like you're always moving forward. You are always working behind the scenes. You may not be out there in the media or during your meetings in the public necessarily, but I know for a fact that you are working behind the scenes, and I'm very impressed with that. So I have nothing but praises for both the county attorney and the county manager. So I'll be brief. Am I under my time? Okay, good. Thank you.
I think Matt so far gone the longest. But yeah.
Okay, before I recognize Councilman Robbins, Troy Kent, your name is up again.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody else up, and I wanted to, if everyone was finished, I wanted to talk about compensation. So if
Okay.
you haven't gone yet, and if anybody else, I'll wait, Chairman.
Councilman Robbins, did you want to?
I traditionally take care of my accolades with staff behind the scenes, but I will say publicly, it's I support everything my colleagues are saying. You know, we do have a good team, and the staff since day one helps us execute our messages and a lot of the cover a lot of the topics that we obviously promised to our constituents that we would address. And without you guys, we obviously wouldn't be here once or twice. So just know that we all have our different styles, but I can almost guarantee you we all, and I know I do, I really appreciate everything you guys do for us and support the county manager. The county manager supports us. Like Jake said, sometimes we don't always like the answer, but we always appreciate a straight answer, and you can count on that from you guys. So thank you. I don't know how county staff doesn't need a therapist sometimes by the time of some of our meetings or some of these weeks, but I know sometimes I feel like I do, and so I can just only imagine how you guys feel sometimes. So thank you for everything, and I don't get any calls on Fridays, so I don't know what that's about. But we'll work on that. So thank you guys.
Please call him tomorrow, Mike, okay?
Make sure it's 5:30, 6 p.m., just so I don't feel like I'm only the special one.
Okay, at the risk of reversing what I started with this morning, that start a new year together, and I don't want this to make that happen, but I'm going to take a little bit different tact. I think I must do what Councilman Robbins does, and I use the same instrument that you use, and that becomes public record, and I will do that with each of you in person. But and Mike, you and I have a meeting already set up, although not a time yet, for tomorrow, for future council, to discuss future council meetings, and that's one of the things I want to talk about. First, I do want to tell you, Mike, that there's no doubt that you have made your office at my disposal. I ask you frequently for meetings with constituents where we almost always need an attorney there. And there's not been an attorney on your staff that I can't go to unannounced and ask a question. I think the promotion of Russ Brown to your assistant county attorney was a mistake, was one of the one of the best moves you made. I enjoy working with Russ. I feel like I always get straight answers from him. I do want to, for me, there's three things that I want to mention that I would like to see improvement on. And this comes from some really tough, we had a tough year last year, some tough issues. I would like to, this is maybe my perception, it is my perception, but I would like to see you work as hard to protect the rights of the people in Volusia County and their property rights as you do to prevent lawsuits. Now, as a county chair, I get every lawsuit that comes in here, they hand it to me, and then I take it to your office. We get sued numerous times a week. So I understand what you have to do there. And that one of your main jobs is to prevent us from being sued. Bert J. Harris comes to mind. I really want to see you be more aggressive on protecting our constituents' private property rights. Again, perception. I will take the effort to make this happen. I would like to see you work as hard with me on items that I personally place on the agenda as chair as you do for any other item. And the perception that I get, and we need to reverse this between you and I, is that sometimes those items, when they come before us, it feels like you have work against me, and I don't want to have that cloud between us. Probably the most serious thing that I think we need to work on is, it's really important to me that we bring new business to Volusia County, and I feel like what I witnessed in the long drawn out process with city limits in DeLeon Springs, I think we could have done a lot more to work with them. We lost a great business up there, and it appeared to me that there was decisions made to actually act as a prosecuting attorney against them that was not not required, and that really disturbs me. George, you and I have always worked well together. There are several things that I want to bring up. Everybody else has done all the good things. I'm going to bring up things that I think you and I need to work on better together. And the first one is you with the council. I think you know this. I want to see a comprehensive stormwater plan that includes maintenance and includes the things that I don't know how you can do, how you can make the impossible happen, because I've talked to you, I've talked to the director, Mike Register of St. John's, and he's real clear with me. We don't know where else to put water, but I want to see a plan that shows before storms where we are planning to put water, what equipment we have. We need a comprehensive stormwater plan that's clear to all of us, clear to our cities, that we can follow through. I would also like to see better oversight of our various departments, and you and I will discuss this specifically, code enforcement and public works, and here's why, and it's my last item. I've never detected this before in the 4 years that I have been here, and I sit in agenda meetings. You work really well with your directors, and your directors carry out what you tell them to do in my presence without question. I'm sure you just have serious discussions with them. I think what I have detected in the last year that I have never seen before, and I think it could be, it's just dangerous if I'm correct. And I think it results from the stress of what we're all dealing with flooding and storms, is that there seems to be a culture developing in code enforcement, public works, where the victims of our flooding have become the enemies. You know, I hear things said about people that I think are just out of line, and so I'm going to bring that up when it happens more frequently. But I really would like to see that culture of treating our constituents, my constituents are your constituents, with the respect that they deserve when they're losing homes, when they're suffering problems. They bring it up. We saw it here this morning with the Miller Lake. They've been here numerous times, but we still need to treat them with respect and care. And I'm detecting that sometimes that's not happening, and they're actually being blamed. And I will sit down with the two of you in the next week, or probably next week, except for Mike. He and I will do it tomorrow with the same written instrument that Troy uses. I don't know if everybody's using that or not. I think it hits everything that we need to do, but I feel like I need to bring out my greatest concerns so that you can be prepared and we can have frank conversations about this. And Troy, I know you're going to bring up compensation. I'm just going to tell you now, for the reasons that I've stated for both of them, I'm going to be a no vote on compensation on increases this year. That takes us back to Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I am going to talk about compensation, but before I do, I'll just say, for me, you didn't need to apologize to me, Chairman, about, kind of going against what you said. I don't know that you did apologize, but I'll just say, what you said today was totally appropriate. I mean, all of us are public elected officials. Our employees are public employees. And this is what is supposed to happen. They're supposed to get public evaluations, and the public's supposed to hear about it because, we need to make sure that they understand everything that we're dealing with. So I appreciate your comments as well as everybody else's. With that being said, Council, I'm going to do these separately. So the first one I'm going to do is our county manager. And our general employees received a 5% raise effective, I think, September 28th, October 1st. My motion is to give George the exact same raise that our general employees received, which was a 5% increase, retroactive to October 1st.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to raise the county manager's pay by 5%, retroactive to when?
October 1st,
To October
the same as our general employees, and it's the same raise that our general employees received as well.
And David, you seconded that? Second by Councilman Santiago. Troy, your name is up because you're talking. Councilman Johansson.
I have just a quick comment. I've got no problem with the motion, but take a look at what our county manager currently makes in that little diagram there, and take a look at what Daytona Beach's city manager makes. It amazes me that Daytona Beach's city manager makes that much more than our county manager does. Now, our county manager, I kind of glanced through during my research the other counties, and by and large, most of it makes sense. But boy, that's a lot of money for Daytona Beach. They do a lot. I understand it, but it's interesting to me. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Motion on the floor is to increase the pay by 5%. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. You want to continue, Mr. Kent?
Yes, I do, if that's okay. Now I'd like to talk about our county attorney, Michael Dyer. I'm also making a motion to increase Michael Dyer's pay the same as the general employees, 5% retroactive to October 1st, 2024.
And the same motion and same second by Councilman Santiago. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Both compensation raises are approved 6-1. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as we lead into this next topic, which is probably going to be lengthy, I suggest we break for our break shortly.
Good point.
Sports complex, and then the, several items after it. It is 11:45, and you are clear with lunch? Okay. Then we will take.
Chair, could I just make one quick?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name.
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate all the great comments. I will take everything very seriously, and I'm always there to improve myself. But I really wanted to make sure I also thank my team, because as you correctly pointed out, we are a great team. It is what people have asked, what legacy project or whatever I would have here. It is these people. It's the great team that we have assembled, and I'm very proud that I get to be the coach. I like to use a lot of sports analogies, but I get to be the coach of such a championship team, and I do appreciate that. And Mr. Chair, I do look forward of meeting with you as well, one-on-one, and we'll hash out your comments, and I appreciate the candor, and I look forward to improvement this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Dyer.
Sure. I'd be remiss also not thank my team, and I appreciate positive comments about former members of the team as well. I left the county at one point for another position, and that's always a challenge, you know, to balance. You build up good people, and you want them to have opportunities, and sometimes they have those opportunities. That's great. One of the things that's been, I've mentioned this in my year-end report, that's been important to me is having good relationships with our cities and having those conversations with our city attorneys, much like George does and Suzanne with the county managers. And we've started that, and we have a regular meeting with the city attorneys, and that's really just been invaluable because we're dealing with issues largely the same. Sometimes we have differences of opinion, but that's few and far between. And we started it during COVID, and we've continued to do that. And it's just been real valuable, and I appreciate you, the council, being supportive of allowing me to do that. We've started hosting calls with our county attorneys because our state level organization has discontinued them. And that's been fantastic. We had a meeting with about 9 counties a few weeks ago, and it was one of the best conversations I had because sometimes there's things that come up you don't want to put in an email or you wouldn't talk about in a meeting because we're all dealing with legal issues. And I appreciate what you've all said. And I realize also what Mr. Brower, with some of the things you've said, I would like to have a conversation with the council about some of those. Because code enforcement, I used to handle our code enforcement board when I was first with the county. Code enforcement, animal control, some of the toughest positions you can put your staff or your attorneys in. Someone is always unhappy. And so the state law provides a process where most of our cases go to our code enforcement board when they relate to a property issue. And if there's a fine issued, there's a lien that goes against the property. Some of the things your ordinances deal with that are less common are behavioral issues, like noise. And I can't tell you the number of times you have somebody that is facing a violation and they think staff's against them. Why are you going after me and you haven't gone after someone else? And I can tell you, Sabrina Slack and Chris Ryan work very hard on those. And one of the noise ordinances are very difficult cases to bring, maybe the most difficult code case we can bring. Because it's based on sound. And you have to measure them. And if you can't measure it, your ordinance allows you to get an affidavit from a neighbor who is unhappy with a neighbor. And so we look at it, and just like an assistant state attorney or prosecutor, you look, well, have they presented enough evidence to bring a case forward or not? And if there is enough evidence, at least in the allegation, we bring it forward. What is important to me is not whether somebody violated or not, is that we treat people equally. And don't play favorites on that. And we don't. So if we're getting complaints, from a policy perspective, I appreciate all of you. You pass a variety of rules. We can get rid of those rules. But if you've adopted the rules and you have them on the books, not just your lawyers, but your staff is supposed to enforce them. And I appreciate that all of you are elected and make those decisions and may not always have common agreement on them. But I want you to know that we take that responsibility seriously. And if we are acting on a code enforcement case, it's because we got on a noise issue, for example, we get an affidavit that's been given to the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office gives that to us. If you are ever feeling that our code needs to be changed or you want to regulate something differently, that's what we and staff are here for, to talk about. There are things in our zoning, our ordinances that perhaps I don't personally agree with, but that doesn't matter. The council's adopted them, and it's the law of the county. So I just want you to know that, because I think that's important, and I realize code enforcement is one of those issues that can get upsetting, because at the end of the day, you're talking largely about neighbor disputes, and your county is getting involved. And Mr. Breyer, I just want you to know that anytime you want something on the agenda as chair under the charter, we're here to talk to you about it and available to work with you. You have my commitment on that. I also realize that I have to give a legal advice to all of council, the ups and downs. I try to be good about that because, listen, I realize I am not an eighth member of council. I am staff. And I know sometimes with other governments I've worked with in the past, those accusations are made, well, staff's too powerful, or the attorneys interject himself. I just want you to know I work very hard. I do not want to be that way. I want to support you. And I thank each of you for your roles, because you have a tough position. I don't have to run for election. I work for you. But, and I don't have to make those policy decisions. And I think in this day and age, it's probably the most challenging environment to be an elected person. So thank you for your service, and I appreciate your input today.
Thank you. It is 11:53. We will break until 12:30. Started in 60 seconds.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, we will resume the county council meeting. Everybody's here, and we are on item 8, presentation by staff for the sports complex development and the options there that the council had previously requested. Tim, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable county council members. I'm Tim Bailey. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you, we're going to be looking at the Bennett Development and Operation options. On your first slide there, you'll see this is what council directed staff to look into in moving forward. And then next slide here. Okay. So you've seen this slide, or the on the right-hand side of your screen, you've seen this before. This is the Hunden or Hunden Partners concept plan. So what we did was we broke this down into 2 phases. Phase 1, you would have 4 artificial turf, multi-purpose fields, and then you'd have 2 rectangle natural grass fields. On the bottom of your screen, you'll see these are the types of activities that you can play on the artificial turf, which is a variety of different sports can be played on the artificial turf. And then on the rectangular fields, we would not play football on those types of fields. Typically, it tears them up pretty good, so you'd be playing those on the artificial turf fields. Grand total is $21.7 million for Phase 1, $17.26 for Phase 2. Grand total would be $39 million.
Where is Phase 1 in that picture?
So if you look at the on the upper right hand or the right side of your screen, the 4 rectangular or artificial turf fields would be in the upper left hand corner of that concept plan, and then the 2 artificial turfs would be or 2 natural grass fields would be on the bottom of your screen, and you could pick whatever 2 you'd like to settle on. We could go either way. And again, this is a concept plan. This might not be the final destination once we lay it all out. Yep.
So one of the things we'd like to point out is, so this is the finances here in terms of, we felt when we came to you previously, there was a little sticker shock. And so we've provided an option for a phased approach. We do not have to do a phased approach. One of the things that we would be remiss if we didn't include here is this does not include the cost of getting over Veterans Memorial Highway if we decided to do something other than a crosswalk. So if we did a pedestrian bridge or under, you're looking about $2 to $5 million based on what we provide. So that was not included, and I want to include that as a good public servant giving you all of the data.
Yeah, because on the opposite side of the road there's an additional 8 fields. So you'll have the 12 fields here plus the 8 if this was developed with 12 fields as you see it before you. Okay, looking at the defining the local need, currently we've got approximately 115,000 users at the existing sports complex in Orange City. If we went all the way to develop that concept plan, we'd add another 454,000 to give you approximately 559,000 user or participants on that field or that sports complex, and it would then be the busiest sports complex in Volusia County. In terms of the pro forma, this is just a reminder where we were with Hunden. Would generate approximately $1.3 million in revenue, $1.7 million in expenses, and the economic impact would be $14 million.
Is that annual? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just didn't want to.
Yep, that's annual.
Okay.
Yep. And then that facility staffing summary, this is also as presented by Hunden. The left side of your screen are their operations positions that's really focusing on tournament marketing, developing sports development in the Southwest Volusia County. And then on the right side of your screen, those are your on-field maintenance workers. This is the potential funding sources that you have available to you. The naming rights and development rights would be under private partnerships. There's also legislative grants, federal and state grants, and city partnerships, which I will elaborate a little bit on the back end of this. And plus, you also have ECHO and bonding up to $40 million. And then we just wanted to give you the relative advantages and disadvantages of public and private. You see those laid before you. There's also a hybrid where you can have public and private, maybe the best of both worlds. And then the 4 development options, and I'm going to go through each one of those independently. And on the first one, your this would be an example of a publicly developed and operated and maintained facility. A good example of that would be the Apopka Sports Complex, which staff has visited and talked to the leadership out there. This example would be the county would be developing the site as well as maintaining the artificial turf and the natural grass. Plus, we would explore options to provide league marketing and tournament administration and management. And under Model 2, this would be an example would be publicly developed and then privately operated and maintained. You'll see Boomba Sports Complex on the right side of your screen. They partner with Perfect Game. They developed the site using public funds, and they bonded those funds. And so right now, that would be a good example of a publicly developed facility using the private sector to operate and maintain the operations part of the facility. They still use county staff to maintain the facility. And then under Model 3, this is a county and city partnership. So we did meet with all the cities in Southwest Volusia County, Orange City, Deltona, and DeBary. On option A, City of Deltona would provide or could provide land. It's off of Abigail Drive, approximately 45 acres. It would allow for 6 diamonds, 3 rectangular fields, and 8 pickleball courts is what their concept plan dictated on that 45 acres. And then if they partnered with the county on developing that particular site, they would maintain the site in its entirety. And then under option B, we met with the city of DeBary. They wanted to stick with the existing vacant land across from Bennett. However, their needs are a little different. They're looking at a gymnasium. They were not successful in building it in their city. So if the county added the gymnasium to part of that sports complex, then they would maintain the facility in its entirety. All right, and then the last model is a hybrid public-private partnership through the Sports Facility Development Management Entity. So this would be where the County of Volusia would partner with a sports industry leader that would bring together public and private entities for sports facility development and management. A good example of that would be they could package a program together with the private sector, bring in hotels, restaurants, other shops and venues in addition to the sports complex to make it a venue, right? And that using their expertise to partner or to package all those things up, it would be a fee for service, right? So we'd bid that out. We'd select an entity to help partner with us to put that package together. And that's that would be, and a good example of that would be a P3 or a public-private partnership for selecting an entity to put that package together. And in my opinion, you see a lot of sports venues going this way, statewide and nationwide. They're putting these packages because it's millions of dollars, and using public monies as well as private monies, you have a better venue. So with that, I could take any questions.
Looks like you have a lot. Before I go to the council, Michael Dyer, your name is first.
I think Russ pressed my button behind my back. Sorry about that.
After I just said he was a great appointment. Okay, Councilman Reinhardt. Vice Chair Reinhardt, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Tim, first off, we had already discussed this, as did Brad and myself. Just to, when the public was looking at this, we looked at the BMX facility. You know, I have heartache over that. I'd like to see us better utilize the funds for what we currently have on the BMX facility off of Strickland. The hotels are over here. I wasn't aware. We talked about this briefly. This is more so to educate the public on that question because I was getting a few emails about that. And I think, you know, investing in what we already have is important. So removing that, would that remove that aspect of that drawing?
Yeah, that's correct. That concept plan had the BMX.
Yeah.
And as well as a gymnasium in there. There was a small
Oh,
little
the
area in
small,
the
that was
gymnasium,
out
right?
down there.
So, but that BMX was pulled out per council direction before, and with the intention of improving the existing facility at
Of what we
Strickland
already
Range
have.
Park.
Good.
Right.
I'm glad to hear
Yep,
that.
yep.
The next thing you made the comment when Councilman Santiago asked the question about it being an annual revenue of 14 million. If, just to argument's sake, and I'm familiar with the Abigail Drive area, is that on the north or south side of Normandy? Because one side is a lot of residential. There is a school down there.
Yeah.
And then on the other side is really, really low. It dips down to an old retention area that's down there. So I was just curious as to where they would find the land for that, because it is becoming more and more residential over there. Again, the school, that would be a benefit because of the school right being there.
Yeah, I think it's at, what is it, 998 Abigail Drive.
Okay.
And it's about approximately 45 acres. I did visit the site. They do have other areas there that set aside for, I think stormwater, right? But this
Yeah,
is
that's at the
area-
very end of Abigail. There's a stormwater area, a very deep stormwater area.
Yep. Yeah, and I met with Dr. Manager and Mark Manning out there on site. Their concept plan looks to add 6 baseball diamonds and then 3 rectangular fields or natural surfaces on the upper portion of that property. And then they wanted to add pickleball courts, 8 pickleball courts, which is not included in any of the Hunden Sports Complex
Gotcha.
concept plan, right? But that's kind of what their concept plan was. Now, I will say this, I did talk to them because they were here earlier today. I did ask them, you know, they're really flexible on that concept plan. So if council deliberated and wanted to do something different than what they had proposed or what they had, you know, concept plan for, they're open to flexibility.
So with the 14 million revenue,
That's an economic impact.
just economic
That's
impact.
economic.
Okay, so that's not saying what the county would receive versus
We'd have to
what the city.
negotiate that, right?
Understood.
But again, they would be performing all
I do
the,
like the idea that
maintenance.
they're a little more open to modifying that plan as opposed to what other areas would.
That's right.
And that they're not hung up on a gymnasium. For that.
That's not included in their plan.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, remember now, they only have one gymnasium. It's at West Cryle.
True.
And it's older and it's just
It
one-
is.
it's
It
one
is. I
court.
mean, I wouldn't steer away from it. I just didn't know if that was.
Yep.
It comes with a big price tag too.
That's
so.
right. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quick, Tim, can you go over the funding for this? Because there's a misconception of where this funding is coming from, what it can be used for. And obviously, you know, we have other issues that we're dealing with up here, whether it's stormwater and roads. We just want to make sure that the public understands that we're going to be using ECHO money, but I'll let you explain it.
Right. So on the ballot measure, it allowed up to $40 million to be authorized for bonding. So if you wanted to go and use a portion of the ECHO fund to bond, that's available, and it was a part of the ballot measure, as opposed to paying it all up front, right? You can bond it, you can pay for it through time. The other options, you have some naming rights. A good example of that would be at Boomba, which I showed you earlier. Boomba is an apparel company, right? And so they pay Seminole County X funds for the right to put their name, their apparel company name, on the name of the sports complex. So that's another opportunity as a revenue generating income stream.
Do we know how much they're getting, Tim?
If I say 300,000 without, because I think that's what Rick Durr told me, but I'd have to go back and I'd have to really confirm that. But I thought it was 300,000.
Okay.
And that's annually. Yeah, annually. Okay, and then the other income streams, you'd be looking at potentially private partnerships for development side, right? And then legislative appropriation, you have federal and state grants. FERDAP is an example of that, which is the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program through the state. It's only 200 grand, right? So you're only getting a small piece for that because that's a maximum amount. And then, if we're looking at city partnerships, they'd be partnering. Well, City of Deltona would partner with us for a funding option, but City of DeBary didn't offer any city funds for that. They just said if you build the gymnasium in this sports complex, the city would maintain the asset, the entire asset, right?
And lastly, on a different, just transitioning just a little bit, can we pull up the site plan just once more?
Yeah.
Was that a picture right there with that big pond?
No, that was Boomba.
That was Boomba.
That is, now this is the concept plan that Hunden put together that was presented to council. And again, that, it's flexible because this is what their concept plan was. So we could, there's some flexibility in how we develop the site.
And Tim, because we're kind of and this can really go anywhere, but we're in the infant stage of this, we're all big on outdoors. That's the reason we're even considering this. Can we kind of double purpose the stormwater or retention ponds? Can we also offer, or is it too soon, or can we also offer an area where we can have some recreational fishing in there outside of events where families can come, just a couple picnic tables, nothing.
Sure.
People don't need anything crazy, but just another way that we could utilize what's there. That's
Absolutely.
already there.
Yep, absolutely.
For the kids, so.
Yep, also walking track could be added here. I know a lot of parents, as their children are playing and they're waiting for the next game to play in their tournament, they like to get on a trail, so that could also be
kind
part
of
of
like what we do at Karachi Field, and
Yep.
they have a pond there and the trail and
Yep.
everything, so, thanks.
Great suggestion. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good suggestions also, Danny. Starting off the year good. It's good. I like that. I like what you said. Listen, I want to give credit to my colleague over here, Don, because this really started on you pressing the buttons about the facility needs on the west side, right? And so thank you for your persistence in that. I like what I see. I like the options of some type of hybrid. So I am glad you went out to the cities and started to talk to them. I'd still like to go back to Orange City because they have so much skin in the game as this too. They're the ones that probably benefit the most economically, much more so than DeBary. So I think they need to go back and sharpen their pencils as a city and be good partners. As far as I'll just say this for the council and to our staff, I like this regional kind of sort of approach. I think we have an opportunity here to not only leverage what Deltona wants to do on their property and what we can do on our property. Deltona has the opportunity also, which I've encouraged them, to tap into the ECHO dollars as a municipality themselves. We've done 2 years worth of ECHO projects that I've been here, and we all know it's been very light on that side. Again, and I blame them, by the way. I've told them specifically, you guys are not coming to do this, and you need to step up your game. So they have an opportunity to tap into that as an individual municipality. And we also have an opportunity, I think, to make this a real partnership. And I'm going to digress for a second, Mr. Chair and others, because some of you may remember this property was at one time titled for the Partnership Center. It was a project that was between the county, the state, DeBary, Orange City, and Deltona to make that into that property into a conference center, educational center. Daytona State College was a partner in there too. So that's how it got that title at one time, called the Partnership Center. So it could revive itself as a partnership complex, right? But if somebody wants to pay for the naming rights, that's okay too. But we can revive it into a recreational facility that the need is there. I did want to bring up again the BMX stuff, Matt, that you brought up. It's in this plan, the diagram that we're seeing, but it's not being proposed. I want to make sure I understand.
So, yeah, right. So when Hunden originally presented their feasibility study and pro forma, they had included the BMX track in there, right, in the plan. council directed that it would be better suited that we improve the BMX track that we have on the other side of the county, which is at Strickland Range Park, which is, it's a very nice facility. It could use some improving. The organization that takes care of it right now, it's a volunteer group. They do a great job, but it could use some
Yeah.
additional
And
monies.
that might have been a meeting that I didn't participate in at the time. And, you know, had I been engaged in that, I probably would have said the opposite for a couple of reasons. Not that I don't think we should improve Strickland. I don't know where it is, right? And I think you said already it's on the east side.
Come on over and hang out.
Okay, yeah. and you said it's on the east side. Guess what? The kids from Deltona to Berrien Orange City are not going to drive to wherever Strickland Park is, right? So we have an opportunity to serve both sides because, you know, we like it or not, we have the Palmetto Curtain, and from geographically, we're a divided county, right? So I think the both could coexist. When we first came out with this plan, I did get calls from residents in my district advocating for this, which I will say it's kind of surprised me. I had multiple calls. I was like, all right, well, we'll look into it. I also believe, my memory was that we wanted to see if we can do this in a way where it can entertain competitions and done to a level where it attracts people to come for competition. So I think we can do both, guys. Again, price tag is important, what the dollars and cents. I'm just talking vision. The other thing, Mr. Chair, I'll just say, when we first met about this project, I wanted to tell the council what I shared with staff was that if, let's say we keep this layout, one of the things that I think I used the word Disney. I use the description to Disney. If you go to Disney properties and you see how they keep the topography and the nature of certain areas intact. I'm not talking about some of their older projects, but they try to keep the naturescape of the property. So what I had shared with staff, can we look into the possibilities of, let's say we were taking this concept, how do we keep trees in areas where we don't have to knock them down, right? And make natural barriers or natural landscape to the facility. So it almost makes it feel like there's quadrants within the facility, if that makes sense. So, yeah, like Fantasyland, there you go. Yeah, but it's with trees. But, you know, how do we make the park different, still have the opportunity to have all those fields, but keep as much, I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to say, don't scrape the whole thing down. And I know that area is already largely very thin, but if we can design this, if we approve this, eventually to have that concept design so that it keeps as much of the naturescape as possible and don't knock everything down. So I'll wrap up with this, Mr. Chair. I think we should go the hybrid approach, bring Orange City back to the table or get them at the table. And with that hybrid, we could work with Deltona if they're wanting to do their own facilities. Don't replicate what we're doing here. It can possibly be marketed as a coexistence project, right? There's games that are going, you know, just like the Olympics, right? Not everything, the Olympics are not done in one facility. They're done in multiple facilities. So how do you market that people can come to this area and have partnership parks to premier partnership facilities to do events? Sorry for a long-winded, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to share that vision. That was a question. I did ask a question. And do you think Danny was right about adding? No, I'm kidding.
Okay, let's go back to, well, before I go to funding, BMX. Do we have a BMX course at Chuck Lennon Park in DeLeon?
That is a mountain bike course, right? So there are two different things going on. BMX is with bikes, right? But you're looking at hills and jumps. And mountain biking is a thin 18-inch to 2-foot wide trail through the woods, is what we have at Chuck Lennon Park. It's very popular. I think it's top 5 in the state, but different. Mountain bike trail, BMX track, and then you have the motocross track, which is a different track. It has motorized vehicles as opposed to
Does your staff maintain any of the Chuck Lennon mountain craft, or is that all volunteer? I know you got good volunteers up there.
Yeah. So we have brokered agreement with the Southern Off-Road Mountain Biking Association, and they virtually take care of all of the maintenance of that 10 miles worth of mountain bike trail there. Now, let me couch that. When they need material or they need some matting to prevent erosion, we work with them we provide them the materials, then they use their volunteers to go and put that in place.
Okay. It's a really nice
Very
course.
nice, yeah. Very popular as well.
When, David, when you're talking about the hybrid, are you talking about Model 3 or 4?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I've got phase 1, phase 2. Let me go to that.
And then,
Yes. I think Model 4, Mr. Chair. We just left the
okay,
screen.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Tim.
Yeah.
Funding is going to be the big hurdle, probably with all of us here. I know that in staff meetings, I already see that the county manager and his staff are focused like a laser beam on controlling floodwaters. What do we do with stormwater? So the funding is going to be a big hurdle. Has Orange City, DeBerry, or Deltona proposed how they would help fund it, or are they just going to come to ECHO too?
Yeah, so in terms of Deltona, City of Deltona, they're partnering financially, where they would share in the cost of development of the site on Abigail Drive on city-owned land.
And provide the land.
Yeah, they would provide their land, and they would also partner in the development costs. And then, once it's constructed, they would assume the maintenance and operating costs for the facility. Now, in City of DeBerry's case, they're really only pledging to maintain the facility once the facility is constructed.
Just the gym operating? Just the gym or the whole facility?
The whole facility. If the county committed to build the facility along with the gymnasium, then the city would maintain the entire facility.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go back in time real quick here. So City of DeBerry had a plan to build a gymnasium, 30,000 square foot facility, and they're here, by the way. And I think it was $12.5 million at the time, so it's significantly more than that now.
So I would say there has been some discussions and agreement and concept among staff that would still have to go before the City of DeBerry, as you know. So, and that would be to maintain and operate the facility is what they've committed to. Now, we've asked legal about, operating an extraterritorial park. Is that allowed? Because it would not be within their city limits. And so, that would be up for DeBerry to find out, and us to vet, of course.
How would Orange City participate in Bennett?
Well,
Orange City has some statistics that say they're serving non-city residents, county kids at about a rate of 60% to 40% of city kids with their recreational programs. So they feel like they're doing their part to help the county at this point.
Interpretation, they're not coughing up any money.
I don't believe so at this point.
All right.
I mean, we did have these right after the storm as well. So the focus has been, and I think the focus continues to be, so for some of our smaller cities, is, bringing back some normalcy to their city.
I think you gave Don credit for bringing this up, and he certainly put this back on the front burner, and we do need it in West Volusia. There's no doubt about it. There's needs in East Volusia as well for sports facilities. I think I remember, Danny might remember, in 2021, we talked about this, and the county manager, I think correctly said that whenever we did this, it needed to be funded by ECHO. If we get grants, that's fine too, and not general fund. I've not heard any talk about general fund. Is that, for me, we would have to stay completely away from general fund to do this.
So that's what outdoor recreation is, one of the portions of the ballot language, and this will certainly qualify. We've helped our municipal partners. We spent over $20 million developing outdoor recreation fields with our partners. Multiple projects in this category. It would certainly qualify with the ballot language, and you have the ability to bond. Where general fund dollars would come in is that subsidy. If general fund or other, if you had other funds that may be available to subsidize that, essentially $400,000 the dearth between the 1.3 and the 1.7 is what we're looking at. Now, when we talk to commissioners or the commissioners in Seminole County will tell you we will gladly supplement out of the general fund because it's generating $60 million in economic activity in our county. And so they're more focused on economic development, and the subsidy they're providing to that is what's bringing the economic development to their community. So it's, I think the first step, I think for this council is to say, you know, do we want this to be an economic development engine on the west side, or do we want to meet the demand for youth sports in our community? And if you want it to be an economic development engine, I would recommend Model 4, where we partner with someone. The adage of build it and they will come in this sector does not work. You need to start at the very beginning and have a partner who's developing 100 acres next to you with 3 hotels and restaurants and making it a community hub. That's the economic development model. Now, if you wanted to meet the demand locally, we've engaged the school board and got some data. If you look at 61% of our fields in this county are on the east side, and 53% of the youth population is on the west side. So what this would do is kind of even that out if you're providing these fields to the west side. So we could do both. And that's what the model contemplates if we go big. If we go 8 to 12 fields is what you need to have a tournament-style facility. So if we do that, we could still provide youth play during the week and have tournaments on the weekends. Now, I will say, Hunden does have us breaking even in about year 3 or 5 as we move out, because only in the first year we have about 16 tournaments. So they project that we will continue to grow over time the number of tournaments. Boomba has 52 a year, and some on the same weekends.
Wow.
And they've talked to Boomba and said we could use additional fields like ours 4 to 6 times a year as overflow because we're that close. The problem is the hotel rooms. If we want it to be a truly economic development activity, right now Hunden said you'll generate 5,600 hotel rooms, but only 24% of those will be realized in Volusia County, about 1,200, because we don't have the hotels. So if we want to do the economic development approach, we got to go whole hog with the partner. But if we want to do we can offset our operational costs by having some local regional tournaments and meet the local need, we can certainly do that as well. And those are the kind of the questions that council needs to answer for us as staff to.
Do either of you know, we're already hearing rumblings in Daytona, not rumblings, they're planning on a sports complex there. Have they come to us yet and asked to partner or for any funding?
They have not at this point.
Do you expect it?
I'm certainly ECHO is available to all of our municipalities, so I would almost guarantee that they would come as a partner. We did ask, so when is the saturation point? Because there is a lot of this going on in our community, and I think the demand is so high that what they have told us is that those weekend tournaments, there's always going to be demand for. And they showed us some data over the last recession where every sector of the tourism industry shrank in consecutive quarters except for sports tourism, because I think it was outside and people wanted to get outside during COVID. And so this is the only sector of the tourism sector that's resilient, is what the word that they used. And so we will not cannibalize each other. There is enough demand to go around. So we had contemplated at that point, Palm Coast was, in discussions for a $90 million complex with multiple fields, 20 in the 20s. They have backed away from that plan. So now Daytona's coming forward with, they've done the analysis as well, but I think there will be synergy rather than cannibalization.
When I think about saturation points, I'm thinking more about how far can ECHO maintain this. If Daytona's coming after ECHO funds, we do for something like this. We'll run out of money in a year or two. I mean, it goes to 2040, and every year we'll get more money, but. How many of these this is your saturation point, can the county maintain? How many can we afford to build? So that's what I'm concerned about now. Do you have any idea between now and 2040 how many projects like this that the county has plans for or will be bringing to us?
We do not, but I will say part of our strategic planning process is this council approved, which will be kicking off in the next few months, is going to be part of that consultant is sitting down with the cities and developing a long-range plan. However, I will say, and I stand by this as I've said before, standing at this podium, that their strategic plan is only as long as those elected officials are sitting at that dais. So they may tell us this is our plan, for 2040, but it could change after the next election, and we've seen that happen in our municipalities. So,
well, in the county council as well.
I will say that at this point in time, there are caps on what for a facility that you can get unless it provides a significantly different experience. So for an outdoor recreation facility like this, the cap would be 3.1 million for our partners. But this council has the authority based on the direct county expenditure program to do more.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Okay. Dr. Burball, Chuck Lennon is a perfect example. They've got it's a mountain bike trail, but it's meant for cycling activities. It's completely different than BMX. Mountain biking is riding in the trails in the woods for several miles for exercise and uphills, downhills. BMX is just a short course. Strickland's been there since '86. It's a huge success. I've been over there many a times. I was there for the grand opening a year ago, or the grand marshal for the national event. Okay, my question, Brad, Dr. Burball, do you have any idea how much money the county spends to maintain Chuck Lennon? Because they've got the BMX, or the mountain bike trail system. They have a couple of soccer fields, got 3 or 4 or 5 Little League fields. So how much are we spending a year maintaining that?
I will say this man right here does a great job with partners. So for the mountain bike and BMX, we bid it out, and they agree to maintain not the entire facility, their amenity. So for those specialized amenities where we're providing the area or the space for, they are maintaining those with the caveat that Tim shared, that we may help if there's erosion and they need erosion mats. We'll help. But otherwise, Tim could tell you, what the cost recovery or what he has for every single park. We track what it costs. So do you have any off the top of your head?
Yeah, so I was going to say it's about $47,500 per field on average to maintain a sports complex. And that's consistent with Lennon and Bennett.
Okay, so how much do we spend? How many fields?
So there are 8 fields out there, so we're right around $450,000, somewhere around there, give or take.
Chuck Lennon.
Yep.
Now that's natural turf fields.
Right.
Now these would be artificial turf fields, which will have they have a replacement life, but have a significant less maintenance requirement.
Why do we need artificial turf? Why isn't grass good enough?
So because of the demand. So right now because of the demand and the number of people on it, we're replacing it much more often than we should.
How often are we replacing the fields in Chuck Lennon?
Yeah, let me add a little bit to that, because when we get into the artificial turf and the natural turf, there's lots of pros and cons on both. So if you'd like it, let me spend 2 minutes in general, between the difference between artificial turf and natural grass, right? So in the artificial turf, which you'll see on the Hunden plan, they had 8 fields that were artificial turf. And on those fields, it allows you great flexibility because it's resilient. You can put as many games on there 24 hours a day if you wanted to. That really doesn't impact the ability or the turf condition, correct? Now, when you move to a natural grass, you put that kind of traffic on a natural grass field, you're closing down your fields. You're potentially restructuring in front of goals or high-use areas. So now you got to rebuild, you got to close down your facility, and then you got to have less traffic on those facilities.
How often does that happen? I don't mean to interrupt you, but how often have we had to rebuild the fields?
Every year I have to rebuild Bennett because of the usage out there, and every year, and that's at the rectangular fields, not on the diamonds, but on the rectangular fields. And same thing at Chuck Lennon. There are 2 fields out there. There's leagues out there that play on the weekends mostly, and it gets tore up, and we got to close the fields down, cut out areas, and then resod with more Bermuda, right? Now on the artificial turf side, you don't have to do that, but you have to rebuild it approximately every 10 to 15 years which is significant. It's about $500,000 per field to rebuild once it's reached reaches the end of its useful life. The other con to the artificial turf is it's hot. So they're making strides, right? The industry is making strides to try to cool it down, but it does still get hot, especially during the summertime. So, there's some limitations on that. But again, the pro on that is you can put every kind of recreational activity on that artificial turf.
So how much would it be just to put out, I mean, I think you've already mentioned, what was the numbers again? The east side has 43% of the youth.
So the east side, so the east side has 61% of the field, so 62%. Tim did one part of this math, I did the other part. So 62% of the fields and about 49% of the youth age population.
So isn't it true that artificial turf for soccer and football is more dangerous on the knees for athletes?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, right.
It's getting into lawyer mode. Watch out.
Yeah. So artificial turf is approximately 20% higher in terms of injury per play than natural grass. And when I say injuries, it's really your ankles and your knees, not the upper extremities. That's contact really that you're talking about that, but it's really your ankles and your knees. They're making strides though. I did a little check-in to see what's maybe the good example of this to try to minimize injuries. I found a hybrid. It's Kentucky bluegrass and an artificial turf at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. And, about half of the fields in the NFL are artificial turf and about half are natural. If you talk to the players really want a natural turf, right? But when you're looking at Lambeau Field, you got a hybrid. They've woven in Kentucky bluegrass to an artificial turf, and that might be the way that you might have the best of both worlds.
What would the harm be if we're all, I don't expect any of this to come out of anywhere but Echo. I mean, I think Echo, the 72% of the voters said we want taxes to go towards outdoor recreational activities. And when I brought this up a year or two ago, there's still a deficiency in football practice fields and Little League fields on the west side. I still hear it.
Yep.
And so what's the harm in just using this land, building natural fields without the city, just do it as a Model 1, natural fields like I grew up with and the rest of these guys probably grew up with, playing in the grass. And if later on down the road, a later council wants to do artificial turf at a later time, they got maybe more money in the budget at that point in Echo, let them do it. But would that be a reasonable plan?
So, I like natural grass too. I played on natural grass. I played on artificial turf as well, and I'd rather play on natural grass than artificial turf, just as a player. However, if you're looking at economic impact, the artificial turf gives you a greater allowance for more activity on the field than your natural grass. So if you're looking at this as a driver, right, you're probably gonna need some kind of artificial turf to keep tournament play all day long, every weekend a year, to bring that economic impact.
So I think what Tim's saying is doable if you want to meet the local need. So
Yes, yeah.
if you want to have tournaments on the weekend and local play during the week, you could not have natural grass. You couldn't have turf grass. You would have to
I
be
should
artificial.
qualify that then, because there's a shortage. The stats, thank you for the numbers, they support what I've said all along, is there's a shortage of practice fields for the residents, the west side residents of the county. And I just want to meet that demand. I'm not trying to add more traffic and more people into the community than we already are dealing with, but at least to deal with the local demand of the Deltona children, the Orange City children, the Berry children, so they have a place to go after school sooner than later to be able to practice football and Little League and soccer. Is that a viable?
Yeah, if you're looking for just a local need, natural grass would be fine. My only couch on that is the football. One season you're gonna have to resod or you're gonna have to replenish that field after one season.
Okay.
Yep.
On American football or soccer?
On football, on tackle football, not
Real
flag
football.
Tackle football tears up the fields pretty quick.
And I guess the other thing is, I know, what is the issue with the BMX course? Why couldn't we just put that in now?
So there was consensus. I went back and read the transcript from our meeting. There was consensus to focus on, there was not to, before funding this, to focus on improvements at Strickland. There was not an eliminating it from the plan, but it was a discussion. There was consensus to focus on improving Strickland, and the people that came from Strickland, I think they're who are the ones who swayed this council into saying, let's focus on strengthening that and improving it, bringing it to a championship caliber where we could host both East and West events. And USA BMX said they're far enough apart where you could have 2 different tournaments a year here, and there's a demand.
But what if we just did something like the one in DeLand? The city of DeLand has a little BMX park, and that's a government-run park, correct?
Yeah, we could do that here if you wanted to do that. Yeah. It's just
I'm just talking about a place for the
Yeah.
kids to take their bicycles, go up and down some hills, and skateboard, and just have somewhere to hang out while they're waiting for their football game or their Little League game to come up. We couldn't do that?
No, it's council direction, whatever you'd
Yeah.
like us to do
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have. Thanks, guys.
Councilman Johansson.
I'm waiting for debate, sir, so if others have questions, I'll hold off.
Troy, you got questions?
Sure, I have a couple questions.
Councilman Kent.
So with Ormond Sports Complex, looking at the 471,300 visits a year, yeah, here's the question.
Talking to Dave.
Oh yeah, here's the question. Did the county participate with Ormond in building a sports complex?
Yes.
How much?
I'd have to pull the numbers, but I have them in a list. You want me to- Yes, it was Echo dollars. I don't know if building, but improving, we certainly have. I will need to pull those numbers though.
Lights.
Yeah.
What was that, Tim?
I think it might have been lights. Lighting of the field.
Lighting.
I think was it Robert Caroline is the parks director up in Ormond, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I had a conversation with them, and I think they were looking at lighting for one of their sports complex.
Right.
And I could be wrong, but Brad will
And I know
verify
there was
that.
some racing and recreation money for the Limitless Playground that's up there. I'm not sure if Echo participated with that any at all. I just bring that up for the council because that was a big nut that Ormond paid for and still pays for the maintenance every year. So you have some that are out there doing it all on their own, and now we're looking at a situation and times change, and I get that. But I just wanted to put that out there. The rest of mine are comments, so that was the only question I had.
Did you have a question or comment, Matt?
Comment.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Of your percentage that you said, the 40 to 60%, is that both a county and municipal facilities or just county?
Both county and municipal. Yep, all fields.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We're done questions for now? Okay, Jake, you got taken off, but I remember seeing your name up at the very top. So Jake Johansson. She's shortening the meeting.
She was telling me to press the button, so I didn't know which button to press. So, first of all, every one of these projects that we talk about that's funded by ECHO has a maintenance tail that's going to come out of somewhere, right? And so, ECHO is not for outdoor recreation. ECHO is for 4 things: environmental, culture, heritage and history, and outdoor. Each one of those has a tail. So think about that when we approve a cultural grant or when we approve a historical grant. Those come with a tail. Sometimes we pay for them, sometimes nonprofits pay for them, but there's a tail associated. The other thing is I'm very, I don't want to say I'm opposed, but I've run a city before, and I've seen a city walk away from an obligation to pay for something that was agreed to be paid for. and it's okay now, but it might not be okay in 10 years. 2008 might come where the city says, sorry, we can't maintain that ball field anymore, or that gymnasium or whatever, and it comes back to us. So I'm very cautious about partnering with municipalities, not because I don't trust them, because things happen and they may occasionally have to walk away. I'm very supportive of the P3, the private public venture, because then the private entity assumes some risk. And I like when everybody's got skin in the game. I also think that the P3 organization, if we can make it work, is that the hotels that would be established close by, hopefully in a P3 arrangement, would draw more revenue to us, more economic development revenue, and the private entity can then charge that pay to play. I think you're all familiar with that. I did my share of hotel buying when my kids were in travel ball, but with the pay to play, it's almost a guarantee that we're going to get revenue, because you got to stay in our hotels or you can't play baseball or soccer at our tournament. So that's where I sit with this. I think it's great. I think the bonding option is phenomenal. It allows us to buy something large like this and pay it without killing our echo funds for a year or 2 or 3 to make that happen. And it will enable us to keep our echo program going. So that option 4 is where I'm at with this, and work with a good organization. I could take or leave the BMX. I could take or leave the gymnasium, and I would like it to be regional. When I said partnering with cities, I'm talking about long term, but it would be nice to have the participating West Side cities that plan on using that facility to maybe throw in some capital at first to make it a little more palatable as well. But that's for George to arrange with the managers and us to lobby with the elected officials if it comes to that. So those are my thoughts on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing it come to fruition for the West Side and try to keep all the revenue here in Volusia County and not in Seminole.
If I may, and I would be remiss, and if you heard this outside of the chambers and not from me, you'd probably be upset. So in addition to Model 4, when we did meet with Orange City, she did say that there's 100 acres south, I'm directionally challenged, adjacent to this property that is set for commercial development. So if we were to move forward with the P3, the area is ripe for something like this, given that 100 acres is slated for commercial development, restaurants, hotels, and such.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with your comments, Jake. I just wanted to clarify one thing, because I think the O in ECHO allows for this, right? I just want to make sure. Okay. Oh, okay. I misunderstood you.
I just, it was stated that it was approved for outside recreation.
Oh, more than that.
That's 1/4 of what it's approved
Gotcha.
for.
I misunderstood you. Thank you. I'm glad I asked to clarify. And then Don, I appreciate your perspective. Try to, I guess, control costs and stuff like that, just to go to fit the minimal need or the what people are asking for now. But I think we're at an opportunity here now to help West Volusia, Southwest Volusia, with an economic engine. If you recalled over the years, I've said Daytona Beach and that area is Volusia County's economic engine, right? And not that this is going to surpass it, but this gives an opportunity to diversify our economic input by bringing in some revenue in certain areas. And that area could support it. That road has just been widened to 4 lanes. It's close to I-4. We starve of hotels in West Volusia. If anything's going to bring more hotels, which then brings more good type of development, hopefully, is hotels. Events like this that attract people to the area. Right now, there's no reason because people just live here for the most part, and there's no demand for building a hotel where people just they reside. So I think if we're going to do it, the P4, let's go for the economic engine, but be smart about it. I like that you say you don't want to cannibalize any other areas. We need to make sure that regionally we're communicating with cities, that we're not taking one from the other. And I know you're looking at that. So, and I think ECHO, like you said, Don and others, is the way to go. And probably bonding this. The Berry thing, I'm still interested in figuring that idea out. I know it's just on a staff level right now. It's just an interesting piece to me. I think we still have more answers. I think what we need to do as a council is just say, okay, we like whatever option, go to the next step, come back to us. I think that's where we need to be. And I'll just say Model 4 at this point. I still like the BMX because I think that's a unique factor. I don't want to just copy what others are doing. Let's make it a different reason for people to come here too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a fountain, well, yes, with lights.
With
Fountain with lights.
And fishing.
Yeah, there you go.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. Hearing what you said, Councilman Santiago, I understand. One of the questions that was brought up when I actually toured the BMX facility over in Strickland, and I saw the concerns that they have with respect to the actual course. It's been there for a long time, like you said, Don, and it needs some love. They do a lot of big competitions there, and their concern, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, their concern, they understood the need and the desire to put something on the west side of the county with respect to BMX. Their concern was hotels. There are a lot of people that do travel competition-wise for this sport. And right now, no offense to the west side of the county and Deltona DeBerry area, there are no hotels to speak of. They're going to Seminole County. So where are they spending their money? To eat. Where are they spending their money? To stay.
To drink.
So they don't want to give that competition. They didn't want to give our revenue away, from what we're going to make here in Volusia County. Daytona, we have the hotels. And so people are staying there. But I do like the compromise of some sort of facility there. It doesn't have to be at the level of what Strickland is, because I still want to make Strickland better. The meat and potatoes are already there. Now we just have to add the spices. So, whereas, you're starting from scratch, but I think some sort of BMX track, I'm open to that. I am. But I think they don't want to compete with themselves, because they're only going to go to one area. So I'm just saying, leave that food for thought when they do that. But I also, too, like the Model 4. I don't want any of our general fund money going into this. That's what we have the ECHO funds for. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just add something to Mike, to Matt? Matt?
This is Matt Reinhardt.
Yeah, it's Mike. If I may, Troy? Because you're right about the hotels, and what's great about, I drive the Boomba area often, right almost across the street from Boomba, just a couple blocks, a brand new hotel's going up. It's about probably 50% done. So that has shown, and that hotel is being built because of Boomba.
And I hope that arrangement was made before.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All right, Councilman Troy Kent.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So it sounds like we will help become the economic engine for Seminole County, since we don't have the hotels, and they'll all be mostly staying over there. That's a little bit of a concern. My comments looking at the multi-purpose fields, the grass fields, the BMX course, let me just say, you get one shot at this, and there's no doubt there is a need on the west side. The BMX course should be included in this from the get-go. There should be, for Tim and Dr. Burball, there should be a walking track. I was going to go with the fishing, but then there was a smart comment about a fountain with lights. So I'll still go with the fishing, because I think that's another great opportunity you get there. You should also have a limitless playground at this location. You need a playground where any kid, regardless of their disability, can participate with every other kid their age. You know, the thing I found that is amazing, and I also find it uncanny, is that kids don't really look at other kids as having, you know, a disability or something that they can't do. And whenever you have a playground where if a kid in a wheelchair can swing on a swing next to another kid, I think it's a good thing to add at this time, a limitless playground. I'd be remiss if I didn't say you take one of those grass fields and you turn half of it into a world-class dog park. And I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious. You have something there. You have something there where it's an enclosed, fenced area, and there are activities for the pet owners and the dogs as well, like at the Ormond Beach YMCA, for example. If you want to know what to go look at and see, Ormond Beach partnered with the Ormond Beach YMCA and some private investors. And at the Lydecker Family YMCA in Ormond Beach, we have a dog park there. There's also one up in Bicentennial Park, but something I think that we should talk about. I am absolutely no on general funds for this. I am yes for eco funds. This is a lot of money. We're talking like $39-40 million here. But I would be remiss, and I'm gonna advocate for the east side a little bit here, and we have to do that. Eco funds should, in my opinion, county projects first. Ocean Center. We got Lynn Flanders there. We've got a big project coming up at the Ocean Center. I think we should be talking about eco funds there. I know we have Daytona Beach talking to us about Jackie Robinson Ballpark, and, you know, they want serious eco dollars there as well. So the question, Chairman, was extremely appropriate. What is our saturation level, and when do we get there? You know, at what point do we say we're up to our neck, no new projects coming? To get down to the brass tacks of this, I'm actually okay with Model 3 or Model 4. My concern with Model 4 is we help a private business. You know, we put in almost all the money, I feel like, to build the thing, and then they come in and take all the money with their dump truck. And for 3 or 4, it would have to be spelled out because it's such a huge, significant amount of money by the taxpayers of Volusia County that if the city or the private company, they would have to have a real plan in place to make sure that there is money put aside for renewal and replacement. Because what I don't want to have happen is in 20 years from now go, oh, well, we need $70 million to kind of redo everything because the place is getting old and shabby. And hey, taxpayers, you go ahead and foot that bill again while the owner of the company is on his private jet that he flew to get onto his private yacht, you know, hanging out in the South Pacific somewhere. Picking up what I'm laying down? Thanks. That's all.
Okay, council, I'm going to warn you. Don Dempsey is next, and he has a unique ability to change everybody's mind. So, Councilman Dempsey.
Guys, when I brought this up 2 years ago, I was never talking about using youth sports as a way of becoming an economic driver for the community. I'm not here trying to say let's profit because youth sports is an untapped reservoir of money that we can get from the parents. I get it, Jake. My son did travel hockey, ice hockey, and we'd go all the way to Charlotte or out of state and have to pay twice the fees to stay in their hotels, and it was, yeah, they made a lot of money off of it. That's not what I ever foresaw when I brought this up. All I'm saying is my son practicing Little League in stormwater retention ponds. I'm talking about the local high school football, private football team, the Bulldogs, the coach coming to me saying, can we practice on your farm? Because we have nowhere to practice. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I don't care about economic drivers. I don't care about drawing millions of dollars in from out-of-town areas. I don't care about the hotels. I don't care about whether Sanford is making more money than Deltona in hotel revenue. I'm talking about giving these kids a place to practice football and a place to play Little League. And at what point to answer your question, Troy, whenever we got 52% of the youth athletes, but only 38% of the fields. When we get 52% of the fields and accessibility on the west side, when we have 52% of the youth athletes looking for a place to play and practice, then I'll shut up.
Who asked you to shut up?
Nobody. but I'm just, no, I'm not saying, no, because you said we have to equalize and everything equalize, I think was your reference. But my reference is, by the pure numbers, we have a deficiency over here on the west side. I don't care. I'm not asking for anything but Model 1. What harm is there in just taking this property, mowing the fields, planting grass, putting a couple millings roads in, and giving these kids a place to practice football, a place to play Little League? Hunden, I have no, I don't believe their numbers, okay? And I don't like the fact that they are being the bar for our numbers in this thing. I can't imagine it costs that kind of money to maintain fields basically equivalent to what we already have in DeLeon Springs. I mean, we've got a skate park in DeLand. You want to go ride BMX or skateboards, you go to DeLand. It's unmanned, unsupervised, and it's been going on for probably close to a decade now. It can't cost that much money. You guys got a skate park at the Port Orange YMCA that Echo paid for. So I know you got a skate park in Ormond. I don't know where that came from, who financed it. But I'm not looking for a national draw. That's great. But I don't, to the kids, I don't think it cares which city or which county agency is financing it. Let's just give them a place to practice football and a place to practice Little League. I don't care about drawing in the hotels and all this money. So I just want Model 1. Let's get it moving. If a later council decides, you know what, we could really make a ton of money off of this if we went to the hotels, they could always change to a Model 3 or Model 4 at that point. But let's just give these kids now. It's been 2 years since I brought it up, and I don't feel like we're any closer than we were then, to be quite frank. I just want to give these kids a place to practice football. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, proving me that I was right. That creates another question for me, but I'm going to wait because somebody might answer it here. So, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He didn't convince me. But you were right when you said that that's what you came up with initially. So I respect that. And, to kind of go towards the dialogue that just happened, I want to use an analogy in the sales business. Once you make the sale, I don't want to say the words, but that's usually what happens. I think Troy is supporting the effort. And though he has his caveats how to get there, right? I think he's supporting the effort. The reason why I like the economic side of it, because, we're going to talk about goal setting shortly, and our facilitator called me and we spoke on the phone, and it was a very quick conversation. And he said, well, what's your goal? All right. And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was something along the lines. And I said, I want to focus on economic prosperity for Volusians. And that means a lot of things, right? A lot of things touch that, and we'll talk about that more. And yes, I want kids to be able to play. I think we get the best of both worlds here with this, right? Because guess what mom and dad need to have in order to bring the kid to that to participate in that activity? They have to have jobs, right? Because these sports are not cheap at the same time. So I think we can do both, Don. Now the question is the final analysis, right? I don't know. We may get this final analysis and say, what the heck? We got to back off from here, right? It's not going to work. But I think we can accomplish what you want and bring some economic prosperity additional to West Volusia, Southwest Volusia. Yeah, I guess that's my piece. I think we can do both, Don. But I don't know until we have at the end. So I think you have support to do what you want. And I think I know what you're trying to say. Hey, guys, I didn't ask for all of this. I wanted this. But I think you can get that and we can go more. That's how I feel. And I think you can live with that. You're just saying, hey, I didn't want this big price tag. I think that's what you were saying. But if the numbers make sense, I didn't want the big price tag either. But if the numbers make sense, then maybe we should think of, would we invest our own monies in this type of thing? I don't know the answer yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to Jake. I'd like for you two to be thinking about this while Jake and Danny are talking. Is it going to be the same $39 million for the option 1 that he's talking about, or number 4? I'm not just.
It remains to be seen. I think that you will, in the Model 4, it's very much the way that I likened it to when we were meeting with some of the folks that do this. It's very much, and please don't liken it to that, but a capital stack. When I bring affordable housing projects before you and there's a capital stack, the county's going to give this much, private equity is going to give this much, the state has given this much in incentives, and this is how much that the property owner next door is giving. It's a capital stack. So it will you guys will approve that stack on who's giving what and how the profit sharing will go. So it's a much different animal. I don't foresee it, we don't foresee it being more than 39, I will say that.
For what Don wants? No. It better not be.
No, for the number 4.
Right.
If I could add to that, so the artificial turf fields cost a lot more to build than your natural turf. So if the plan under option 1 is no artificial turf, which is, I thought that's where you're heading, yes, and Model 4 would give you artificial turf and natural grass, the artificial turf are going to be somewhere between $800 to $1 million per field, and your natural grass is significantly less than that. I think it's like 200,000, something like that. So, but now here's the rub though. So when you go to maintain that grass, there's lots of costs that go to maintain that grass. You're mowing it, you're fertilizing it, you're herbiciding it, signal grass, all the weed control, plus the watering, plus you're cutting out grass as you move through time. And that artificial turf, you're not, right? So there's a lower cost on yearly ongoing maintenance, but a large upfront cost. And then at the end of that 10 to 12 year period of time, you got to rebuild that field, and that's about $500,000. So when you weigh them all out over that 12 to 15 year time frame, they're not far off of one another, but it's a matter of what you want.
Can I respond? Or I didn't know if that was directed at me or just in general. I'll wait my time. I'll wait. Sorry.
Yeah. Jake Johansson.
I have a question and comment. The percentages east side and west side are the east side percentages versus west side. It's people in general, not unincorporated versus incorporated, right? And all the fields. Does the county have any big fields on the east side where we play ball?
So the largest one we have on the east side is Strickland Park.
Right.
And there are 2 baseball diamonds there.
Got it.
I don't have any rectangular fields on the east side. Now, the cities have quite a bit.
So on the east side, we have more fields than on the west side. But on the east side, we have more fields, less kids.
That's correct.
But those fields are paid for with ECHO, maintained by cities. Have we ever had west side cities asking for ECHO funds for fields? And to what extent? And why are why have the cities fallen short for the demand for fields, I guess is my question. You don't know the answer.
I couldn't answer that question.
I know. So
speculate, but I will say, I've asked my team, I've seen before as I was texting down there to get me a list of all of the outdoor recreation and sports fields we've invested in on the east and west. And yes, we see actually a lot more. So it's kind of the evolution of sports. So we will see improvements coming from the east side for their fields that we've helped fund, and we'll get requests to fund the development of fields from the west side. So they're kind of in 2 different places.
I got it. Because I hear Councilmember Dempsey's, I just want fields for the kids to play ball. Mention the Bulldogs. I think that's probably Pop Warner, but has DeLand, is it known to DeLand that there's a shortage there,
Yes.
and what have they done to fix it successfully or unsuccessfully? I don't know. I'm a little bit remiss on that part of the research. And why why is Volusia County coming to the rescue with this big program? I like it, but I want to know why us and not the cities. And you probably can't answer that either. Rhetorical. So you know, from my perspective, we're back from the I just want fields to I want a driver. If you just want fields, let's ask the cities to consider funding some fields, and we'll help them with ECHO. I'm more with Councilmember Santiago on this, and I talked to staff about this. I want our local kids to have access to those fields. I really want our local kids to have access to artificial turf, so when they do pay to play in Seminole and everywhere, it isn't the first time they've played. Because from a baseball and a soccer perspective, where my boys played, it's much different. The ball bounces different. You know, we've worn a few in the face because the ball bounces different on turf. So I want that opportunity for our kids, and we talked about it. Monday through Thursday, probably local, and then we take the weekends off, and that's when the tournaments come in. So as long as we keep that balance, I'm all for the economic driver and take care of our local kids. So that's why, and a successful P3 is invaluable. I've seen them work all over the nation, and there's no reason why it can't work here if we do it right. And there's people to help us do it right. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. My exact notes right before David was talking was best of both worlds. Don, I agree 100% with you, but I think we can make this thing into something very great for the West Side, and I agree that it's lacking in demand, just like any outdoor sports. If you look at power sports and outdoor recreation, it took off and is thriving, I think, more than ever before. What's also enticing to me is that 100 acres that's adjoining this gives us an opportunity to really build something or create a package to supplement this and make this thing really unique and adds to Volusia's repertoire of activities and diversifies our tax base and supports really what this whole council has said is getting a little bit more away from maybe residential development and being very target specific in what we do on the in our commercial or industrial. So I'm all in. If we're going to do it, I think we should do it right. I'm ready to make a motion for Model 4, but I'll end it with this: that these kids are our future. Don, we all share this. This is probably one of the best investments that I believe holistically that this county could ever make. That covers so much that would affect our community in all positive ways. So.
I'll second that.
I'm all in.
Second motion.
So we have a motion for Model 4.
And then on that 100 acres,
And a
I wouldn't be
second.
against putting a dog park there. Just saying. Maybe get Westminster and whatever.
You would or would not
I would
be?
not be against it. I'd entertain it.
Okay. So the motion on the floor right now is for the Model 4. That motion came from Councilman Robbins, second came from Councilman Santiago. Councilman Troy Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. I'll just say, after Councilman Johansson's comments and I, looking at Don, I just want to say, the East Side does have more fields, but those cities have paid for it. The county didn't do that. So it makes me question, why aren't the cities paying for it on the West Side? And then it made me think, well, why are we talking about this right now? I don't remember one city member coming before us and saying, hey, I want you to fund us something on the West Side. We're talking about it because, Don, you brought it up. And you're like, hey, the West Side doesn't have this stuff. And we're listening to it. In my opinion, it does make me wonder, why haven't those West Side cities provided what the East Side cities have been providing and still provide and pay to maintain, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm okay. I told you all I was okay with Model 3 or Model 4. Don, you had me thinking there because I thought your idea might cost $300 and some free barbecue, just having an open field and, someone come and mow it every once in a while and, just give kids an area to kind of just throw a ball or something. But I'm okay going along with this to see where it can go. And also, if we're going to do it, I mentioned it, you get one shot at this. You should do it the right way. Thanks.
Get my second round.
Councilman
Okay.
Dempsey.
Yeah, real quick, just to, I like Model 3 or Model 4 as well. I'm not, and I'm glad you guys are all in support of it. At least nobody's up here saying no, bah humbug. I mean, you guys all want to see it happen. It's just in what form or fashion, and I appreciate that. But I would highlight that when you say the cities are paying for it, but I mean, they're getting ECHO funding. We just approved New Smyrna, a skate park through ECHO. We just approved, Port Orange has their skate park through ECHO. So it's not just the city's skate. I understand. Well, I don't know the whole dynamics of where all the money comes from, but I would suspect, Holly Hill got $3.5 million, I think, or $2.5 million for pickleball. I mean, so it's not unusual out of ECHO. So it's not unusual for ECHO money to be used in municipal. Did we find out
How much Ormond got? The team's working on it. I will say that there is.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Brad, to interrupt. Using the dashboard that we have for ECHO, I found 3 projects that were part of the Ormond Beach Sports Complex. They, interestingly, are all the same grant amount, $400,000. One in 2019 for new softball field lighting, one in 2020 for baseball, and 3 soccer field lighting projects, and in 2024 for softball field. So
That 1.2 million?
Three projects, 1.2 million.
right, and the total projects were valued at roughly $3 million. So our dollars were leveraged.
Oh, I get it, but I don't agree with Hunden's numbers. I mean, I think they quoted the BMX tracks at some absurd amount of money. So I don't buy any of these numbers, period. But all I was proposing is that we go with Model 1 with the direction to explore Models 3 and 4 later on. But I'd like to see some sort of interim fields be established for these kids to play on while we're exploring Models 3 and 4, which I would suspect is going to take a lot longer to explore than just getting some interim fields established. And if it doesn't work, and if kids give up Little League and football altogether, then we can always use that property for something else. I don't think that much money would be going to waste by just putting in some temporary fields, temporary parking, and exploring Models 3 and 4. And that's all I'm asking. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to remind everybody, too, when it comes to the cities and the county, everybody pays into ECHO. Everybody, including the people in the cities. So I just think I think there's a motion on the floor. And Don, we can have staff look for another piece of property for that's maybe not as big to do this on the west side. But I think we're really, I don't want to talk ourselves out of this, but I think we got something good here. We got a motion on the floor.
Okay, the motion on the floor is for Model 4. Before we vote, we have a member of the public, and I would like one of you, Dr. Burball or Tim Bailey, to tell us if we vote for 4, we're not voting today to spend the money.
No.
We're voting for you to come back and give us hard numbers, because I agree with Don. I'm not sure the numbers, I hope the numbers are not right.
So what you'd be voting for is just to engage someone who specializes in P3s and to develop a partner to come back with a plan, would have the capital stack that we mentioned, to know how much your investment would be, how much the private investment would be in it before moving forward.
There is a fee for that service. What Brad
Right.
just recommended, there be some kind of fee for performing those services.
But we'll competitively bid it and get
Right.
the best price available.
Any idea? Can you take a swag at what a
We've tried to research it.
We did, and what we got back was not what we wanted, so we really don't know yet.
Okay.
Either way, it'll come back to us.
Yes.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor is for Model 4, more information and more accurate costs. Carissa, you want to call the roll? I'm sorry, and I just said we would not forget our resident athlete, John Nicholson.
Things you're going to advocate for water polo?
Actually, that wouldn't be a bad. We really don't have a swimming pool. But at any rate, I just kept writing and writing because all the loopholes that you guys were missing, I was just like, you didn't bother to mention, you didn't bother. So the idea that we're going to subsidize Seminole County with 80-90% of this economic development of this, because you can't put a hotel in overnight, all right? They cost a lot of money. So you may get one hotel, but the rest of them is in Seminole, all right? So why are you building this huge facility for Seminole County? It doesn't make sense. I like Don's idea that there be no gold plumbing fixtures, no Matisse, no Michelangelo statues anywhere. Bottom line, what does the community need? All right? They don't need a lot. Right from the very beginning, Donna said, I want motocross, just simple motocross. I don't need $10, $16 million. Give what you've given to pickleball for them. I'm happy with that. He's happy with that. Why are we expanding this to the most fantastic thing south of Chicago? You know, we're overdoing this for what that side of the county needs. Now, I'm disappointed that you all did not have a map of where the fields are. You should have had a map and said, okay, here are the fields. And why are the fields on the east side? Because that's where the population was. When I moved to Daytona Beach, it was 23% of the population lived on the west side of the county. 77% lived, so it was only normal and natural where the populations were is where you had the schools. That's why Peabody is over there. That's why the hotels are over there. There are reasons for all of this. So this is not a silver bullet. This is not going to provide the economic incentives that you think it's going to do, because there's no hotel, there's no demand, all right? You're putting this out basically in the middle of nowhere and say you're going to build it and they will come. I'm not convinced that's going to happen. Now, what you didn't say is nobody ever mentioned that there are people living in DeLand. It's a big city, and part of your growth has been in DeLand, and it's been senior citizens. But there are enough children in DeLand to use this. How far is it from this location to DeLand? 5-minute drive?
5-minute drive.
That's not far, okay? So they will use it. The population is going to grow on the west side. They need these fields, but they don't need the luxury fields. They need the basics. Yesterday, not tomorrow, not next month. They need it now. Thank you.
Krista, would you call the roll, please, on Model 4, item 9?
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Chairman, may I ask a question very quickly? We're in the middle of the vote. I just want to.
This is an important vote. I
So
think.
Don, I'm just curious. You were okay with this, but are you a no because you wanted Model 1, just a field to play? Is that why you were a no?
But I want the other side.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Yes. Mr. Brower?
No, I'm going to vote with Don because I'm worried about the price, and I think we just need fields. But the motion passes 5-2. And it was a great debate. Okay, I almost skipped item 9. Appointment of City of DeLand's recommendation of Markeisha Lewis to the Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA.
As well as we would need to appoint or nominate their ex officio members for the City of DeLand as well. Their mayor is one that automatically serves based off of them, but we do have to officially nominate their other 2 ex officio members, which are Vice Mayor Jessica Davis and Commissioner Daniel Reed.
Okay.
I move to nominate them. Is that what you need, Mr. Chair?
I need a motion to nominate the 3.
Second.
Motion is made by David Santiago, second, I think it was by
Johansson.
Jake Johansson. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. Okay. Item 10, 2 council member appointments to the Value Adjustment Board for the remainder of 2024, and I'm probably getting ready to open up a Pandora's box, but Councilman Reinhardt has been on that. He's had a lot of appointments since he started, and he has asked if he would could take a break from that.
Denied.
I tried. So, but first we need a motion. And the current members are David Santiago and Matt Reinhardt, is that correct?
Yes, and you would also need to appoint the citizen member. The only application we have is from the incumbent, Miss Ann Patterson.
Can we start with that one? I'll make the motion to appoint Ms. Patterson.
Second. What are the qualifications for that? It could be anywhere in the county? For the residents?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I may have someone for our next meeting, Mr. Chair, if that helps. An additional person. We need more, right?
No,
Oh,
just
okay.
one.
I misunderstood. Sorry.
We only need one, and we have Ms. Patterson.
Fine.
So this vote is to keep you on there. That's what's happening. Okay.
May.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. 2 years ago, when we did this board assignments, I took on 6, if not 7 boards. And I did it willingly. Last year, I continued that. In the interim, I've lost a couple family members. I'd like to focus my time on my family as well and taking on all these boards, in addition to ones that are near and dear to my heart that I've taken on. And that's my fault. You know, I've taken on some in addition to what has been assigned by this council. But 6 boards is a lot. And I evaluated all the ones that I looked at, and this is one of the ones that I have asked that, if someone else would pick up the ball, please.
They meet quarterly?
They meet quarterly, yes.
For a day?
Yes, sir.
For all day?
No, it's usually an hour or 2, if that. I think the shortest meeting
Okay.
I think the shortest meeting I had was 20 minutes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Robbins. I didn't notice your name was
They're
up
all
there.
right.
So,
I was
Councilman
just going to
Robbins.
make a quick suggestion, Chair. Would it behoove us to evaluate your assignments here and maybe look to see where we're all at? You know, my question last time, and I know we all have our own lives and everything, but as a team up here too, you know, some of us were taking a lot of these boards, and some of us work as well, or we all work as well. Is there a way that we can spread these out evenly this year? Try to work with each other the best that we can. That way we don't have another situations like Matt and Jake and I and a couple of us where we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 boards apiece. Is that something that's maybe amicable where we can?
Can I expand on that, Mr. Chair?
No. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to suggest that we might not get that one done today, because I was going to ask the council. I didn't see any changes that I would make, but you each deserve to be asked, especially Matt. David
That was the only one. I'll
David
take the
has
other
a
five.
lot of positions too.
Yes.
We're hurting because two of our members, because of their work, they can't do meetings in the daytime. So, but let's solve this one first. Because
I'll stay on this one.
you'll stay on it, and I was gonna say I will take your place
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate
for it,
that.
and for once a quarter. So can we do that in this same vote?
Yeah, motion to approve.
That was quick. Okay. Jake Johansson.
I wanted to discuss the follow-on. You want me to speak briefly on it now?
Which one?
On your let's look at them all part.
Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
finish this one, and
Sure.
then we'll get that one.
Don't worry.
So, Krista, do you want to? I don't think we need to call the roll. David Santiago has agreed to stay. I will take Matt's place and give him some relief. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have a clarification. Did that vote also include
Mrs.
the re-
Patterson. Yes.
And who made the official motion in the second? I have Reinhardt said Miss Patterson at first, and then Mr. Kent said to the council.
Give it to
so-
Reinhardt. I'll second.
Yeah, I had Matt Reinhardt making the motion and David Santiago making the second.
Okay.
Chairman, real quick, are we allowed any alternates for that? I mean, I'll help out wherever I can if somebody needs relief. Is there an option for an alternate, or is that something we can, because sometimes things come up, you might not be able to go.
Never been an alternate on the Value Adjustment Board. Is it possible to have one? Can the attorneys answer that question? Any reason why there couldn't be an alternate?
I don't think there's a reason there can't be one.
Okay.
If you wanted to nominate an alternate that the person couldn't perform, they
Somebody-
would step in.
Chairman, if it gets too much for you, I'll be an alternate.
Okay. Let's make this official. Somebody please make a motion for Councilman Robbins to be alternate on the.
Motion for Councilman Robbins to be the alternate on the Value Adjustment Board, Johansson.
Is there a second? Second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. That brings us to the chair's assignments. Is there anybody, I think we have at least one, anybody who's not happy with their assignment?
Yes.
Okay, let me go down the list real quick. Board of Trustees is Don Dempsey. You okay there? Okay, we'll keep that the same. Frank Bruno remains the same. Jeff Brower and Jake Johansson on the commuter rail. Carmen Hall is good. Troy Kent for alternate on the Volusia County at-large representative is vacant. That's a citizen, and there's no applicants.
For what position, Mr. Chair, again? I missed that.
This is for Circuit 7 Community Alliance, DCF.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Okay.
And if I recall, Chris Gillis
Gillis, okay.
can't be on it because she's already on it in a different capacity. Is that right?
Yes, that is what I
All right.
believe that was this board, but I didn't want to misspeak. But
Yep.
yes.
I'll come up with a different candidate here.
I might be able to help you too, Jake.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thanks.
And we'll hold that position.
Meaning not me, suggesting someone, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No,
Suggesting
sorry.
someone.
Claims Committee, David Santiago.
I'm fine.
Department of Juvenile Justice, Troy Kent.
Yes, I'll stay.
Danny Robbins on Doris Leeper. And are you going to be here in 2032? Drug Court, you may be in the Drug Court. Don Dempsey. Troy Kent, DUI Treatment.
Yes.
East Central Florida Regional Planning, Danny Robbins, Jake Johansson.
Is that the TPO, Mr. Chair? Okay.
No. I'll remain on the Elected Officials Roundtable, Florida Association of Counties FAC Broadband Committee. Is that still going? David Santiago?
Still have that. Now, I don't know where they're at now. As a matter of fact, there's a meeting coming up January 30th of the board, so I can come back and give more information after that if you want, Mr. Chair.
You're good there?
Yep.
Are you good for the Board of Directors for District 8
Yes.
on FAC? Human Services Advisory Board, Jake Johansson.
Sure.
Indian River Lagoon, I would like to stay there. And Danny, still good for an alternate?
Yeah, Chair, real quick, are you still the chairman, or is that?
I'm the
position-
chairman until February, March, whenever our meeting is. It will change again.
I just, like I've asked couple years, I'm pretty intimate with the lagoon. I'm a licensed captain now. I think I can bring enough contacts that if you would consider chairman after your chairmanship is up on that board, to maybe let another person or myself take the lead role in that and bring what we have to the table at a full-time basis, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll bring that back then. It'll be tough. It's probably the favorite thing that I do, but I understand, and you have asked each year. Public safety, the rest of them all go to Matt Ryan. Public Safety Coordinating Council, Matt. Stephen Shams, I think, remains in River of Lakes. The TPO. It's really all of us with Troy and Don as alternates.
That one, Mr. Chair, if I recall our conversation last year, I thought I got put in as an alternate also. We had discussions around that, because apparently that's the one that I can't make. My schedule is so conflicting with that, it makes it very difficult for me to participate.
So that TPO requires 5 members from the council, correct?
Whose rules are those? Yeah.
FDOT?
Can we find out legitimately whose rules are those that govern the makeup? And can we change it?
Yeah,
We can. We can investigate why all of you need to, 5 of you need to serve, with 2 being an alternate, and come back with an answer for that.
Yeah, we're pretty certain it's FDOT's rules, but we can
Right.
double check.
Rules
You
are-
would prefer to not,
Yeah, that's the tough one for me. I know they keep calling my name in the roll call, but I made it clear last year I couldn't make it.
okay. Once out. Matt Reinhardt, River to Sea. Transportation Disadvantaged. Spring Hill, Don and Dan. Don Dempsey, David Santiago. Team Volusia, Danny Robbins.
Sure.
I'm at the alternate. I haven't been able to go to their meetings. I don't know if Jake would like to be the alternate there, or you
Would
don't-
love to.
Okay, we'll switch me as the alternate to Jake, because I believe you go to their meetings anyway, don't you?
I go to some.
Okay.
I'll
Matt
go to more.
Reinhardt, Tourist Development. You're still the chair. Matt Reinhardt, Volusia.
Tourism is down?
Volusia Area State Forest Liaison Panel, Matt Reinhardt. And Lucinda Coley is still good for the library, Flagler Early Learning Coalition.
Yes, she is.
Okay. All right. Then
Right,
every
guys?
you don't show up, you get nominated.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Hey, sir, for the TPO, it's a weighted average. That's what Clay was telling me. So it's based on the population.
So can we give more weight to 4?
Right. I think they do the calculation and tell us.
Weighted for the entire county or unincorporated Volusia?
Did you hear that? It's Volusia and Flagler.
All right.
I still don't know what that means, but
They specify how many representatives each county is allowed to have on there based on population.
okay, then you used the key word there, allowed to have, not mandatory. I mean, words mean things. You're an attorney, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did not mean for that to be permissive.
Can we get more information?
Yes,
Get
sir,
back
we
to us?
will. We'll get more and make sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And then we do have the
But
two.
I do see Mr. Dempsey, he was willing to serve very fast. I can see from the expression.
We do have the two alternates that if you can't make it, maybe one of them could fill in. It's probably impossible for Troy as a vice principal. It's impossible. All right.
Chairman, if I may, real quick, I know there's something I thought about. That's not to create waves by any means. I know we all have our own kind of schedule and some not, but some of us still have 7 and 8 boards. Some of us have 5. Some of us have alternates. Is there a way, Don, Troy, is there any way or any flexibility? I mean, because there's no flexibility really in my schedule, but I have 2 young kids like most y'all. I going to school full time. I have 2 or 3 jobs, baseball, karate, the same as everybody else. I was hoping this year we could maybe find a little bit better middle ground. Like I said, it's not trying to create controversy. I'm just trying to get maybe a dialogue to see. I'm really drilling down on my schedule and stretching myself thin as well, but I would just see if there's any reciprocation, that's all.
Well, now you have me perplexed. Because the chairman just went down every single thing and asked if everyone was okay, and everyone was okay, but you're not okay.
This is a question for discussion. If it's okay,
I'm still perplexed.
Well,
Everything was okay, but now all of a sudden it's not okay. I will take every and any board on any weekend or after 6 p.m. Just show me which ones they are. I'll take them all.
Okay. Again, if anybody wanted to have a serious conversation about this and actually try to be a collective team, we all have the same issues. My question was not to be insultive. It was simply to tally up when the chairman's done, like he had said. Let's look to see what we have when we're done. How many boards that we have. Now that we're tallying up our boards, it appears to be lopsided. That's all. I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt. Chairman, what would happen if one of us or 2 of us or 3 of us said, hey, we can't make these boards, we have full-time jobs? Who would fill those positions? Staff, do we know? Can we have staff do it? Do we hire somebody? Because this isn't my full-time job.
We would have to review each board to see what the statutory requirement is and whether it's an elected official appointment or if a staff member could be supplemented.
Can we go ahead, just so we don't keep running into this? I'm trying to team build here a little bit, but there has to be some give and take. Can we really drill down to see what boards we have to be at?
Yes, sir. We'll go through the chair's appointments and look at them and see what's the statutory requirements, and we'll report back.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's a full board here. Does everyone have a comment? Jake Johansson?
Yes, sir. I'm just want everybody to know, fortunately or unfortunately, I am very very involved and immersed in my 4 major committees or councils. So don't mess with me. I'm good with East Central Florida Regional Planning on the executive committee and on Career Source as well. That's not on here. That's a 2-year appointment, but I'm very involved in those. I'm very passionate about them, and I'd like to stick with everything I have. So I'm happy. If David, you find yourself swamped, oh, David's not here. If you find yourself swamped with claims, Mike, I miss it. I'm just telling you. So
It really is the most exciting appointment.
That's all I have. So it's the pictures. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
David Santiago. I don't know if that's an old. I'll just. Danny, I think you've been to the Indian River Lagoon meetings when we first started. It's an all-day thing.
Oh, I get it, but would have to adjust, like I said, proportionately and prioritize it. If I came in and said, just hypothetically, said, you know what, I work Monday through Friday as well. I can only do boards after 5 or after 6, and only on weekends. What kind of position would that put, if we all did that, what would it put the board in? What would it put our team in?
Okay.
That's an honest question, that's all.
Okay. Well, we are where we are. Your name was up. Did you still have a?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. We're going to look at a couple of these. They're going to bring back more information about what's absolutely required. And let's move on to item 12. We just did. And that brings us to,
You want me to swap with, you want me to take over your opioid abatement funding advisory board? I'm the chair. When do they meet?
every night.
When do they meet? Every evening at 6 p.m. I mean, we're not all dealt the same deck of cards, Danny. You know that.
I understand that, but that's why,
Different deck here.
I understand.
I don't, judges make my I don't make my calendar.
And I understand that, but what happens if we ran into this more than with just
we
with 2 or
don't.
3 members?
Well, we don't.
Well, it's
Everybody-
because everybody else is picking up the slack, but at some point too, we have to.
Well, and I'll take over your other board too, the 2032.
The chairman went through and everybody said they were okay.
I'll
And when
take-
it's all okay, now there's a problem.
I'll take 2 of them.
Everything was okay.
Door sleeper I'll take, and I'll take your door sleeper since that next meeting's in.
Let's be,
Or I'm long
guys,
gone.
let's be realistic. Let's
Oh,
wait
but
until
don't
staff
wait a
comes
minute.
back.
If
Let's
we're
wait
being
until staff comes
realistic-
back and see.
Being realistic, okay.
Troy, I'm not getting caught up in your web with this stuff. right
My
now.
web, you're the one that spins the web and then wants to fall back like, oh, I'm not the guy that did this. You created all of this right now.
Time out. Time out.
Time out
Let's
for
reel-
yourself. But
Let's reel it back in.
What else? What
Can
else,
we-
Don,
can
are
we
you
get
looking
back-
at?
I'll take over his door sleeper one, so that'll give me, take that one. And the opioid abatement, how many times do they meet a year?
Hold on, I just had it. So the next meeting is February 27th. They meet at 10 a.m. in the Dennis McGee room of the Daytona Beach International Airport, and it says that the meetings are scheduled at the meeting.
Okay, and if I can't make it for whatever reason, if I have a conflict because a judge wants me to be somewhere else at that time, what'll happen?
I'm
Could
not
Danny
sure.
be your alternate?
There's vice chairs on that board.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to be derelict in my duty, but I have court-ordered places I have to be. It's not,
Donna, I understand that. This thing got
to
a
be
little bit of a
places.
life of its own and taken to another level when I asked a simple question. Can we possibly even things out once we figured out what's what? That's all. You guys can say no, and I'll
I'm
figure it
not
out.
saying,
just
I'm
like
not saying
y'all
no. I
figure
just took door sleeper, and I will take this one as long as I can, physically,
Okay.
legally can.
That's okay.
Okay.
Chris, you need clarification.
Yeah, clarification from legal. I do believe that the opioid abatement advisory board needs to be a separate agenda item.
It
The-
has
an
to be an
appointment for
agenda
that.
item, yes.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
It is.
Yeah.
And then, Chair, it is ultimately your decision. So would you like to add Don Dempsey to the Doris Sleeper management plan, or would you like to keep Mr. Robbins?
No, we can, let's make that change. He offered.
I'll do it as long as I can. I mean, I don't know what's all involved, but I don't want to be accused of not pulling my weight.
Well, that one's in an active board anyway. So.
thank you, Councilman Dempsey.
Okay. You
And I
good?
got door sleeper, right? I got that one.
You do.
Okay, now I think the majority of them.
Okay. Heard we were doing pretty good, and now now you got to reel us all in. Item 13, discussion on council goals.
Now that we're all fired up, you ready?
Yeah, I think you're ready, so. Would the council like a break before we start? No. No? Okay. I wouldn't either. All right. Well, thank you. I've had the opportunity to speak to each of you. You had a lot to say this year, So I hope you have the sheet in front of you. I'm just going to start at the top. We'll go down it and discuss it as each. I'll try to give a brief background introduction to each one of them. If you have comments, we'll take them. If you don't say anything, I'm going to move to the next item. So, yes, sir.
What sheet are we
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Suzanne. Oh.
I was afraid I lost mine.
That could have been a very brief meeting, couldn't it?
Were they on the dais this morning? Thank you. Okay.
What you'll find on this are your current 5 goals, which
Mhm.
you've had some additional comments, and we've added a 6th goal based on interviews with you around flooding, et cetera. So what I'd like to do is begin with the current 5, go through those, and then we'll talk about the 6th goal as we toward the end.
Would you like to, it would probably, Michael Dyer, did you have some instruction? No.
No, sir. Thank you.
As we do each goal, why don't we do take a vote to
Okay.
accept it, any
Sure.
changes that were made, and then we'll move on to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Is that okay with you?
I'm fine with that process, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right, go ahead.
Let me do say, several of you have made the same point. I tried to merge your comments and capture it as best I could. If I haven't done it accurately, just say so, and we'll rewrite it live. So you see goal number 1 is about efficiency regulations. One is you want a continued review of your codes to see if there are any code violations that just need to be updated or inappropriate, et cetera. So that's a staff action, just to continue looking at that, as you've talked about. Item number B under there is to ensure that as people who are buying property, that they are aware of any code violations that they're getting when they buy it, so that they can make a decision in that process, as opposed to being informed afterwards you bought it. There are code issues that you're going to have to deal with. Third is one of your staff have carried a concierge service to help move through these issues and to expand that and continue that. And the last is, again, affordable housing, trying to remove any barriers for that. So with that, with my brief summary, if there are questions, and then if not, I'll ask someone to give a motion to adopt it. But
Any questions on any of those bullet points, A, B, C, or D? Councilman Robbins.
Do we have like an after action, like something that we can use that when we gave staff direction to like kind of simplify codes and all that stuff, do we have a list of stuff that they were completed? I didn't see one. Or anything that they had brought forward. Can we see if we need to switch gears or keep it or what?
Let me turn to the manager. I've seen an annual report that I received from them that documents everything.
Yeah, those the things we've done are in that annual report, which you guys received. When this came out on the agenda the first time, of course, it was removed from the January, but it's in the accomplishments.
Are you guys good with that, or we need to
So, I
tweak
mean,
it
I
or
could
turn it
pull
up,
out things that are specific to that because it is buried within all the accomplishments.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Santiago.
Do we really have to have B in there? I mean, that should just be like a normal operating protocol, to working with our constituents for code violations. And by spelling it out, I think it spells out we're saying that we have a problem in that area. And I don't know if we do. Of course, you hear about code violations here and there, people that are upset about, sort of like what Mr. Dyer shared earlier, but I don't think it's elevated to the point that has to be written in one of our goal-setting stuff. That should be normal operating on any issue with the county. That, our staff should find ways to work with our constituents. So I would be for just removing B, not because it's not important. I don't think it needs to be in a goal setting.
I think it's an important part of it. If what you said was happening, I don't believe it is. Property owners buy a property and they come to pull a permit. Am I allowed to run this kind of a business or build this house here? That unless I'm wrong, or can somebody from staff update me? Are they
Well, if
told?
buy it
Are
and
they
it's got
told of
code
any
violations, they bought the code violations.
Do they? Are they told what they are?
Well, it
'Cause they might
depends on
not- they
it
wouldn't-
Depends on the person they bought it from, but they don't know. So what basically happens, I could tell a neighbor of mine, someone had built a barn, and he had to go ahead and get a after the fact permit. But he bought the property. He gets he inherits all the code violations. So it's a good question that should be asked, of course, when you're dealing with your realtor. If there are any known violations. Some things, and I do think where I've heard council talk before, there are things that go and predate some of our codes. So you buy an old piece of property with an old problem on it, it's gotten away for 25 years, and now that little barn, I'll just use as an example, now you go to put a swimming pool in, and we find out, oh, by the way, you got this violation of this barn that's been there for 25 years. There might be some, value in going to look and see if there's a statute of limitations, but it might get into, is it a health safety issue? I mean, you're going to see something coming up here in a meeting or two, or someone build an entire house without a permit. So those are things that we do run into from time to time. And what do how can we say that house is safe? We know nothing about it because we have no permit. So, we do work with them because our whole goal is compliance. It's not punishment. I know people don't feel that way, but we work real hard to get them in compliance. The team, they really do try to help people. We've seen every kind of sad story. And they try to do their best, but sometimes our hands get tied, especially when it gets to things like structural elements of the building, where it's really a part of the Florida building code. It's not the county building code. So we end up with a lot less leeway when it comes to things of that nature. But, we're willing to continue to look. I mean, believe me, we'd love to streamline it. I have a team in there right now. We bought an outside vendor into growth management to look at certain aspects of it. Not so much that they're in the code area right now, but more in the permitting area. But we will continue. We're committed again to try and have a safe, clean community, and we really want compliance, not punishment.
Okay, I'll come back. We've got apparently a lot of questions on this. Councilman Robbins. Councilman Santiago.
Actually, it was a question. The only reason I'm suggesting, Mr. Chair, to just remove it, I think goal setting for me, is the way I understand it, is some really big accomplishments that you want to accomplish, right? And when you have so many, they all get lost in the process. That's a very strong statement. They all get lost. But I really want to focus in on, as we go through this process, let's have a few core goals, and they can be broad, right? But, and I'm not saying this is not important, Mr. Chair, I'm not saying that. I think we should work with them. But I don't know if it deserves to be, not deserves, but poor choice of words. I don't think it needs to be in our goal setting as like major problems the county has to fix. So that's why I would think we should remove it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'm kind of going down the same path that Mr. Santiago is. Create a more efficient regulatory framework. If we have A through D written somewhere, then there's an assumption that this year we're concentrating on code violations, which may be what somebody said in his conversation with her, but I believe it limits the efficient regulatory framework. I think last year we started and we're on the path to look at all regulatory framework, permits, how everything goes through Clay's office, and how everything gets permitted. Code violations definitely, or code compliance is definitely one of them, and tons of other things. So I would like to stay more broad, and definitely you can put code compliance. Bingo, that's one of them, and everything that goes with that. And then we can drill down and say, hey, George, we have a problem with this, we have a problem with that, the old barn, you talked earlier about city limits. I remember going out there and the owner said, all this was done before I bought it. And it was out of code compliance, some of the buildings in the back and whatnot. And he didn't know any better. He bought something that somebody had worked on forever. So I think D probably works. I think B and C might be just too detailed. Code compliance, reduce barriers to affordable housing, continue to make building, I guess, George, more efficient, not building, permitting something more efficient, and anything else that we regulate. In a perfect world, some of us here want less regulation, so get rid of it.
Well, so a more fitting objective for you, Councilman, would be to continue efforts at regulatory reform and regulatory efficiency, as opposed to really either A, B, or C, actually.
Yeah, so this whole goal one, most of it is code compliance, and that severely limits what I want the public to think our efficient regulatory framework.
Are you saying get rid of number one?
I'm not saying get rid of number one. I'm saying be very general with code compliance and maybe keep affordable housing and add two more that are very general in nature. I think, George, isn't Clay coming back to us with yet more efficiencies? I'm talking about those. And so we can continue down that track.
I like it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we continue, can I ask a question? Since this is the goal setting, can we be a little bit more freer with the microphone? I want to make sure if we're okay with that. If you're not okay with that, I get it.
I'm okay with
Okay.
that.
We're just throwing ideas out.
I think this is,
We're in workshop format.
Just if I'm not looking at your way, yell at me.
I
Okay?
think this is important.
The broad thing here, like test on pilots. You got
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, thanks. I think it was a couple years ago, I brought up the Ombudsman's office, and hopefully that would cut down on a lot of these code violations, because in this letter C, the concierge service, what headway have we made towards getting this done?
Jump in.
I can speak to that. Concierge service is really another term for ombudsman. We do have a full-time staff person, or we have a staff person housed in economic development, Riccardi, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce his last name, Kalicki, who is available to any property owner or applicant for both code enforcement and any permitting or regulatory or really interface assistance with county government. We receive monthly reports. We've attached some to the council's weekly report. I'll be sure we attach to your next weekly report the latest monthly statistics from Riccardi's work. But that has helped not so much avoid code violations, because that's kind of independent, but to help people resolve whatever the regulatory hurdles are where they need it. And it's generally being focused on those that don't have the benefit of a professional engineer or land use attorney assisting them.
Is there any way we could still move towards an official ombudsman's office? It's actually supposed to be a separate entity within the government to actually serve as a kind of a watchdog amongst the bureaucracy. Do we not need that now, or is there?
Well, you're going in a whole different world. So, I mean, it's part of an existing office, and I would need really the full council to vote on that to go, because that's different than where we're at. And, you know, again, we're a year into this with the concierge service, and I think it's doing what it's intended. It works tightly with Clay's office, and you know, and it helps, I think, get through the hurdles. I don't really myself favor another office, because I'm trying to keep some efficiency within the organization.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Dempsey, if I can
Yes.
just add,
Yes.
before we set this up, first of all, I think we were thoughtful in putting it outside the Growth and Resource Management Department for a lot of the reasons that you cited. We also researched a number of other governmental agencies, city, county, and state level, on how they created these ombudsman efforts. And so we followed those best management practices. So that helps you to feel at all better about it. And I'm happy to sit down with you and Riccardi and explain more how we're proceeding.
That sounds great, thank you. And the only other thing I'd like to add is, again, I'll just parrot what I've been saying for the last several months, is I don't want to do anything to reduce barriers for affordable housing. I'd like to take D out of this, because I don't want to do anything to incentivize more development. I mean, I don't know about a moratorium, but I think we all hear from constituents about trying to slow up the development process. I do not want to create incentives for more development, whether it's commercial development, regular private industry development, or affordable housing development. Development's still development. And I don't want to do anything that creates an incentive to attract more development, be it affordable housing. And so like I've said, the free market, as we all know, the housing prices have come down, rentals have come down, everything has come down. Some markets, like the condos, have almost crashed. So to sit here and say we need to do something to make more affordable housing, I think the free market's already doing that. We're experiencing it right now. So I don't think we need to put this as a goal. So I'd like to remove it.
So
Thanks.
let me ask just a process question. What I hear is A and B. A number of you like to just delete that one. We'll substitute your continued efforts that you're doing in that. Would you like to make a formal motion and vote on that, or
To do what? Eliminate
to
A
eliminate
and
A
B?
and B and substitute continued current efforts on regulatory efficiency? Would be the objective.
Well,
That's the goal already.
yeah,
Or you could just eliminate A and B if you wish.
I might have a remedy so
Okay.
it doesn't get
Yeah,
lost.
if
All right.
I could speak to that real quick, 'cause B came from me, and I'll the goal is efficient regulatory framework, and I'll use Jake, the city limits, as an example, since you brought it up. And maybe it's happened other places, but if a business pulls a permit to do a business, yes, you can run that kind of a business here. Then they had a complaint from the public, so the code enforcement went out, and they look at it, and then they tell them, well, you've also got 2, 3, and 4 code violations that happened 30 years ago from a previous owner. I think to be efficient and to be fair to that business owner who's considering investing life savings into a business, ought to be told when they come in to pull the permit, yes, you can do that. However, you have these 3 30-year-old code violations that need to be cleared up.
So,
Can I get clarification on clarity? Go ahead.
yeah, let's park on that for a minute. No, I'm not picking on city limits, but isn't there an obligation, and I'm isn't there an obligation for a person buying a property or a home or a business to do due diligence? And I see people, or at least I hear from Clay, and when I worked in Port Orange, people walk in all the time and say, hey, I'm going to buy this property. What do I need to know about it? And well, a little of this, a little of that. You can't, the Gaylord system, or if you're going to have a kitchen, you got to replace that thing because that thing isn't right. And So those people would come in and ask all those questions and kind of get somebody from the city, hopefully in the county, to go, you can do it, but it's going to cost you here, 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 and here. I don't know if our concierge or our staff is willing to go out to that property during the due diligence, but we also have inspectors, right? I have a home inspector that goes out to the house and says, Jake, this isn't up to code, this isn't up to code. No, by the way, I don't know who put in that 220 in the garage, but it's a hot mess. I don't know if a small business has an obligation to do that. I do know that there's a lot of people in our county trying to do things on the cheap, and that may be one of the things they're trying to get around, is paying for that due diligence, because it can get costly. But I think in the long run it saves you. I don't know. I really don't, Chairman. I just think there's an obligation to the person buying to
I agree with you. Maybe Danny has a way to solve this, but I agree with you, Jake, that I guess all I'm saying is when that business comes in and asks for a permit to run that business, if through our computer systems we don't have a record, and we must have a record because code enforcement says, here's these old code violations, couldn't they be told at that time as part of their due diligence?
Mr. Chair and members of the council, when, and Clay can correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but we do have an ability for a realtor or a property owner who is buying a property to come in to seek confirmation if there's any active code enforcement violations on a piece of property. And we can confirm that one way or another.
Okay.
But what you can't confirm from an office is ground truthing whether what's on the property has been accurately permitted. You could do some of that via an assessment of aerial photography, which we don't typically do as a matter of course when a question about whether there's an open violation or not. But even an aerial analysis won't tell you the full story. Right. Sometimes it's not until an inspector is on the ground at a property where they can see whether an electrical service has been installed or any number of other improvements. So what I think I am hearing from council, if maybe I can offer some revisions to the subset of this goal. Number one, A, continue our efforts of regulatory reform and efficiency. That came from Mr. Marlowe. B, continue to work with property owners to resolve issues during the permitting and code enforcement process whenever possible, including enhanced concierge/ombudsman services. And then those would be my revisions to A, B, and C. You all are debating D, so I don't want to presume I can tell the outcome of your decision there.
Can I hear your reactions to that?
I think I like that, but let's hear from Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. A lot of this sometimes our sites or government sites are a nightmare to navigate. Something that I do if I'm looking at property, go to the property appraisers page. We can all pull up our own. We know how to pull up our own property info. Now, in that is linked to our zoning, so you can go and see. Granted, I think it's 4 or 5 clay layers into the property appraiser site where you can actually pull this information up, and it'll give you what they see on their screen, and it'll give you a disposition, who called it in, the date and the time, the person who served the call. Now, I do find merit in what you're saying, because we often get calls, or I often get calls where a son gets a piece of property, there was a violation, or a barn put up 30 years ago. At this point, it's been there 30 years. It's trivial, right? And you got to knock this thing down before you sell the house. To me, that's ridiculous. So if we want to put a policy, if we want to make a policy decision, we can put that on the agenda, say, hey, let's put a time limit on some of these case-by-case instances of 5 years. George, we had an instance, a guy put a block building up, it's been there for decades. Now the kid's got it, and we can't sell it because the title's not clean or whatever. It's bizarre to me. But if we want to look at a time limit, I think that's totally separate from this. I don't want to get lost in the weeds. I think there is merit, but also at the end of the day, we can't forget, we can't be a mommy and daddy to everybody. People, this is buyer beware, just like a used vehicle. You do have a level of responsibility. That's not the government's responsibility, but let's make it as transparent and as easy as possible. Maybe incorporate this a little bit easier where you don't have to dig so deep, maybe into the government website. Maybe put something directly on zoning if it's not there already. Boom, we punch in an address, code violations. It pulls up everything in 2 clicks. Just a suggestion.
That's where I'm going. That would solve it, I think, for the majority of them. That we're always going to have the problem. We just talked about it yesterday. Somebody buys a house, the realtor never told them that house was completely built without a single permit. We're always going to have most realtors are honest and don't do that, but there's some that just want to they want the fee. So there's nothing you and I can do about that, but that would solve the problem, I think. And the changes that you suggested, Suzanne, I think would go along the way to do that. David Santiago.
Yeah, I think there's merit to, finding a solution to it, just like any other problem we find or it's the thing we want to find a solution to.
We'll make it an item.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying goals for this particular purpose, and I'm willing to go down that path, but let's strip it from a goal section. Let's stick to goals. But I'd like to find a solution.
I believe you. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to come back to Dee in a moment, but we'll change it to continue the efforts. Continue to work with property owners, the concierge service to help that resolved. Try to improve the website or access to that information, and do a policy consideration of time limits. Those 4 things there. Suzanne, somebody getting that? Because I can't write fast enough. Okay. All right.
Chris,
I need a direction from you on item D. The affordable D, Delta.
1D.
Okay.
I'm okay with removing it.
Okay.
I'm okay with removing it.
Okay.
We have boards for that stuff already.
All right.
And we can make it an item if it needs to be.
Okay. All right. So I hear a majority voting to remove, so we'll remove. Let's go to goal number 2. We've talked about this every time I've been with you, so I'll just mention it again. You'd like to continue to work efficiently together. One of the rules is a 5-minute rule, which I understand you sometimes adhere to. And so I would simply acknowledge that you've set that for yourselves. You also have a proposed sequence on staff presentations to make those efficient so that you don't get in discussions prior to after the public comment. We've also had an idea about trying to enhance the public comment, so because you want to do that and you want to encourage people, but to set that comment at 8 o'clock so that you can get on and have it occur before your regular meeting, so that when you start your regular meeting, you can move forward with those items and people have had time to speak to you before that. Obviously, on any specific agenda item, they still have the ability, but if they want to make general comments before, they can do that. Item C is about the State of the County address. Folks would like to see that reflect more of this plan and a status report of what's going on in our strategic plan, and for all members to have the opportunity to give some input. And also there's some ideas about changing the venue. I guess you'd now have it in a formal venue to have it here in Chambers. So those are for your thoughts there. I'll ask Suzanne to talk about repurpose and grow if we need to, but it was Regrow the Loop. They'd like to expand that to Regrow Volusia. That's an environmental education tree planting program. And provide quarterly reports on your naming rights effort. That's just so you're up to date on that. And then opening the beach to vehicle driving and parking between SB and the boardwalk, and obviously that involves the state of Florida on that. So that's a quick summary. Any questions, comments?
Who's first? Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, for the beach driving, I know we've been over it every year for the last 3 years. I understand the points of view of it. Would that be better suited, since it is a state issue, getting it to our legislature and putting it where it belongs?
Would be, yeah.
We just had a legislative update two days ago, and then we all already did our legislative updates. I would have liked, if it was an idea, I would like to
And I'm sorry, sitting on here, y'all are scheduled to discuss that sometime in the first quarter. It's on your coming agenda.
That is
Susan.
correct, and just to
I'm saying-
refresh the memory though, Danny and members of council is, as I understand it, the discussion is still whether or not, as a majority, your board wants to ask the state to consider to change it. And honestly, there's more than just state legislative issues that would need to occur. There are things that would need to occur locally. So I think it was Mr. Reinhardt who most recently made a motion that was supported by council to bring it back the first quarter of '25 to
Okay.
talk about that issue. But I don't think we've had direction from council where you wish to go on that, which is what I think the discussion was intended to yield.
I think in the interest of time, remove it from today's discussion, leave it for the first quarter.
And it's going to be an item. yeah. Okay, this is, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. My question was on B, enhanced public comment options. I don't know who brought that up. It doesn't really matter. I've had people reach out to me and say, we appreciate that. It sounds like you want to enhance public comment options, but for the individual said, I work, and getting here at 9 is a problem. So being here at 8 for that, like it's going to shut down more public comment that people, they won't arrive and get there. So I don't know that I'm on board with that. I also don't know how that would look. I mean, who would be here at 8 a.m. to listen to public comment? Is that?
Troy, can I ask a question?
Sure,
I'm
sure.
open to either way, but so can staff correct me? Wasn't this precedence at one time in the past? And how did it work back then? Did Troy's concern actually?
From my memory, it was 8:30 to 9 was open public comment.
Did people show up?
Yeah, they definitely had people show up. 8:30 to 9, and then the meeting started promptly at 9. So it was really outside the meeting. And the inside the meeting was as it is today at the end. I think at one point they may have adjusted it to start at 9 and then start the meeting at 9:30. That was another variation of that. But in both those cases, the idea there was you had your open comment, but the meeting started promptly at 9 because we had an attempt to try, especially with and back then we had a lot more land use items, and to try and stay on track with all the people who were coming in and trying to keep on some sort of a schedule or time. A lot of times they would at least say, well, is it going to be before lunch or after lunch? And
George, was the full council there at 8:30, sitting there listening?
What started it out was just the chair, and then as time grew on, more and more started attending.
Let me get this straight. So only the chairperson was there, and the public is here just talking to the chair for public comment?
Because it was the chair, it was actually named the chair's public comment, because it was outside the meeting. It really wasn't even part of the meeting. And then it grew over time to that they were all there. Maybe someone got here a few minutes late, but the meeting hadn't started. So
Gotcha.
at the end of the day,
I appreciate that background, because to be totally transparent and totally honest, my first time ever in these chambers was 2 years ago today when I got sworn in. I had to be walked in by staff because I didn't know how to get here. It was my first time ever, in these chambers. So I never came to that and participated in the 30 minutes just talking to the chair, and everybody else didn't get to listen to what I wanted to say. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, and let me just I'll give you one other, one thing that happened, and I think one of the reasons it did get pulled into the meeting too is many times there would only be a couple of comments. So what would happen is, say it started at 8:30, well by 8:40 it was done. So then you had 20 minutes basically before the meeting started. So there was concern, well, we could have gone and got started on some of those items if it had been within the meeting. But the flip side of that was it was often a time that constituents would come up and talk to the council, in those meetings. More or less what happens now at 8:30 when you guys are filing in, that does still occur. But it used to occur during that little gap between the public comment and the actual start of the meeting.
Thank you for that background. Chairman, just my thoughts on it. We have given ourselves time limits. We give staff a time limit. We've asked attorneys to, follow within land use issues within a certain amount of time. We have given our meetings an actual time limit. I don't know. I feel like if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I'm okay with keeping things the way they are instead of, just the chairman sitting up here listening to comments from the public. So,
Troy, I don't disagree with you, if I might share, I don't disagree with you on keeping that time, the time in the beginning, Mr. Chair. However, I think this was inserted in here, I don't know who suggested it, but I appreciate the dialogue, was to try to be more efficient and our meetings don't go drawn out. And I'll take this opportunity, Mr. Chair and members, to share maybe, what's happened is there's been these big topics that have drawn out these meetings, right? A couple of times I suggested, and maybe wrongly as far as selecting the timing when I did that, to try to suggest maybe we reduce the amount of time during some of these hot topics, but maybe instead we can adopt a rule that if the chairman has more than 10 requests to speak for a specific item, that we reduce the time to 2 minutes per person. It's compliant with law still, and it allows each person to go through just for the efficiency and allow everybody to speak and make the meeting flow smoother. And I think that'll satisfy that, because what you often hear, and again, in 2 minutes you can usually say what you got to say. If you really reflect back and listen to the meetings, we start hearing a lot of repetitive stuff. And even the individuals that are speaking, as passionate as they may be, and I respect it, past 2 minutes they start repeating themselves. Not everyone, but a lot. So just to be efficient, I'm okay with keeping it the way it is. Maybe we set a rule, whatever it is. It could be 20 participants. I don't know, but maybe we could have a rule for that. I just want to
Okay.
And I'll just say to that, thank you. And currently, our rules say that for public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it's an hour limit.
1 hour.
Correct.
Which is why, when I chaired that one meeting that the chairman was out sick, and we got to that hour, I asked the council, "Are you okay?" Because we had a lot of people here want to talk about flooding, and we listened to it. I think it went on almost 3 hours, and we did that because of the hurt that our people were feeling. So we do have that already in place. We have an hour. We don't have the 2 minutes. I see what you're saying, and
just so you know, your ordinance does provide that you can reduce the time of public input depending on the size of the crowd. So if you did want to stick with the 60-minute, I think you've given notice that, and you want to do this from 3 to 2 minutes, you could do that.
The reason I'm throwing it out now, Mike, because it's hard to do it when you have a full audience, right? But if we were to adopt a rule as governance for ourselves, then it's clear that when we have more than 10, 20, whatever the number of council wants to sit, we announce it in the beginning of that particular topic. We have 30 people that want to speak with this. Our rules dictate that we're going to reduce the time to 2 minutes for a real good reason, to give you
Fairness
more
to them.
efficient time so we can get through this, so we can make the decisions and discuss what you're sharing with us. That's my thoughts.
Councilman Santiago, Chairman, if you don't mind, just because we're conversing on this, you said a little leeway with it. My concern with that is the perception it gives our constituents that we really don't want to hear from them because we're cutting their time down. That's one issue. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate. When I first got elected to Ormond, there was no time limit. Where's Clay? You could come up to the podium at Ormond and talk as long as you wanted, and then we implemented a 3-minute time limit. And I thought, oh, it's going to be terrible. People are going to. It was one of the better things we did, was making a time limit like every other government has. So there's the flip side to that. I just throw that caution to the wind about if we make it 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes, it might be perceived by.
But if you spin it in the positive, right? I get it. You're spinning it in the negative. And I appreciate the dialogue,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Sorry. I positioned it in a different way, right? I positioned it to give everybody the opportunity to get through this. We had people that left. If you recall, some people left our meeting when we had people in the chambers. Mr. Chair, you were calling people and they said they left, right? And again, no disrespect to any of the speakers. All important stuff. But you could get through what you got to get through on these hot topics in 2 minutes. And again, the
Okay.
reality is a lot of it is repetitive.
Let's allow somebody else to speak too, and I'm not criticizing either one of you. it's important, but look at just the very title of it, to be enhance public comment. This does not enhance public comments. It stifles it. It sends a horrible message to the people at whose pleasure we work at. I mean, these are our employers. They elect us, and then we're gonna tell them, we don't even have to be here when you come. It's not going to be part of the meeting. You can come before our meeting and speak. That's horrible. Deltona's trying to do that now. They just had a mutiny at their last meeting. The public hates this idea.
Mr. Chair, I would describe it as a mutiny.
Well, I would. I hate
there's
this.
There's
I hate
90,000
this
people
idea.
that-
I think it's a terrible idea to start the general meeting.
I agree with you there, by the way. I agree with you. I don't want to change that.
Good. I don't think we need to change anything. If we have an hour, I don't even like that rule. I think if our employers want to come, they have things to tell us. Now we can direct them more. I can direct them more to speak on a particular item instead of at the beginning of the meeting, and that'll probably stifle it too, because not everybody can sit here all day or all night. But I'm adamantly opposed to starting the meeting before. And Jake Johansson.
Sorry, dozed off there for a minute.
You dozed off.
So, joke. I think the 1 hour. The question we have to ask ourselves is this a public forum or is this a business meeting? If it's a public forum, then let's sit back and listen to the 50, 75, 100 people as long as it takes 3 minutes at a shot. And I can do that. I'm not opposed to that. If it's a business meeting, then let's stick with the 9 to 10 o'clock. Make it known at the beginning that we're going to listen to X amount of people at 2 minutes a shot. You have the yellow slips, Chairman. You know how many you have, or 3 minutes, and whoever we don't get to, you are welcome to stay or come back at the end and watch. You can go on about your business and come back 30 minutes prior, and I don't know about you guys, but I'll stay and listen to the rest of them at the end for as long as it takes. But I think we have an obligation to the public, but I think we have an obligation to the agenda items as well. And when we drag our feet, the agenda items go past lunch, whatever, on a big issue, and I don't think that's appropriate either. So we have an agenda, and that agenda is on a piece of paper, and that needs to be executed, and I think we ought to execute that starting no later than 10 o'clock based on our other rule that says we're not going to be here more than 6 hours. Now, I suppose at the end of 6 hours, if we're at the public comment at the end, and somebody wants to get up and leave, maybe that's what you do. Johansson's not going to leave, I'll tell you that. But maybe that's something we discuss. But I think that's what you have to determine, is whether this is a forum where we get stuff done, oh, by the way, or whether it's a business meeting and we take public input at the beginning and in the end. I think we can do both. I think we ought to limit the first part to an hour and then pick up the rest at the end. Thank you.
County attorneys, is the 1 hour rule now? Okay. Well, I'm not enforcing it. I'm surprised somebody hasn't called me out.
It's rarely ever happened. It's rarely. It had.
Okay.
And I will add, Chairman, that there would be a couple ways to skin that cat if we chose to stick to an hour by forewarning people we're going to go for an hour. Because council's absolutely right. At the end of 59 minutes, you're the last one. The rest of you suck wind until 12 o'clock this evening. I don't think any of us want to do that. So we have to be consistent, and we would have to forewarn everybody, as you do with a lot of the other admin items that you discuss at the beginning of every meeting. So I think that's important to move forward if we choose to do that.
Chairman.
Next.
Who just said chairman?
I did, but
Danny's been waiting for a while. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, you might want to buy a lottery ticket, because I agree with you on this a little bit.
Is there a bell I can ring?
That was about 4 times today. It's just remarkable. Where the majority of our issues come down to, and please, nobody take this personal. If anybody needs policing, it is us. We are our own worst enemies. If you take a step back, and sometimes when I'm in between counting the popcorn on the ceiling at the house, I'll watch a council meeting again, just because the first thriller wasn't enough.
You need Netflix.
So, with that being said, in between the agenda items, we have a tendency to talk. We don't follow decorum. And Chairman, that's, this is your show. But some of these things in structure this is why it's important, so we get through this, so it doesn't, you give us an inch just like children, and you want to take a mile. That mile equals the time. And if we're trying to be more efficient and effective of what we do and handle the citizens' business, because there's more, we can pack this chambers, but there's more issues in the county than just what's here in front of us. And we have an obligation to service and hear everybody. But let's think about this for a second. In the beginning of the meeting, let's go ahead and announce it. We already have the rule. Public comment, 9 to 10. If you're here for an agenda item, you can speak now. If you don't get to it, you can speak during the agenda item, right? If you don't get to it then, you can speak at the end. We have cell phones, desk phones, laptops, tablets, free hotspots, and probably passenger pigeons if we wanted it, for our people to communicate with us. These things, we all answer our emails. There's a lot of opportunity, but if we want to perfect this, we have to hold ourselves accountable. And we haven't been. So, that's why I said at the beginning of this meeting, and I said this to and the council may be up to adopting this, we need something up on this screen, just like requests received, Robbins, once, Kent, twice, Don, twice. That way we know, hey, we're allowed 2 minutes, but we're not allowed 50 bites at the apple at 30 seconds to take jabs back and forth at each other. You use your time, you got 2 minutes or 3 minutes, wherever the heck it is, that's it. Cut it off, or we will never get anything done, and we're doing a disservice to our people.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I can agree partially with what Mr. Robbins said, and that is with the effect that the members here, sometimes it goes on, because for me, it's always, there are certain members who their closing comments are 30 minutes, an hour, and I'm like, goodness gracious, man. Yeah, something that each of us could work on. Chairman, just my 2 cents on this also, if we should also implement, if it is on the printed agenda, that's when the public should speak on it. If they want to speak on something not on the printed agenda, that's when they come up for public comment. But if they come up for public comment and they're talking about something, I think it's imperative that at that moment you interrupt them and say, that is on our agenda. I'll hang on to your card. I'll call you up at that time, but now's not the time for that. And then I also agree that, to let it be known, we have an hour for this. At the end of the hour, we're going to stop, because Mr. Johansson is absolutely correct. He didn't go as far as saying it, but I'm going to. This is a business meeting. We have 2 times a month, and for 2 months, we only have 1 time a month that we are meeting, and we have to chew through $1.4 billion of taxpayer money to get projects and things done in this community for our residents. So it is a business meeting. It's the only time that the 7 of us get together and have an opportunity to talk and make sure that we are following all rules set forth by the state of Florida. and not violating sunshine. So that's another reason I think that they, sometimes these things kind of go on, but we have very important work that we're doing. It has to get done. Thanks.
Don Dempsey, do you have
I'm sorry.
on your monitor, can you see the names of the people that want to talk? Okay. I'm not trying to take your place,
fine.
but
No,
I
I can't.
assumed that was the case. Don Dempsey.
Mike, if we set up a system kind of like, let's say we want to limit public comment to 1 hour, but like everybody's saying up here, we don't want to leave somebody hanging in the wind at the end of the 60th minute. Could we set up something that if we just cut off public comment card submission? So let's say no more public comment cards submitted after 9 a.m. Then if we have 30 public comment cards, we divide that by the hour, so each person gets 2 minutes. Because there's 30 people that showed up, they want to talk, so they each talk for 2 minutes. If 60 shows up and want to talk, in that 60-minute window, they each get a minute. If only 10 show up, they don't get 6 minutes, they get 3 minutes. But that way, everybody gets a chance to speak, they get equal time as the other to speak, and yet we still cap them at the 1 hour. So I don't know if that would work. That way, everybody would at least have a shot at talking.
I think, yes, you can do that.
Okay.
I think your current rules allow for that if council was wanting to. And also, you have a second public input at the end of the meeting. So folks that, if they wanted to, they could speak then as well. I know sometimes you might have somebody speaks at both times. You can do that.
So I would maybe suggest, guys, if we could just figure out how long we want to keep public comment open in the morning, if we restrict it to an hour, and then just divide it by the number of comment cards submitted and give those people each that amount of time, maximum up to 3 minutes, but give them up to 3 minutes. Yeah, but if it's 10, it's 3 minutes. If it's 30, 2 minutes.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I mean, that way nobody's left out. Okay.
I think that's complicated, but.
Well, I hear, one, you're all in agreement, let's set it to an hour. And then,
I'm not.
You're
but
not?
I'm
Okay.
one vote, too.
All right, well, except for you, Mr. Chair, I think the rest of them would prefer to set to 1 hour.
Okay.
And then I see basically folks willing to try, if there are 30 people, folks, you have an hour. In fairness to each of you, we're going to give you 2 minutes.
Well, I'm not saying necessarily cap it at an hour, Jeff. I'm just saying if that's the number we pick, however long we feel like sitting through public comment, divide that up by the number of comment cards and give each of those people that amount of time.
Our rules say 1 hour right now.
Yes, okay, and if that's what it is, and
That's our
that's what
rules, current
the
rules.
majority says, it's an hour. If it should be more, then let's.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a vote every meeting to what the time's going to be. Our
No,
rule
yeah,
says-
no, I agree. It should be
Our
set
rule's
now.
1 hour currently.
Okay.
Well, so I hear the majority saying 1 hour rule, allocate time based on number of cards that you have. In fairness, everyone gets a chance to speak
Right.
that you can. Other than that, I will strike the rest of the
Would that have to
items
come
that-
back as a policy change from our legal department?
Yeah.
No? Or we could just adopt that?
You just
Chairman.
adopt it, okay?
Go ahead. Troy.
I'll just say, something also, we have people that come in and they speak 2 minutes and 58 seconds because they wrote this speech out at home. They practiced in front of the mirror. They timed themselves because they want to be good stewards of our time and they don't want to break our rules. I'm just throwing that out there. That kind of bugs me a little bit because we have people that
You work
are
hard to get in that
dedicated
3
and
minutes.
working on it. They don't want to come in here sounding uneducated, and they want to make sure that they use the maximum amount of their time. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, we'll stick with the hour rule, and we'll just have to leave, whether that's a real problem for you or not, whether you have more than 20 people. If you got 20 people, everybody gets their 3 minutes easy. If not, at that point, you may say leave it to the discretion of the chair how he wants to work out within that hour, whether it's everybody or whether, only so many people get to speak. But the rule is 1 hour, so, okay. We'll
I feel
strike
that-
the other items.
I'll open up.
Okay.
Sorry. I feel that we just accomplished absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing. And
We
I just
wound
want
up
to
where we
point it out.
started.
I'm talking about regarding that topic,
Got it. I got it.
which is saying status quo, next topic. That's really what we did. We spent, how long we spent? 30 minutes talking about this? And we accomplished absolutely nothing. We're back where we started.
is, okay, public, this is the hour time limit. The rest of the council doesn't want to hear your complaints. That's not the case.
Yeah.
That is not the case. It's happened in the past. I don't want to see it happen again, but we just need to enforce the rules.
You know, again, this is 2025, so I'm turning a new leaf, Mr. Chair. And you're our leader as the meeting, so regardless of name, I think what we need to do is, if that's the rule, then at that point, you ran to enforce those rules, right? And so I think that's the role you should play and we should avoid putting anyone in a difficult position to say, I want to shut you down. The rules are adopted, and these are the rules, and nobody should blame you individually for the rules amongst any of us. This is what the body decided regardless, and we're operating under these particular rules. And that's why I think where we were was we didn't accomplish nothing. If we're saying these are the rules, hold all of us accountable to it, follow it, blame no one other than the body.
Well, and I would just say, Mr. Councilman, if that's where y'all are at, and
Yeah.
that's the position you take, I think
That
you
makes
have
sense.
accomplished something as a group in terms of affirming it.
If that's the decision of the council, that we hold it to an hour, if that's the rule, then I have, I have no other option. I just think it's wrong. This is a business meeting, but part of that business meeting is a public forum. It's a business meeting for our constituents about their business, and if they have taken time to come in and talk, I think we need to listen to them.
And we can give them that time
Within an hour.
at the end,
Or during the agenda item. Chair,
Or
we're
the
not,
or
agenda
during
we're
the
not,
agenda item.
we're not
Right.
cutting. we're not
I
cutting
understand that. Most of the people that come here work, and they're not going to, in a night meeting, they're not going to be here at midnight to
So this
talk
is
again.
The
So they
motivation,
talk
Chair,
before.
so if we can get the meeting done quicker, they're not here to the end. They're here, and we may be at the end of the meeting in 3 hours, right? So it's up to
That-
us. This is on us. We need to do a better job policing ourselves. That's the end of the day.
All right.
Jake
Let me ask you,
Johansson,
are there other comments on other items here?
Jake and Troy are still up. Will you-
I'm waiting for Charlie, item Charlie. Are we
C.
going to Charlie?
State of the
C.
county?
Chairman, I'm still on this one. I was just going to
Okay.
say, I'm glad to hear you say that it is a business meeting, but I disagree with you. I don't think it's wrong. I think we set the expectations, and the standards are, we have an hour at the beginning. You can talk about it if it's on the printed agenda. And if not, then, by the way, it was a shock to me that we offered 2 public comments. There's one at the end of the meeting as well. John's always here, and he usually follows through for us and does that. But it does give that opportunity, Chairman, if there's something that they want to say. And if it's something they want to make sure that they tell us, then they can get here a little earlier, come in, fill out their card, make sure it's within the first 20 cards, and they're gonna be heard.
As well as Teams meetings, Zoom meetings, phone calls, emails, visits. There's a lot of ways to contact us. Not as a collective body, granted, but individually.
Okay, can we go to item C then, please? If anybody wants to speak on that. Councilman Johansson, I think you said you did?
Yes, yeah, I'm a big fan of this has grown into a somewhat of a too much for me. I think we ought to bring it back in the chambers and just report and report on the goals as we had mentioned, and not let it grow into a big deal. Here's an opportunity for us to do our state of the county, let everybody know where we are. It gets put on video, and everybody can go back to it and resort to it and take a look at it as they see fit. I know it cost-wise, it's neutral, and we have sponsors, but there's a lot of people that can't make it, a lot of people that don't make it. If you go to those events, it ends up being a who's who of who's going to lunch, and I think we can we can better do it right here and get on with business. That's just my 2 cents on that.
Okay. Whoever else wants to comment on that, I will, I disagree with that. I understand your reasoning. I think part of, and I could be wrong, Mr. Ryan can maybe correct me. I think the staff looks forward to it. I think it's a celebration of the county. I think it allows us to shine to people from outside who may come to the Ocean Center to rent it when they see what we have available, what we have going on in Volusia County, how well the Ocean Center is run, how good the food is there. I think it's part of our marketing for the county, and it is I don't know if you said it or if I heard somebody on the other side of me saying that it was a who's who. It is kind of a, but it's fun. The people that come enjoy it. They don't have to come. They come of their own accord, and I just think it's something that allows our staff to shine and each of you. So I like what, if Don wanted to go from east to west, that's fine. We still had a great turnout at the Deltona Center, and we got to show off that center. But I would really be sad to see it just become a report in Chambers. I think it's a bigger deal. I think the county deserves that bigger deal. Councilman Kent.
Chairman, I could not agree with you more on this issue. It is a big deal. We had sponsors at one of the Ocean Center. Staff told me it didn't cost the county, I think, anything, except for, then you hear members talk about, well, staff time to create this presentation. But it is a way to showcase what has happened in this county for the year. I'm appreciative that it's not just the Chairman Jeff Brower show. Each of us participate in this video if we want to, and those that want to show up to that event. And my favorite thing about it is that it's free to all Volusia County residents, and they can go to this event and even have a great lunch. This is something that I think is it's done exceptionally well. And we've got the facilities to do it on the east end. We're using some of the west side ones as well. I thought that went well last year, and I'm for keeping it how we're doing it.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make it quick, simple. I agree with you on this one, Mr. Chair.
Congressman, Councilman Reinhardt.
I go from vice chair to congressman. No, I don't want that.
Announcement being made today.
I don't want that. I agree. As a county employee for 30 years, it was something we looked forward to. It was a time for us to showcase. So, no disrespect, gentlemen, but I think that it does give the chance for staff to shine. When you talk about not too many people showing up, there was a lot of people in DeLand, and there was a lot of people at the Ocean Center. So if they don't want to go, don't go. If you want to watch it on the video, watch it on the video. But I think it does give a chance for the staff to shine. So I agree with you, Chair.
I hear the majority wanted to continue with the current practice, so we'll move on.
Okay.
Item D.
Yes.
Suzanne? Yes. Are y'all familiar with this? You need Suzanne to give you a quick background.
Good.
I will just send you an email with an overview of how we are doing it, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Do we have a member of the public who wanted to speak to that?
No.
No.
Thank you, Alan.
Regrow Volusia. We're
Okay.
for it.
All right. The last one's really just, I should have put the word provide quarterly reports on naming rights, just to keep you informed on your naming rights effort, what's occurring there. It's pretty much just an operational status. Okay.
I'll take it off the goals. I'm just saying that staff probably should just do that anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think it should be a goal.
All right.
Providing
E.
quarterly reports on naming rights.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a goal.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to goal 3. Well, you did A today, and you gave direction about that. B was, and I did hear all that. Is B part of that also? Okay. All right, Ocean Center. Is B
Motorsports part.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, for Don, 'cause this has been, this is your baby. This is what, when he. It is an outdoor recreation, but you brought it to us, and I just want to make sure this doesn't get slipped in somewhere and we're like, wait a minute, we're missing it. Are we talking about continuing development of motorsports park?
Yeah, I think it's for motocross as well as for UTVs and side-by-sides.
Sure.
Basically, just trying to find a location for all those outdoor activities,
Okay.
motorized outdoor activities, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll move on. Item C is about the Ocean Center. And you currently have a study underway about the rigging and capacity to do that, so that is happening, my understanding. The next item is about the dog-friendly section of the beach that you set up as a pilot, making that permanent. That is coming back to you for a decision in this first quarter, so
Good.
that will.
It's set to sunset soon, right? When is the sunset?
May. It comes back to us. It should be back before May, because May is when that 18-month period was.
That's coming to you in the first
Wildly
quarter.
successful.
Correct, and it does sunset with a requirement for the action to be taken to continue it. And we'll be back, we believe, in March with a full report.
So it really doesn't need to be a goal.
Correct.
So
It's coming back anyway. Take it off like the
it's
other
going to
one.
happen.
As long as
Actually,
it's
anything
coming
on
back,
where
yeah.
it's happening, I can just take
Yeah,
off,
take it off.
because
That's a
you've
goal.
already directed it, so.
I don't know, the former vice chair has to do some convincing.
I'll convince you, my friend.
Okay.
Bad boy Dudley's coming in that day.
All right, let's go to goal 4, please. Item A is, and it should have the word review there, my error, county funding for Team Volusia. Then we've got a couple of items about taxing policy.
I think
what
we should remove A, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, what does
That's
A
just a
mean?
policy thing.
We are partially funding them now, correct?
We are. The
Correct.
question
Is
was,
that changing?
is that, do you want to continue that level of funding or not? Was the question. Do you want to review it?
Yeah.
Or do
I'll
you
just
want
take it
to-
off as a
That
goal.
would be an agenda item, but
Take it off.
I think, yeah.
Okay, take it off, it's on your agenda. Okay, let's go, if you
It's a
flip over.
budgetary issue, that's, I think, why we had it here.
Oh,
Yeah.
And the only thing I will say is, I think if we're gonna talk about changing things like that, we owe it to some of these groups sooner rather than later, because they do depend. I mean, in this particular case, that Team Lucia is really a partner of ours, and they are our recruiting arm of our economic development. So if we're gonna change things, they need to know, because their staff dependent on it. You know,
Yeah, I don't recall discussion on
I don't want to change it.
change anything, so.
Okay.
It's a worthy discussion. It doesn't have to be a goal, but,
Right. Yeah.
they had a goal. I think it's a worthy discussion. Might not be a goal of ours, but it's a worthy discussion.
Okay, so there'll be a staff follow-up on that item to do that. Okay, if we flip it over, we've got a couple of more substantive things to talk about in terms of taxing policy here. Item I is for to consider rollback on all funds except those that are accepted there. Item B is an alternative approach where you keep your millage flat to create a funding capacity for infrastructure projects. When I worked with Lee County, that was a path that commission chose, and they generated significant dollars for a variety of needed infrastructure projects. But
I'm gonna chime in here.
Kept
So-
their, I think.
Sorry, I think as an overall goal, we should have a statement about being good fiscal stewards, right? Not specific, putting us in a corner on positions like this
Sure.
as a goal. I don't like that.
Okay.
Do I want to try to achieve these things? Possibly, maybe, but to put it as a goal, I'd rather have a statement that says about being good fiscal stewards and keeping taxes as low as possible, something along
Well,
those
your
lines.
goal number 4 is that. I mean, it's continue to enhance fiscal stewardship.
Yeah.
These were just.
Oh,
some-
I don't like I, double I, and triple I, though.
I agree with you, David.
Okay.
Take it off.
All right, so you're going to take off I, double I, and triple I? Well, triple I, you're doing. I mean, George does that all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
That's just given practice. I just need to see a sense of faces
Right.
to take those off or not. Okay, all right, I got a
Yeah,
couple.
It's fine. Isn't the state of Florida talking about getting rid of property taxes altogether
Hey,
Yes.
and going to
Move to approve.
going to a consumption tax?
I like it. I don't know, but I'd like that discussion.
Why don't you bring that up as an item next time?
Well, in the place of, because again, this was put in here really to give Ryan direction, because for us, budget's time is here. We're now into January. We start the process. So if we don't discuss it here, then I'll probably bring back an item where we need a little bit more direction, so he knows how to build the budget of this year. Where do you really want to go? And again, I think it was set up here to give some options of an approach. We know you don't really, it's not approved, and we really hone it down as we go on through the year. But if the message can be and it does make my job easier, because if the message can be to all the department heads, hey, this is what we're generally shooting for here, it maybe means a lot less on the cutting room floor, so to speak, if they know the direction. Because through the years we've got pretty good at removing stuff out of there, but if they know, hey, don't even ask, that saves some time.
George, for me, if I may, Mr. Chair, for me, I would take the approach that go from what we want to get done. You hear from the council, what do we want to accomplish? We have some big ticket items. I know we said where the funding is coming from, but start from, council, this is what you guys want to get done, and given the current landscape, this is what your options are for millage. I don't subscribe to the thought process of saying 10% across the board or 20% across the board. I don't do that. What is our mission? What's it gonna, you help us identify this is what it's going to take to accomplish what you want. And then from there, we start saying, well, maybe not this, maybe not that. That's my preference.
So every elected official wants low taxes.
Sure.
And low fees until we got a stormwater problem. And then you say, well, back 15 years ago. So, I don't want you to hem us in to roll back or flat millage or increase millage. We have some important things that we need to do, and we don't know how much we want to do. If we want to buy a sports complex, it might cost us $40 million. If we want 2 ball fields out in somebody's backyard, it might cost us $5,000. That's a lot of difference. So yeah, we do need to give George and Ryan some guidance, but I think as we get to goal number 6, it's going to become clear that we may or may not want to spend money on facing some problems that may involve the general fund and other stuff. And truth be told, George, how much of our general fund's paying people?
Well, quite a bit.
A good percentage of it, right? So it's already been negotiated, a lot of it. So we just need to trim around the edges and give them some good guidance here. But I think the goal in and of itself, do what you always do and give us the best budget you can get, and no, I don't want new desks for everybody if everybody's desk is okay. But if everybody's desk is falling apart, we need to buy new desks. Maybe we don't buy so many birthday cakes for Ben every day.
All right, Mike and I, we've agreed to share a desk.
Share a cake and share a desk.
We get along real well. Thank you for that. So we're going to share an office.
Yeah, I think you and your team and Ryan do a great job of coming up with a good compact budget that we don't need to lock you into something. This is every penny you can find. I want to know about, so I can put it somewhere else if we need to when we get to goal 6. So,
but county manager just told us Ryan needs some direction. Are you going to bring this back as an item, or are you okay with what was just said?
Well, if you I'm going to hang a little bit of my hat on what Mr. Johansson said of we'll do as you always do. So we'll go and do that. But I will probably come back with an item because with maybe a little bit more detail as we get a little bit deeper into it. Because as you say, there are things, if you recall a couple of years ago, and I don't want to go through that exercise again, I think all of you were going to hurt me. But when I did the mini budgets of all the departments, but I think you're all very, now you're all veterans with this government, so we don't really have to do that, because a lot of that was education of what each of these areas are faced with. But we will be forward. I think if there's areas where we got to get some direction specifically in that area, I can bring that back and decide. So we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. I'll just
one
eliminate
more,
behind
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if this is paralleling what Jake just said or not, but as these studies are coming in, probably the most important thing, at least over here on the west side, is dealing with the flooding issues. And I don't like raising taxes any more than the other person, but I mean, if we have to raise taxes to cure this flooding problem, I'm definitely open for the discussion. So I mean, I don't know what it would take. I'd like to look into, if some of the solutions are basically that we have to do land acquisition and just create more stormwater space. I'd like to have a plan in place to what type of cost that would be and what type of tax hike we'd have to impose to do that sooner than later. I'd like to have it in the budget somewhere that if we do need this money, or as soon as we find out about this money, that we can have a way of, getting it either through bonding or whatever. But I'd like to have that as a quick process to hopefully a quick fix once we figure out the solution.
There's, and George, there's a lot of what ifs and scenarios, right? We got $134 million in HUD money coming from Milton, right?
That's correct.
So, where we spend that may determine how our budget looks, in addition to anything else that's coming down the line. So,
well, yeah, I mean, we're very fortunate. That's one of the things we have. Some of these federal programs that we did not have, and I can tell you again, in maybe history, I had mentioned before, we had been through multiple hurricanes and storms, and we've probably got more than we have ever, by far, actually, we've got more federal help than we've ever had before. So some of these things, we had the exact kind of flooding, but we didn't really have any money afterwards to deal with it. Now we have maybe a fighting chance with some of the stuff that we have out there. So that's good news.
Well, so the direction of George's continues current management practices being very conservative with the budget and make clear the big ticket items for you so that you can deal with those. Let's go to item C. This is really a continued effort. Vice Chair did not submit this one by the chance anyway. But it's a cost prevention strategy. How do you do more things so that you don't have to, you prevent the building a new jail and all those expenses. So.
Herb, is there a way to expand that?
Sir, how would you like to?
Long-term cost prevention reduction strategies. It says for the jail.
Right.
For the whole government.
Can it be period?
Sure.
Continue long-term cost prevention reduction strategies, period. The jail is great, but there's
other things.
Again, these are council goals. Let's keep it general, and that way when we come up with a good idea, well, it's not the jail, but
No,
we
right.
do it anyhow. So,
I just want to expand.
and we can go that way below C as we move on during the year. I can be the jail. I can be something else that we find a cost reduction strategy.
You used the word jail, so now
Yeah,
Vice
you
Chair
did it.
Reinhardt wants to speak.
I love that idea, Councilman Johansson. Thank you. And it shouldn't be just about the jail; it should be in general. The reason why I came up with this is in discussion with her when we were talking about the general fund and what the tax dollars pay into. One of the biggest forgive the pun, eaters of that general fund is jail operation, jail food, and that's why we're looking for ways to, that is a huge long-term several counties are utilizing that, and and I'm like Don Dempsey is about motocross, and Troy is about dog beaches, and Matt Reinhardt is passionate about reducing costs in the jail population with jail food, or with the feeding of the inmates. So that's all.
Well, how about I'll put the period, then I'll put an I, for example,
Perfect.
jail, and then, there may be other things. Item D, now this is coming to you. The beach charges, there's fiscal analysis going on, and it is get to you before the sunset of January 31st. So if that's acceptable, I'll just take that off since it's happening. Okay. Goal number 5, solution required. This is the permitting process. Again, you've got a study going their way. George alluded to it earlier. And that I'm not sure when that study's in progress. I don't know what the expectation of delivery date is, but you are going to have a report on how to improve your permitting process.
I think we should remove it, though. I think things are in place.
Sure.
I don't think it needs to be as a goal, because I think staff is already implemented and testing some
We
new
just leave it
things.
as a goal, and staff
Okay.
are working on it.
Yeah, we should take it off the list, though.
All right. Okay, let's go to the new goal here that we've added about flood mitigation prevention. There are really 2 items. I'd like to note, next week on the 14th, you are discussing a moratorium. So because it's already happening, I didn't feel the need to put it there because you've made a decision to have that discussion. But we are talking about to what degree the county can assume a facilitative role in trying to get all these parties. There are lots of folks who have to be at the table on this thing. And the county can take a facilitative role of having to help people together and get it going. And then we see under there, under item B, a number of very specific actions that would comprise your plan at a high level. And so, one, I'd like you to look at that to make sure there's not something missing that you want to ensure gets addressed in the plan. Or 2, there's some concern you have about any item here. I hope it captures all the ideas you had about how to address this. Mr. Chairman?
I was just going to say, for a goal, I think a lot of this we're going to cover on the 14th. How would the council feel about having a goal to make Volusia County more resilient?
That would be a,
Because we're not
That
going
would be a very
to
generalized
solve
goal.
it this. We're going to be working on this for the rest of our lives.
and I think resilience
Political lives.
isn't just flooding. It's full Monty. I like it a lot better.
Mr. Chair,
Want to add, like, resilient against all disasters, and also financially resilient, or
Sure.
which is okay.
Well, so that could be your A, B, C, and D.
Yeah. And then taking out
Did you
all of
just
these-
add financial resilient?
Yeah,
That-
just say a resilient county and
that's excellent.
say
Yeah, it includes
disasters,
financial disaster.
flooding,
That's excellent.
financial, and whatever else you come up with there, George.
and then remove everything else, right?
Yeah.
We're going to deal with that.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to be there.
Can I ask one other question, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. Will the chair give the permission to the
I'm
chair to ask
thinking
the
as we're
question?
going through this, as we get to items, every item we have has a strategic goal
Yeah.
that previous councils have come up with. How much of a challenge would it be on items to have which one of our 6 goals here? That was, all it would have to say is
What?
goal number 5, goal number 6, or whatever.
You mean
On the agenda?
on the agenda?
On our agendas. And I don't want to do it just to do it. I want to do it if it would be helpful and keep us on track that we're actually chipping away at our goals.
Don't we put something in there in the staff report that,
Sometimes.
oh, it's something, okay.
They're called strategic goals.
yeah.
They have now.
Well, that was from the original strategic.
So the problem,
Yes.
not the
I thi-
problem.
I think the short answer is,
Yeah.
yes, I think we can come up with a way to try it. I mean, there are some things that just will fall kind of.
Might be a stretch.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but,
Just business you
but I
have to
think a
do.
lot of your just standard business items, but for instance, I could just think of one off the top of my head real quick was, when we did the Napa parts program at Fleet, and that was a direct cost saving measure, and that would
Efficiency.
have probably been a goal number 2, efficiency and effectiveness
2 and 4.
And 4, right,
Fiscal
and 4,
stewardship.
yeah, enhanced. So we could do something like that to show where they apply.
You know, Mr. Chair, in the beginning of, well, maybe about an hour or two ago, I mentioned a hierarchy goal comment of promoting economic prosperity, right? I still want to find a place to put it as a headliner or something. It could fit multiple areas, but I personally like that kind of vision and letting people know that, you know, we're also focused on economic prosperity. It means a lot of things, right? Like when we eliminated the business license tax, the BRT, that promoting economic prosperity. When we got rid of the CST, promoting economic prosperity, right? Policy initiatives that we do can tie into that. I don't know where to fit. If staff can help there, but if the council likes it,
How
I'd
about
like that.
7?
That would be the simplest thing to make it a 7th goal.
How about 7?
I'm okay with that. I just don't want to lose. I think,
Add a goal of promote
Yeah,
economic
promote
prosperity.
economic prosperity.
you know, if we're going to deal with a policy thing, where do we think it's going to fall? I don't know. It's just, am I stretching it, guys? I don't know.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
If Troy's for it.
No,
I think
I
think it's something we
can
have to
narrow it down.
continually think about.
Let's get it on there.
Okay, with your guidance, I'll add a 7th goal in. You have 7 goals. Mr. Chairman, let me make one comment on the placing the goals on the agenda. I have a number of clients who've done that. There are 2 advantages to that are very real. One, for staff, it makes the strategic plan seem very real. You know, you often hear the criticism of strategic plans. You do them, you put them on your shelf, you never think about them. Well, if every 2 weeks or whenever you're meeting, you're thinking about it, you know, and it's obvious there. What it also is communicate strongly to the public that you are strategic business leaders. You have a plan. Here's where we're working on it. And so it helps to ask the question, why are you doing something? You know, which is a really important question to answer to the public. Why are you doing this? Well, because, you know, so I certainly encourage folks to do it. I think it really makes your plan much realer for everyone involved in it, so.
Good.
Council, any other questions for the day? All right. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate the opportunity to
Thank you
speak
for
with you
coming.
and to spend some time with you, so
Thank you for bearing with us.
Always a pleasure.
All right, thank you, Herb.
Move to adjourn.
Public participation. Do you have any? We have 4. 2. Where is he? No,
He lives in my district,
I don't see the other person. JC Figaro, is he here?
He had wanted to submit it for the first public participation, but he submitted it too late. He
Okay.
submitted it after the public comment portion was over.
Okay, John Nicholson.
Somebody's glasses. John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Too bad I couldn't talk during the 8 o'clock meeting. It was 8 o'clock. It wasn't 8:30. It was under Lewis. I showed up here twice. I didn't get to speak because if you're late, he leaves. So it wasn't a half an hour. Nobody's sitting here at 8 o'clock. Off they go. So it's a long trip, and if you don't make it, you wait 12 hours until you can speak in the evening. It is not kosher. So I don't suggest you have it. City of Daytona Beach did it. Their clerk sat there. No councilman, no mayor listened. They may or may not have heard what the public said. You get very few people speak, because if you go an hour ahead of time, and then you have to twiddle your thumbs for 57 minutes, they just don't come. So I don't recommend that. Secondly, you had an internal audit. Generally, they're for financial reasons, to make sure the money's coming in correctly, going out correctly, and it's not being misspent. All right. There's also an audit for personnel. When we changed, I think I've heard several times that I mentioned that we went to 27% tax increase. During that time period, we looked at the staffing, And we asked all the department heads to check and see who could be let go. In our finance department, we let go 40 people. That's a lot of people from one department. So you may want to consider looking at somebody coming in. Do you need the 700 or whatever janitors? Could you cut them down? You know, whatever. Also, your pay raises, when you do percents, that's a lot of money. When I got a pay raise when I was working at the plastics firm, my 25 cents gave me less than $2 a week, all right? But the salesman made $12,000 a week because of percentages. So the percentage that you're doing, remember that this is $250,000. And there's also, you have to do 30% on top of that, whatever you give, because it's benefits. It's a lot of money, all right? You're talking $100,000, $200,000 there per person, which adds up, all right? Over time, not per year. Beach driving. Beach driving is a few people on Main Street. If you ask our hoteliers, they'll say absolutely not. Our business people will say no. Our residents will say, most of them will say no, because it's established. We've gone through this. We don't want to bring it up again, but take a look at it. It's Danny got in trouble over it. You can't be honest, because when you're honest, they just, Matt will never be forgiven. So watch what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of public participation. We'll move to county. Yes, sir.
Hey, sir. I'd be remiss. When the VAB came up and yourself and Mr. Santiago were nominated for VAB, I did not direct you that one of you needs to be voted as the chair and one needs to be the vice chair. So we just need to get that on the record for the VAB.
I nominate David Santiago as chair.
Yep. Call the question, Chairman.
Yes. Call the question. That's your discussion? Okay.
Debate.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Who was the second?
Yes. So can we call you Mr. Chair now?
And so, sir, just for de facto, then Mr. Brower, you'll be the vice. Is that correct? Is that what we're doing? Okay. I only say that because the statute's kind of specific. That's why I just want to make sure we're on the
Okay.
record.
Thank you.
And who was the second on that motion?
Somebody hollered second. It was, will you take the blame, Matt Reinhardt? Okay. Now we're ready for the county manager. Comments?
Okay. One thing I have is good bit of good news, very good news. Tonight, it was Jeff Dunham at the Ocean Center, and that is a sellout, 8,000 tickets. So
Who's he? I
he's
never
a
heard of him.
comedian.
How many? 10,000?
8,000 tickets.
They'll sell a lot of beer too, won't they?
Yes, you have, David.
He had a Vegas residency.
Oh, okay. Now I know who he is.
Sorry, we're being rude.
I didn't know who he was. Honestly.
So I just wanted to, again, things are popping. Lynn's doing a great job. And these are important because as they tend to build on each other. If we start showing that we can pull 8,000, 7,000, that goes a long way for when we try to get other acts. So they see that we are, in fact, successful. So good job. Good job also to Michael Ryan's team, who's teamed up with the Ocean Center on our marketing efforts. So we're putting full bore. And again, I think that goes a long way as well. In a world of kind of a fractured marketing out there, that's a yeoman's job to get the word out to everybody what's happening at the Ocean Center. So I'm very proud of what they've done. That's it.
Mr. County Attorney.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay. County Council, and we will start with David Santiago.
Just want to remind Mike to call Danny tomorrow around 5:30 p.m. Put it on your calendar, please.
Well, you've all reminded me that Friday is a common day for you to meet me to make calls, so I'll try to spread it out during the week.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but Mr. Reckel, you sparked something on the marketing stuff. I think you said with the Ocean Center. If we could, unless the council objects, Mr. Chair, get an update from Cyrus and his team or whoever you so choose on the recent changes that our tourism boards did with their budgets and how that's going and being deployed whenever you guys feel appropriate. But additionally, if we can remind them to be up here earlier this year so that we're not under the time frame. Other than that, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don Dempsey.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Cyrus, as long as you're standing, did I just hear that there's a third route now going with Avella?
Yes, come on up.
Sorry. I thought I read that and I was really impressed.
I didn't recognize him. You saved the
Yeah,
shade.
My gosh.
Happy New Year, gentlemen. Please pardon my lack of decorum not coming up originally, Mr. Chair, County Council. Yes, so Avella is adding another route to Concord, North Carolina, which is just outside of, of Charlotte. And so it adds for more competition, adds for the opportunity for prices to come down a bit with one of our legacy carriers. So
And Breeze is doing good?
Breeze is doing fantastic. Right now, their loads are about 74% so far, but we're in the process of working in that marketing plan using some of that money from the CVBs. And so they have a specific way that they would like to have that allocated up in their market. So we're working with them to make sure that that is successful.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
great news.
Thank you.
That's all I have, guys. Thank you.
You obviously can't tell us a name, but please tell us there's somebody else waiting in the wings that you're working on.
So
Are we
we
attracted?
have another carrier that is going to be spending some time with us around the races. And so actually we exchanged some pleasantries over the holidays. And so they're hopefully saying that by the next holiday season, they'll be here. So still working on them. But
Good.
it's a market in the Midwest that we've been anxiously trying to bring on board. So.
When are you going to come ask for more money for a new terminal?
You didn't hear that.
Yeah, don't encourage now. I mean, they'll run me over with requests.
Don't worry, it's coming.
Maybe we'll get him another gate if he behaves himself.
After the sports fields.
Well, I do like soccer fields, though.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. The only thing I have is I would like to gather consensus from council to start looking into how Volusia County can better support our veterans. I've been talking to Brad and a little bit Bob Watson before he left, and now Scott, about a program called, I've called it, Volusia Values Veterans. There's a few things that I think we can weed out of our ordinances, our rules, our regulations, all the things that make it just a tad easier for veterans to get things here in the county. And that'll be with all stakeholders. I'm going to work a little bit with Will Roberts here in the coming months. Maybe a little bit with Larry Bartlett and his team, and then the cities to really work hard to show our veterans how much we care here in Volusia County. I would like to be the most military and veteran-friendly county in the state, but that's hard to do with no active duty bases here. But we do have Space Force just south of us, and I think we can do a little bit with Brevard too to make that a little bit tighter of a link. I think Tampa and Jacksonville are always going to kill us, and to a lesser extent Miami. But as far as counties our size and with our dynamics, I would like to be the number one. So with consensus, I'd like to move forward with investigating how to do that. And with that will come probably some time and energy from Clay, Brad Burbaugh, and some of the other department heads as well.
Jake, if that's a motion, I'll second it.
Yeah, please.
Good. Any discussion on that motion and second? Motion by Jake Johansson, second by Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it passes. Jake, will Boeing's presence at Embry-Riddle
Absolutely.
help with that?
Yeah, so, it's a multi-pronged approach, but I'm going to put it under the economic prosperity goal that Mr. Santiago just mentioned, for the mere fact that by and large, I'm not saying 100%, but by and large, bringing veterans to Volusia County, they work hard, they show up to work on time, they're trainable. Sometimes their resumes are hard to read and fit people into, but that's the kind of thing I want to do. I want to get those people to come here. The Boeing people have those people, right? They're coming. It's the rest of the batch. I mean, Russ is a veteran, and we need to draw more people like that into our organization, into George's organization, into the city's organizations, and get those people working. And that isn't to minimize the rest of the people here in the county. They all need help, but I think veterans are an untapped resource here. And I run into them all the time and say, I just want a job. The guy or gal shows up to work on time and works his or her butt off. And like I said, they're highly trainable. I can take a guy that was air crewman in a helicopter and probably make him a great employee for Ben, or Cobb Coal, or Publix, or anybody else in the county. We just need to link them. And Veteran Services we've had some conversations with them. I just think it's there to be tapped, and I want to tap it and make sure that we're getting the right people in front of the right people to make things like that happen.
Go tap it. You're good.
Very good. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy New Year to those that stayed, and to the council and all the employees. Happy New Year to everybody. Jake, I really love the way it sounds. Volusia values veterans, and I hope that some of your ideas are some really substantial things for our veterans. I'm excited to hear what you bring to the table with that. As far as, Cyrus coming up and off the cuff sharing that information, thank you, Councilman Dempsey and Councilman Santiago, for bringing up the airport, because it goes back to my comments with George and his evaluation. George has an uncanny ability to put the right people in the right positions, and Cyrus was one of those excellent hires. I just hope that you're happy here and your young family's enjoying Volusia County and living up there, North Ormond area. And, it was all great news what you shared. And I give George and Suzanne, I don't want to leave her out of this, I give them a lot of credit with that. I say hire, but I could technically say steal. They stole you from someone else, and that's a great thing.
It's his birthday.
It's not his birthday.
But you shaved at the wrong time of the year.
And by the way, it looks great. The next thing I have, very briefly, my next items are, the Ocean Center tonight, Jeff Dunham, 8,000, a sellout. This goes back to 2 years ago. We talked about 2 years ago to this day, we talked about making changes at the Ocean Center, and the Ocean Center had its most profitable year. And to hear that Michael Ryan is teamed up, working cohesively with Lynn Flanders there is just wonderful to hear, because we need to let everybody know, not just Volusia residents, but all of our surrounding areas, the Ocean Center is back
open for business, and we are going to change it from 12 events a year to 40 events a year, and just keep providing great opportunities there. Our off-beach parking and beach passes we have had 55,000 participants sign up. 55,000. And since January 1, we've had 9,000 new permits issued. I'm so excited. I hope we have wonderful weather, because I think you all are going to see how wildly successful this is. And last but not least, Monday, January 13th, I have my district dialogue for residents. It's from 5 to 6 p.m. at Bicentennial Park. If you're listening online, by the way, Bicentennial Park is a county-owned off-beach parking thing, so make sure you get your pass, otherwise you're going to get a ticket. So I want you to show up. I want you to enjoy. But this meeting is it's open to the public, and we talk about anything you want to talk about. You have me for an hour, 5 to 6 p.m. Don, I love that you had your I want to say meet and greet, but really it was a community meeting. It sounded like what you had, town hall, and it sounds like you're going to have another one. So with that, I'll say good night. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Troy mentioned something about the Ocean Center that I just wanted to add one quick thing, staff question. Are we, since it's being much more successful, are we capturing demographics information on our attendees? So name, location, and with that being said, if one day, I know it's maybe early, if we can get some demographics, where are our customers coming from, right? Is it just Volusia? Are they coming from other places? So when we get a chance, I think that'd be good data for us.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Nothing, sir, unless you guys want to talk about the jail. No, I have nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
I just want to piggyback off of what Jake said. I think he has a great idea with the veterans, and just while sitting here listening to him, Jake, would you be, I don't know how in depth you've got it so far, but I'd be interested in your thoughts in the future. Any permits? You know, a lot of the veterans are obviously disabled. Some not, some are. But anything to do with their disability, whether it's when they have to redo their showers, their plumbing, special ramps, structures for their service dogs. I'd be interested in waiving those fees or
That's right.
Okay.
That's the kind of stuff.
Cool. All right. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay, I'm going to be really short. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. I want to thank the council for starting off this new year with, even in our disagreements, I feel like it was a very productive meeting, and with a, but I made a huge mistake this morning, and I didn't think about it until after Troy got done in our opening ceremony, when I think he introduced his whole family, and my family came, and I didn't introduce them. But the ones that were here, let me just shorten it to this. I'm not going to have a lot of closing comments from now on, because I have to take on a part-time job, because over Christmas I was informed by my children that 3 of them are getting married this year. And we are taking donations. And one of them is Ben, who's getting married at Ponce Inlet on the beach. And I have to say that the city of Ponce Inlet has rolled out the red carpet and made it a really pleasurable and simple process. But his fiancée, Sue, was here this morning, and I wished I would have pointed that out. Boaz is marrying Neve, and Brayson is marrying Ava. I don't know if her father knows that yet. No, he does know that. And then I'm told I might have a daughter getting married this year. So the boys are on their own. They got to pay for their own wedding. If my daughter, her boyfriend, who we dearly love, has given her a pop-top ring on one knee, and she's kicked him and said, "Come back when you have a real stone." So anyway, it's exciting times in our family, and I bring that up because what you said about all of your assignments, our families really do, they serve right along with us, and it's sometimes hard to remember that our first ministry is to our wives and children. We do this because we want to serve and love the community. And in a new year, I just want to encourage everybody to probably don't. I'm speaking to me. You guys don't do this, but don't neglect your family. I've got 9 kids. I've got 2 left in the house. I never saw this day coming. I'm one of these really weird dads that didn't want to see the first one leave. I'd have been happy to just keep adding rooms to the house because they love each other so much and they're just enjoyable. But I'm almost an empty nester. And that's hard to do when you have 9 kids. So happy New Year, and we'll see you on the 14th.